We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House voted on Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code sports betting at second reading. The government has also introduced a bill on this same issue, C-13, an act to amend Criminal Code single sports betting. Page 568 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice 2017, respecting the rule of anticipation, states, and I quote, if a decision is taken on the first bill, as was the case with C-218, then the other, in this case C-213, may not be proceeded with. I'm wondering if you could please inform the House of the impact the second reading vote on C-218 has on C-13.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and we'll be getting back to the House with an answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you. Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Minister. Oh, sorry. Let me start off with this. Tabling of documents. Now we'll go to the introduction of government bills. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to raise a point of order with respect to the adjournment proceedings which happened last evening. During the adjournment proceedings, the member for Sherwood Park, I'm just getting the name here correctly again, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, in responding to the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health, referred very explicitly to my absence in the House of Commons. That is an egregious break of parliamentary procedure. It is a breaking of the rules of the House of Commons. There are times when members of Parliament, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, need to be away from the House of Commons, and it is a long-standing parliamentary tradition that is respected. That is why we are indeed called honourable and are able to use that title and that moniker for each other with respect, and I think it is very important. The member broke that by referring to the fact that I was not in attendance in the House last evening. I was not able to be in the House last evening. As many members of Parliament will recognize, that is, there are often times when we are not able to be in attendance. And our responsibilities, and my responsibility as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, was to ensure that that question would be answered, and it was ably answered by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. I would like the Speaker to consider this and to recognize that this is not a new member of Parliament. It is someone who's been here for 5 years and over 5 years, and I would expect that that an apology would be forthcoming and that it would be understood that that is the way this House needs to operate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and point of order. As he was speaking, I saw what was said, and yes, I want to remind the Honourable Members that referring to someone's presence in the House or lack of presence in the House is not permitted. And we rely on the individual member's honour to respect that code so that we can keep civility in this chamber and continue to do our job so that Canadians can be proud of what goes on in their democracy.
Just on the same point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge the point. I believe that what I said last night is that the Parliamentary Secretary couldn't be bothered to be here to answer the question. I acknowledge that I misspoke. What I intended to say would have been something to the effect of the government couldn't be bothered to send a person who was responsible for the file. There's a range of individuals who are responsible for the file. I do apologize for misspeaking. I should have framed my response more carefully to get at the point that I intended to convey. And I hope in the future somebody who's not the Parliamentary Secretary of Health.
I want to, I'll interrupt the Honourable Member there before he digs even further. I just want to remind the Honourable Members that an apology is accepted. Thank you. But you cannot say indirectly what you can't say directly in the House, regardless of how you say that. Thank you. We have a point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, I have extraordinary respect for the Speaker, and I just wanted to clarify that this whole issue is over the fact that the member from Don Valley West made all of Canada know that he wasn't in the chamber, which I think he might have done this in a more subtle manner so that he wasn't drawing attention to the fact that he wasn't in the chamber.
I'm not sure that's a point of order. That's more argument, but I'm not even going to go any further on that. I'll just continue. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Garneau for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Garneau for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, plan de lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Presenting reports for committees. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over one. Statements by ministers. Reports by interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House, in both official languages, a report of the delegation of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union, respecting its participation at the 206th session of the Governing Council, which was held virtually from November 1st to the 3rd, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 7 reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 5th report entitled Immigration Removals, the 6th report entitled Student Financial Assistance, the 7th report entitled Request for Government Response to the 65th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session, the 8th report entitled Request for Government Response to the 66th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session, the 9th report entitled Request for Government Response to the 67th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session, the 10th report entitled Request for Government Response to the 69th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session, and the 11th report entitled Request for Government Response to the 70th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these 7 reports. Thank you.
Very good. If you don't mind, I'll just, if the honourable member can just move the mic just up or down. I know she's got another intervention coming up. I just want to make sure it's loud and clear. Introduction of private members' bills. Mrs. Block, seconded by Mrs. Jansen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Intimidation of Healthcare Professionals. This motion is deemed adopted. The member may give a succinct explanation. The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to introduce my private member's bill entitled the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act. I have introduced this legislation to ensure in plain language those rights guaranteed to all Canadians in the Charter. This bill seeks to enshrine in law a minimum national standard of protections for the freedom of conscience of medical professionals while respecting the jurisdiction of my provincial colleagues to expand on this bill. It ensures that medical professionals who choose to not take part in or refer a patient for euthanasia or medical assistance in dying will never be forced by violence, threats, coercion, or loss of employment to violate the sovereign rights we all enjoy by virtue of our citizenship in this nation. I encourage all my colleagues in this place to ratify my bill, thereby stating unequivocally that the right to free conscience expressed in the Charter applies equally to all Canadians, regardless of their chosen profession.
Mrs. Block, seconded by Mrs. Jansen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
The motion be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Reyes, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fisheries Act, Prohibition, Deposit, in Raw Sewage. The motion is deemed adopted. The member may give a succinct explanation. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this bill will make it illegal to dump untreated wastewater into any body of water that contains fish habitat. This bill will remove the power for the federal minister to grant permits to municipalities to dump raw sewage into waterways, like when the former environment minister gave permission to Montreal to dump 8 billion litres of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. When it comes to the environment, this prime minister acts completely phony. He talks a good game, but when the city of Montreal asked to be allowed to dump their raw sewage into one of Canada's most important waterways, he told them to go ahead. This bill will remove the power of federal ministers to grant permission to municipalities to damage vital fish habitats. This Liberal government has a terrible record on the environment. They have not planted a single tree out of their promised $2 billion. Their carbon tax is neither revenue neutral.
On a point of order, Mr.
Nor
Speaker.
is it lowering emissions. In fact,
Speaker, on a point of order.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member knows, and you just indicated that when a member introduces a bill, they're supposed to give a brief description of the bill, not provide a political commentary, which might not necessarily be accurate.
Okay. I want to thank. I'll let the honourable member for Regina Capel continue, but I will also remind him that it is succinct and it is not a time for debate. Please proceed.
This is a very succinct explanation, Mr. Speaker, and as you know, it's often these private members' bills are often accompanied with the rationale. In fact, usually members talk about the need for their bill, and of course, the need for the bill is to take meaningful action on the environment. I am almost finished my remarks, Mr. Speaker, and I know we've always given the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, great latitude when he seeks the floor in the House, and I promise him it won't be but a few more moments.
Please proceed. I won't interrupt the discourse that's going on, but I'll let him continue very succinctly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, this Liberal government has a terrible record on the environment. They have not planted a single tree out of their promised $2 billion. Their carbon tax is neither revenue neutral nor is it lowering emissions.
Mr. Speaker,
and they have damaged our lakes, rivers.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to rise on a point of order again. The honourable member, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt.
Point of order.
We have a number of points of order coming in. The honourable member for, I believe it's Winnipeg North, who was has the first point of order, and the other one I'm not sure, but go ahead.
I believe that was the former leader of the Green Party for the second one, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to reinforce, you just made a ruling, and we all know that providing a commentary or a political, it's not a debate. The member should be just giving a brief description of the bill. And the member knows full well that that's the case, and I would ask him to respect the rule.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am, of course, speaking to the bill. The irony here is that the Parliamentary Secretary...
If the honourable member for Regina Capel can hang on, we have two more points of orders that that have come up with what he's had to say. The first one is to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Highlands, and then we'll move on to the second one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with some trepidation to support the point of order just made by the honourable member for Winnipeg, and the former leader of the official opposition knows full well that what he is doing here as a former speaker, he must know this is a violation of our rules. I, by the way, agree with him entirely about the terrible record of the current Liberal government. It's not as bad as the former Conservative government, but introducing a private member's bill is not the place to deliver a partisan speech.
Okay, I believe we slipped into the same thing we're talking about, but the honourable member, l'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to go back to the point of order raised by the member opposite.
Mr. Speaker, and it's yourself, because obviously those people don't accept what you are tabling right now. They disagree. Well, this is what democracy is all about. We will have a debate in Parliament, but if the member who's tabled the bill has something to say, you're the one to judge if it's too much, not the others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member. And usually what happens, though, is it's on a point of order that it gets brought back, and then it's up to the Speaker to decide. And I want to thank the honourable members for bringing that up. I'll let the honourable member for Regina Capel continue, but I will remind him that anything more than just what is about the bill itself or the motion itself, it really borders on debate, and that's not the time for debate right now. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will absolutely respect the guidance there, and out of the interest of allowing the House to proceed to orders of the day, I will just briefly touch upon the aspect of this bill that allows municipalities some time to upgrade their systems. The coming into force component of this bill is designed to allow municipalities across the country who may yet not have the capacity to fully treat the water that they emit into waterways to do so in due course. And so I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the indulgence of members, and I think it is very telling that when Conservatives propose meaningful measures to improve the environment, Liberals get pretty squirmy.
I'm sorry. Oh, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'd asked the former Speaker numerous times to stay to the issue at hand, and I find it very deplorable on a Thursday morning when we're trying to get to important issues that he continued even to the end to turn this into a circus. And I ask you to reflect on that and ask him to reflect on his actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will reflect on it, and I'm sure the honourable member will as well. Thank you for that intervention. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Monsieur Reyes, moves for leave to introduce. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead here, or behind. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Monsieur Reyes, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Dubourg, seconded by Mr. Scarpaleggia, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act, School Supplies. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Bourassa.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages this bill aimed at amending the Excise Tax Act to exempt school supplies from GST. The bill is aimed at promoting school success, providing financial assistance to families when school starts in the fall, and to encourage students to continue their academic training. There was a small interruption there that lasted a bit longer than we expected, so I will ask the honourable member to begin from the beginning, to start from the beginning again, so that we can have an uninterrupted reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages a bill aimed at amending the Excise Tax Act to exempt school supplies from GST. The bill is aimed at promoting school success to help families financially when school comes in the fall and to encourage students to continue their academic training. I would like to thank the House Counsel and the analysts of the House of Commons for their contribution.
The MP for Lac Saint-Louis to support my private member's bill. Pour des fins promotionnelles.
For promotional reasons, this bill is named Rabais Dubourg. Thank you.
Monsieur Scarpaleggia propose que ce projet de loi soit maintenant lu une première fois et imprimé. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu une deuxième fois?
Will it be read a second? When will it be read a second time? At this next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion
motion presenting petitions.
Fraser Canyon. Okay, we'll go on to the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I table this petition on behalf of Canadians calling on Parliament to prohibit abortions based on gender. In Canada, the abhorrent practice of sex-selective abortions is legally permitted, but I believe a broad consensus exists amongst Canadians to end it. A National Post opinion poll reported that 84% of Canadians believe it should not be permitted to end a pregnancy if a family does not want a child based on gender. I hope this consensus will be reflected in Canada's criminal code by our Parliament. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today I present a petition signed and supported by over 8,000 Canadians. The impact of COVID-19 has been harshly felt by our local regional airports, including the J.A. Douglas McCurdy Airport in Sydney. The petitioners call on the House to provide urgent financial support to our air industry so that our air carriers can reestablish commercial air service to airports across the country and reconnect our communities as part of a strong cross-country recovery. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor this morning to present a petition on a key issue, particularly today, given our debate.
Commons assembled to look at the situation in the People's Republic of China, particularly in regard to the campaign of eradication of the practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. The petitioners point to the arrest, the issue of organ harvesting, and the torture of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. They point to particular individuals against whom they ask our government to apply Magnitsky sanctions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Order émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, opposition motion on religious minorities in China, standing in the name of Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong, seconded by Mr. Genuis, moves that A, in the opinion of the House, the People's Republic of China has engaged in actions consistent with the United Nations General Assembly Resolutions 260, commonly known as the Genocide Convention, including detention camps and measuring intended to prevent births as it pertains to Uyghur and other Turkic Muslims. And B, given that one, where possible, it has been the policy of the Government of Canada to act in concert with its allies when it comes to the recognition of genocide. 2, there is a bipartisan consensus in the United States where it has been the position of 2 consecutive administrations that Uyghur and other Turkic Muslims are being subjected to genocide by the government of the People's Republic of China. The House, therefore, recognizes that genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghur and the Turkic Muslims, and call on the government to officially adopt this position. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on a warm night in June of 2009, 2 Uyghurs were killed by a Han Chinese mob in Guangdong province. Uyghurs are an ethnic Muslim minority in China, some 12 million people, in a country of 1.4 billion ethnic Han Chinese. These 2 Uyghurs were among the thousands of Uyghurs that had migrated from their home in impoverished Western China to the bustling manufacturing plants in the south. This influx of Uyghurs created ethnic tensions with the Han majority, which exploded that night. In response to these two killings, thousands of Uyghurs took to the streets in their home province of Xinjiang, some violently. According to reports, several hundred ethnic Han Chinese were killed. In response, Chinese authorities rounded up thousands of Uyghurs and unknown numbers were killed. Ethnic tensions continued to mount, and after President Xi came to power in 2012, a series of terrorist attacks by Uyghurs took place across China. Hundreds of ethnic Han Chinese were killed and wounded. One of these attacks took place in Tiananmen Square, the heart of the Chinese state. But, Madam Speaker, none of this justifies what happened next. According to secret documents obtained by the New York Times, in 2014, President Xi ordered the full force of China's authoritarian state to be unleashed on the Uyghurs, as well as Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, and other Muslim minorities. He criticized the approach of Western democracies in their war on terrorism for putting, quote, human rights above security, end quote, and instructed authorities to show, quote, absolutely no mercy, end quote. Uyghurs living abroad suddenly lost contact with family in China. Parents disappeared. Neighbors went missing. Children were told their parents had gone to training school, a school they could not leave. These children were told that their behavior would influence the length of time their parents had to stay at school. Les disparus ont été envoyés.
Those who disappeared were sent to hundreds of detention camps built by the Chinese state at the same fast speed at which they built a special COVID-19 hospital in Wuhan last year. A number of people think that over 2 million Chinese Muslims have been sent to these camps, and experts have called this the biggest massive incarceration of an ethnic group since the Holocaust.
First denied the existence of these camps, but when presented with satellite evidence, they said they were educational training centers. Just a year ago, authorities said that everyone had been released from these camps, but the evidence says otherwise. A growing body of evidence based on satellite imagery, survivor testimony, leaked documents, smuggled videos, and many other sources document these atrocities. Madam Speaker, we can no longer ignore this. Documents obtained by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists highlight what is going on in the camps: indoctrination, torture, forced labor, women, men, children imprisoned with no chance of escape. Women are subject to sexual violence, mass sterilizations, and forced abortions. Birth rates for Uyghurs have dropped by 60% in the 3-year period beginning in 2015. Last month, China's embassy in Washington celebrated this in a tweet. And outside the camps, Xinjiang has turned into an open prison for Uyghurs. China has combined the power of an authoritarian state with leading-edge technology to create a surveillance system that is beyond Orwellian. Every single Muslim is tracked. Muslims who don't meet the algorithmic standards are flagged for arrest and detention in camps. Any Uyghur who doesn't follow the direction of authorities is flagged for arrest and detention. No procedural fairness, just the brute force of an authoritarian state. Surveillance cameras are everywhere, but these aren't just cameras. These are the gateway into a vast information gathering system that analyzes every single ethnic Uyghur, their facial bone structures, their expressions, their behavior. Every Uyghur is tracked and classified and rated. Reports indicate that in 2017, the Chinese authorities required every one of the 12 million Uyghurs to go to their local police station to submit biometric data, DNA samples, voice imprints, and facial scans. Uyghurs must have tracking apps on their smartphones. Everything on the phone is tracked. Anything suspicious leads to arrest and detention in the camps. Digital barcodes are found on the front doors of many Uyghur homes, so police can check in through smartphone applications. Uyghurs must swipe identity cards multiple times a day just to go about their daily lives, like shopping or visiting friends. In essence, Uyghurs are not only being persecuted, they are being treated as human guinea pigs for the development of a surveillance technology for China's new model of an authoritarian system of governance. There are an estimated 1,400 technology companies working in Xinjiang province, many working closely with state authorities. One of these companies is Huawei. According to the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, Huawei is extensively involved in state security projects in Xinjiang. This is the same Huawei this government cannot say no to, and which has partnered with a $5 million grant. Last December, a report from the Center for Global Policy concluded that more than 500,000 Uyghurs are being forced to pick cotton through a coercive state-run system in a region that produces more than a fifth of the world's cotton.
China is eliminating an entire religion and culture. Satellite images show that about 20 religious Muslim sites, including mosques, have been destroyed. Uyghur children are not allowed to learn their language or their culture.
The state is perpetuating a genocide and committing crimes against humanity through a systematic population controls, sexual violence, and mass detentions. These constitute elements of a genocide. These crimes have been documented in numerous reports from think tanks like the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect and from reputable news organizations like the Wall Street Journal, the Associated Press, and the BBC World Service, which just last week was expelled for China for documenting exactly that. 2 consecutive U.S. administrations have concluded a genocide has taken place, as has the Subcommittee on International Human Rights and numerous MPs in this House on both sides of the aisle. Think tanks like the Roel Wallenberg Center for Human Rights and the Friends of the Simon Wiesenthal Center have also come to the same conclusion, as has Irwin Cotler, the former Liberal Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, the Genocide Convention codifies the crime of genocide. It was the very first human rights treaty adopted by the United Nations in December of 1948. It signified the international community's commitment after the Holocaust to never again allow that event to happen. Canada is a state party to the convention. Article 1 clearly establishes Canada's obligation to prevent genocide, even if it's extraterritorial. Article 4 clearly establishes Canada's obligation to take action to punish genocide, including punishing the perpetrators. These obligations are binding and are the norm of international law. No one pretends that the recognition of a genocide will lead to an immediate stop to a genocide. But the recognition is an essential first step. It is a clarion call to the world for action, just as Canada's stand was on apartheid so many decades ago. Madam Speaker, the evidence is clear. A genocide is taking place. Canada should not evade its responsibility under the Convention simply by avoiding the recognition of a genocide. We must show leadership. We must take a stand. This motion must pass.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, there is no doubt that there is a great deal of concern and reflection on Canadian values when we talk about this really important issue. The member in his comments made reference to, or at least tried to give the impression that the United States was in favor of calling it a genocide. Can he provide the House some thoughts in regards to Canada being in the Five Eyes, Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, and the United States? Can he specifically indicate whether or not these countries have already stated a genocide?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, thank the member for the question. The United States is the only country in the world that has formally recognized this constitutes a genocide. It was first recognized by the previous administration. It has since been confirmed by two secretaries of the current administration, both the current Secretary of State and the Secretary of the Treasury. We are calling on the government to work with our allies, our closest ally, the United States, in formally recognizing this Uyghur genocide and to take action in order to prevent the continuation of this genocide.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member who was on the subcommittee for international human rights, who did hear this testimony from former Liberal members of Parliament, from human rights groups, from international legal experts, and of course most impactful from survivors of the genocide, I recognize and have declared that I do see this as a genocide and will support this bill. What I would like to know from the member is the word genocide comes with serious responsibility, and if the House of Commons passes this motion today, what actions would the member opposite like to see the government take to ensure an end to the ongoing genocide of the Uyghur people?
Member for Halton Hills, for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the government should work closely with our allies. Everything should be on the table for consideration, working with our allies. We should be considering Magnitsky sanctions on perpetrators of this genocide, on officials responsible for these gross human rights violations. We should be asking formally of the International Olympic Committee a relocation of next winter's Olympic Games. Madam Speaker, Canada has been a world leader in human rights and dignity on the world stage. We took a stand, a principled stand on apartheid in South Africa when many of our allies would not. We took a principled stand in the liberation of Europe some 75 years ago from the tyranny of Nazism. And it's time for this government to play to the best tradition of this country and recognize this genocide and take commensurate action to stop it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for Wellington Halton Hills. I also want to thank all members in this House who have taken a stand on this issue, and particularly through an open letter initially coordinated through an honourable member from the Bloc Québécois and with members from all parties signing it. I want to put a difficult question to the member for Wellington Halton Hills because I obviously agree with him. We're seeing a genocide in the Uyghur population. But when I speak sometimes to retired members, former senior members of our foreign civil service, there's a tremendous concern that being more aggressive in our communications about the People's Republic of China could result in more difficulty in gaining the release of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig. I ask for any reflection from my honourable colleague from Wellington Halton Hills.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for that question. We are very concerned about the wrongful detention of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor, as we are with the arbitrary decision to put Mr. Schellenberg on death row, as we are with Hussein Jalil and other Canadians who are the target of China's belligerence. That said, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that we strongly believe that being passive in the face of these threats is clearly not the way to respond to China's belligerence. It's time for Canada to join with allies, to stand up for our interests, for our citizens, and to stand up for our values. And we believe that that's the best way to counter the rise and ever-increasing belligerence of this ever-increasingly powerful authoritarian state.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not only am I pleased to rise in this place today to speak to this motion, it is also a duty. And that duty should be felt by every parliamentarian in the House of Commons. I'll repeat the motion for those listening, which says that in the opinion of the House, the People's Republic of China has engaged in actions consistent with the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 260, commonly known as the Genocide Convention, including detention camps and measures intended to prevent births as it pertains to Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims.
B. Étant donné.
B. Given that, where possible, it has been the policy of the Government of Canada to act in concert with its allies when it comes to the recognition of a genocide, there is a bipartisan consensus in the United States where it has been the position of 2 consecutive administrations that Uyghur and other Turkic Muslims are being subjected to a genocide by the government of the People's Republic of China. The House, therefore, recognized that a genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims and call on the government to officially adopt this position. And so, in Canada, as well as in Quebec, the subject of the fate of Uyghurs in China is not well known. It's not a subject that is mentioned in the media every day. It's rare to see an article that talks about what's happening in China. The Uyghur are people who live in the northwest part of China. There's 11.5 people who speak Turkish and who speak other languages and who have lived in this region for centuries. Hundreds of thousands of them have been sent to de-radicalization camps and are subject to forced labor. A certain number of organizations, including the International Human Rights Subcommittee, as well as 2 consecutive American administrations, have concluded that the Chinese government is committing acts of genocide and other crimes against humanity. These acts of genocide include the systematic control of the population, sexual violence, and mass detention. We are deeply concerned by the genocide of the Uyghurs and other Muslims and other Turkic Muslims in China. These reports demonstrate the scope of the abuse perpetrated by the Chinese government against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. They indicate the growing disdain of the Chinese government for human rights and international law, including in Hong Kong, among Tibetans, for practitioners of Falun Gong, Christians, and other ethnic and religious minorities. This situation is even more serious when we see a world-scale power like China committing acts of violence against its own citizens and minorities. That is why we have to raise the alarm to denounce these crimes. History has shown us that for our country, being built by people from everywhere, one way or another, is a strength. Canada has a reputation of being a welcoming country, even if our track record is not perfect. In 1939, however, Canada did refuse to accept certain refugees because of their race. The German boat, the MS St. Louis, was carrying Jews and had sailed to Havana, Cuba, but the government of that country refused them entry even though they had visas. The United States and Canada also refused to let this ship come into port, and the ship was forced to return to Europe, and 254 of those refugees were later killed in Nazi concentration camps. I am persuaded that since then we have all recognized that we need to always do everything we can to be a strong voice to help people subject to abuse or being threatened with death. The motion today pleads with the Prime Minister and all of his MPs to wake to the fact that the situation is really happening. As my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan said, independent investigations have been led, and they are based on survivor testimonies, satellite imageries, and leaked data from the Chinese government. The Prime Minister seems to be paralyzed by doubt, because the reaction is, well, we're not sure. We're not sure. To which I would respond that he should consult his Minister of Foreign Affairs, who indicated that there is more and more proof that there is a systematic campaign of repression that cannot be ignored. The United States, the subcommittee, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs confirmed what we are saying today. It just seems to be the Prime Minister who doesn't want to believe it. Even his great friend, Bob Rae, the Ambassador of Canada to the United Nations, said that there was no doubt there are aspects of what the Chinese are doing correspond to the definition of genocide as indicated in the Convention on Genocide. Therefore, we ask the Liberal government to do 4 things. To join the Biden administration and officially recognize the Uyghur genocide, encourage the recognition of that genocide by other allies, Work with allies, including the United States, to take coordinated measures in response to this genocide and impose Magnitsky sanctions against those who are responsible for these horrible crimes committed against the Uyghurs. We also ask the government to take the necessary measures to ensure the safety of Canadians. This includes updating travelers' advisories to reflect the potential threat for Canadians traveling in China, to stop the bullying and influence operations being led by the People's Republic of China here in Canada. We will use various parliamentary tools, every possible tool, to obtain the recognition by this Parliament of this genocide as quickly as possible.
Rappel, Madame la Présidente. Souvenons-nous que
The Canadian Subcommittee on Human Rights has already studied the facts and concluded that the actions of the Chinese Communist Party constitute genocide. We know that Uyghurs are being systematically detained in camps, raped, sterilized, and forced to become laborers on a massive scale. The time is past for semantic debates. In this House, I've often talked about the danger that Huawei represents, which is a Chinese company under the control of the Chinese Communist government. Did you know that a Huawei patent has been updated to identify people, is putting into place a system that includes cameras where people are recognized, they are analyzed, their facial features are analyzed, and this can determine if this person is a Uyghur. Once the analysis is done, that person is tracked, and there's everything that can follow from being detained to a camp to forced labor. So this identification of Uyghurs by the Chinese government. But Huawei asked the government, those who give patents in China, to remove the word Uyghur because they know full well that that's not okay. But this is being done, but they're trying to hide the truth.
lorsqu'on parle à la Chine, Pékin.
And when we talk to China, to Beijing, the government responds, who say that these camps are re-education and that people are there voluntarily. That's what Beijing is trying to get us to believe, but we know what's going on. The proof is there. The testimony has been given. The satellite imagery allows us to confirm what's happening on the ground. With satellite images, we can confirm, we can see these camps, we can identify the problem. If Canada refuses to take a clear position, if Canada refuses to confirm that it is a leader, because often we say that Canada has to be a leader. In 2015, I heard it, but I didn't see it again. It's time to go back to that. It's been 5 years. Canada has to support the United States and confirm publicly, officially, with a vote supporting our motion today, that the genocide of the Uyghurs is being recognized and that we are ready to take every measure possible and to establish alliances with every democratic country and to speak with a strong voice and say this to the Chinese party. Otherwise, we are complicit in what's happening. We're closing our eyes. Not saying anything means being complicit. And that is unacceptable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles for his speech. Evidently, everything we've heard, everything we've learned through the subcommittee, to see the Liberal government be indifferent, if not simply inactive in the current case. We know that these actions, what's happening with the Uyghurs, corresponds to the definition of genocide, and we have proof. What does my colleague believe the reasons are for the Liberal government to remain inactive? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Often, that could be described as the $100 question. Why does the Prime Minister and his government refuse to admit the facts, refuse to accept that China is committing acts of genocide. That is the question. But the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, I believe, will support our motion. And in that sense, we will have won in this House. That's the advantage of minority government. Sometimes the opposition can be stronger together. And we can tell the Canadians, even if the Liberals vote against it, we're going to communicate the message that we are here and that we're going to tell China that that is enough.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know that a previous question was asked of the previous speaker about our Five Eyes partners, and the answer was that only the United States had declared this what was going on as a genocide. And following up on the last question that came from the member of the Bloc, about why Canada hasn't taken this position, I'm curious if the member can comment as to why he doesn't think the other Five Eyes nations have taken this position at this time, and perhaps they're considering it as well. And there's obviously always an opportunity for Canada to lead. I'm not suggesting that we don't, but I'm just inquiring as to why he thinks that some of the other countries may have not already followed suit with the United States.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'm very pleased to get this question from my Liberal colleague, and I would answer that in the Five Eyes group, when it comes to Huawei, 4 of the Five Eyes countries have said no to Huawei, except for Canada, which hasn't acted yet. When it comes to the Uyghur genocide, we have the United States, and we could have Canada be a leader. That's what leadership is. Do we have to wait for the 4 other countries to take a position and then take our own position and be last once again? No, I think we need to take the lead.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert, brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. We have seen overwhelming evidence of a systematic attack against the Uyghur people. And quite frankly, the Chinese Communist Party has not hid from that reality. In 2019, a communist official stated with respect to the Uyghurs, quote, break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and break their origins. And then we saw the shocking tweet from the Chinese embassy in Washington that said with respect to Uyghur women that, quote, they are no longer baby-making machines. So the Chinese communist regime has all but admitted that they are committing genocide. Can the members speak to that?
A quick response from the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for the question. I believe that everything is there. Everything is clear. Now it's up to Canada to act and to take a position against China. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to speak in the House today to discuss the motion presented by my colleague, the member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Unequivocally, that Canada will always advocate and stand up for human rights around the world. We are deeply concerned by reports of human rights violations in China against the Uyghur minority and other ethnic minorities, and we will continue to voice our grave concerns regarding the situation in Xinjiang. I welcome today's debate and the opportunity to discuss our actions to date. Nous savons que notre relation avec la
We know that our relationship with China is important and complex. That is why we engage in it with our eyes wide open. China is a key economic actor and even an important potential partner in fighting climate change. But we must consider China as it is today and not as we would wish it to be. China has changed a great deal in the last 5 years. I know that Canadians share the deep concerns of our government about the arbitrary detention of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor and Robert Schellenberg's arbitrary sentencing to death. The repression of fundamental political freedoms in Hong Kong, as well as the generalized violations of human rights in Xinjiang and in Tibet, run counter to Canadians' values and interests, as well as China's international obligations. The Government of Canada has constantly raised these issues with the Chinese government at every level. We are not alone in this respect because a growing number of the members of the international community are calling on China to change. Madam Speaker, it is important for China to recognize that its actions are undermining its reputation in the eyes of the entire world. Refusing to uphold international principles and standards established some time ago sends a bad message to the international community and undermines trust, which is essential for every relationship. It is of the highest priority for our government to safeguard and uphold international order based on rules. We continue to work with our international partners to defend fundamental rights and freedoms, as well as overall principles on which our political relationships rest on the international level. To this end, the promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of Canada's foreign policy and will continue to orient the engagement of Canada's government with China. We vigorously defend Canadian values as well as fundamental freedoms and rights around the world in all their diversity.
As Canada's new Minister of Foreign Affairs, my top priority is securing the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, who are being arbitrarily detained. Our government is working tirelessly to secure their immediate release. These men have been detained for more than 2 years now. 2 years that have been stolen from them, their families, and their loved ones. They must be brought home. Canada will continue to advocate for their release at every opportunity, both directly with Chinese authorities and with our friends and allies on the world stage. In fact, on Monday, I stood with nearly 60 countries at the launch of the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention in State-to-State Relations. This illegal and immoral practice undermines the rule of law and it needs to stop. Though this declaration is not aimed at any particular country, it is in fact practiced by too many. The message to our Michaels and others around the world was clear. You are not alone. La promotion et la protection des droits de la personne font partie.
The promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of Canada's foreign policy and will continue to guide the Government of Canada's engagement with China. Canada is deeply concerned about the ongoing repression and targeting of ethnic minorities, religious groups, and vulnerable groups in China, including Tibetan Buddhists, Uyghurs, and other Muslims, Christians, and Falun Gong practitioners. Canada has expressed concern about the diminishing role of civil society in China. The continued increase in action against human rights defenders, including lawyers, journalists, and civil society actors, is also of concern. We have continued to urge China to uphold its international commitments to protect and promote freedom of opinion and expression, freedom of assembly and association, and freedom of religion or belief for all Chinese citizens. Canada will continue to raise these issues at every opportunity. In recent years, Canada has witnessed a significant and steady decline in the fundamental rights and freedoms that should be enjoyed by the people of Hong Kong. China's failure to develop a more inclusive political system has led many Hong Kongers to revolt. Unfortunately, authorities continue to suppress rights and freedoms in Hong Kong. On July 1st, 2020, China's central government imposed a national security law on Hong Kong without the participation of Hong Kong's own institutions. This legislation was enacted through a secret process without the participation of the legislature, the judiciary, or the people of Hong Kong, and in violation of international obligations. This process demonstrated contempt for the principle of law of Hong Kong and the high degree of autonomy promised to Hong Kong under the principle of one country, two systems. On July 3rd, shortly after the imposition of the law, Canada announced a series of measures. We suspended the Canada-Hong Kong extradition treaty. We now treat exports of sensitive goods to Hong Kong in the same manner as exports to China. We do not allow the export of sensitive military items to Hong Kong. And we have updated our travel advice to Hong Kong to take into account the risk of arbitrary application of local laws and civil unrest. On November 12th, my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, announced new immigration measures to attract young people from Hong Kong to Canada by providing them with a new open work permit and expanding their opportunities for permanent residence. On February 4th, 2021, we announced that Hong Kong residents would be able to apply for a new open work permit and indicated that the Government of Canada was committed to continuing to implement 2 additional pathways to permanent residence for Hong Kong youth. As a committed friend with an enduring interest in the long-term prosperity and well-being of the people of Hong Kong, Canada will continue to work with its international partners.
Excusez, on a un point d'ordre.
On a point of order, the Honourable Member from Manicouagan.
J'écoute le ministre et...
Madam Speaker, I'm listening to the Minister and we're not hearing anything about the topic. The most of his speech is different. We're here to talk about the Uyghurs, so I would like to draw that to the attention of the Speaker. I appreciate the Honourable Member's point of order. As she knows, there is some latitude in remarks. I'm sure that the Honourable Minister will make note of the point of order and ensure that
the motion that is being debated. The Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my speech is relevant to what we're debating today, and I would ask my colleague to be a little bit patient. We'll get there. En tant qu'ami engagé.
As committed friend with an enduring interest in the long-term prosperity and well-being of the people of Hong Kong, Canada will continue to work with its international partners to persuade China to live up to its international obligations to Hong Kong.
China to respect, protect, and promote freedom of expression, assembly and association, as well as freedom of religion or belief for all individuals. The restrictions of these freedoms for Tibetans living in China, as well as the destruction of historic buildings and temples, are cause for great concern. Canadian officials discussed concerns regarding the treatment of Tibetans in China and in Canada regularly with our Chinese counterparts. As I said at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is gravely concerned about the human rights situation affecting Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities in Xinjiang. I would like to acknowledge the work of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights on the human rights situation of the Uyghurs, including the brave testimonials from survivors and civil society representatives on this issue. We have already been very clear. Canada takes allegations of genocide very seriously, and I take these allegations very seriously. This includes testimonials from survivors, leaked government documents, and credible allegations and reports of mass arbitrary detention, repressive surveillance, forced labor, forced sterilization, torture, and other mistreatments affecting Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. As I have repeatedly stated, China must provide unfettered access to the region without delay. We continue to call for an international investigation in response to serious and deeply concerning allegations of genocide. But regardless of whether that access is provided, the international community has to work together in order to investigate the egregious human rights abuses taking place in Xinjiang. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it is clear from the available evidence that serious and credible human rights violations are occurring in Xinjiang. The nature and scale of these abuses are alarming. Madam Speaker, that is why this government has and will continue to take action. We will do this with single-mindedness, working with our international partners. We have raised these issues bilaterally with the Chinese government at all levels. Canada has also raised the specific human rights situation in Xinjiang on numerous occasions. In October 2020, Canada, along with 39 other countries at the UN, expressed its grave concerns regarding the situation in Xinjiang. On January 12th, we announced that the Government of Canada is adopting a comprehensive approach to addressing human rights abuses in Xinjiang, including measures to address forced labor. We announced a robust suite of measures that place Canada at the forefront of the global response to human rights concerns in Xinjiang, including the prohibition of imports into Canada of goods made in whole or in part with forced labor, and a business integrity declaration for Canadian exporters. Global Affairs Canada will continue to work closely with Canadian firms doing business in or with China to make sure they understand and mitigate the risks of doing business with entities possibly implicated in forced labor. We will also continue to work with our international partners and raise our concerns about the human rights situation in Xinjiang and call on China to live up to its international obligations. In closing, I would like to emphasize that we must and we will continue to coexist with China. We will compete with them using our innovative businesses, people, and abundant resources. We will cooperate on global challenges like climate change, and we will challenge them when human rights are being violated. As ground beneath us shifts, this government will continue to evolve its approach to China. As we do, we will always put the safety and security of Canadians first and be firmly guided by our interests, our fundamental values and principles, as well as global rules and strategic partnerships. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There is a lot that I disagree with that the minister said in terms of the government's response on the China file more broadly. But this debate, and he should note, is about a specific issue, which is a legal finding of genocide corresponding to the data the opinion of experts, and the testimony of survivors. Our partners are already moving to U.S. administrations. Canada would not be the first, but we don't have to be the last. And working multilaterally shouldn't be an excuse to do nothing and act last. So I have specific questions for the minister, which he should have and didn't address in his remarks. Has the minister been briefed on the existing reports and legal findings with respect to genocide from experts? Does he agree with their conclusions, and will he support this motion?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say again very, very clearly, and I've stated this on many occasions, that we are gravely preoccupied with the host of egregious reports and allegations that have been made with respect to the treatment of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. We have urged China to allow experts, impartial, independent experts, to go in and look at it. If there's nothing to worry about, then there shouldn't be a problem with looking at it. And finally, as I said on a number of occasions in my speech, we are working with our international partners. We have a body of evidence here in Canada, and we are working with our international partners to understand fully the extent to which the allegations are justified and correct.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've listened to comments to a question as to whether or not the government would support this motion. Now, there are colleagues of the ministers, who are on the subcommittee, Liberal colleagues, 3 of his Liberal colleagues, who signed the open letter that was published on February 6th, where we call the situation a genocide. We name it a genocide. So I'd like to be as clear as possible. Does the Honourable Minister support the position of his colleagues who have called this a genocide of the Uyghur people? The Honourable Minister. Well, to answer the question, it's our responsibility as a government to make decisions and make determinations. That is what we're currently doing. As I mentioned, we are gravely concerned by all of the information we have received from credible sources. We are currently assessing and analyzing the situation alongside our international partners. This is particularly important. All information from our country needs to be used and put together with expertise from our international partners to reach conclusions. That is what we're doing. In the meantime, we urge China to open its doors to allow an international group to examine the situation in Xinjiang.
James Bay.
Speaker, it's very important for us to discuss human rights in this chamber. When I heard the minister talk about Canada's commitment to human rights and to keeping Canadians safe, I was thinking actually of the people of Ibamtung First Nation this morning who are living in tents. It's been minus 45, who are living in shacks and homes that are overrun with mold and bugs and have gone 20 years without access to safe water. I'm sure the Honourable Minister knows that under the United Nations commitments that Canada made, that the access to water is a human right, as is the access to safe housing. So given the fact that people are going to die in Ibamtung, Fort Hope, if we do not get emergency housing in there, why has this government done nothing to help this community?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I reject the allegation that this government has done nothing. We are the first government, as soon as we came to power in 2015, to commit not only to reconciliation, but to correcting many of the wrongs that exist with respect to Indigenous peoples. Something that we could have incidentally started about 10 years earlier if the NDP had not blocked our motion when the time of the Kelowna Accord was being discussed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the minister worry that equivocation in response to China's belligerence and threats, its detention of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spaver, its condemnation to death of Mr. Schellenberg, does he not worry that equivocation in response to these threats sends a message to China that these threats and this belligerence works?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I very much appreciate the question from my colleague. This is a complex question, and it is one that I assure you our government is seized with. We are examining all of the evidence that has been provided, and we will continue to do that in concert with other countries. And I believe that my colleague from Wellington Halton Hill said that, yes, we should be working with other countries. That is precisely what we are doing at the moment. And this file will not go away. We will continue to deepen our knowledge of exactly what is happening, but we will do it in partnership with other countries.
Comments? The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's comments, and I want to pick up on the point of international partners and just how important that is, because Canada alone has a voice, but working with other governments, countries, that voice is enhanced. And if he can just provide his thoughts in terms of why it's so important that we have those international partners and how that gives further strength to Canada's voice.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question. And just as we earlier in this week, this was a Canadian initiative brought forward the declaration of arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations. We as a country feel that it is better for us to approach issues on a multilateral basis on certain particular issues, and that is why we are working in concert with international partners on this very legitimate point that has been brought up today in debate, and we're happy to participate in this debate on this extremely serious subject. But it is also important for Canada to work with its international partners to move this particular issue forward to arrive at a final determination.
We have time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I recall back in 1996 when former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien signed a deal to sell nuclear reactors to the People's Republic of China, and we gave them the money to buy our reactors. When the Prime Minister at that time said that engagement with China would help our values rub off on them, I've been concerned ever since that their values have rubbed off on us. We're more secretive now. We have the former government of Stephen Harper signed in secret the Foreign Protection Investment Treaty with the People's Republic of China, which means that we could be being sued right now in secret tribunals about which this Parliament knows nothing. I want to ask the Honourable Minister, and by the way, congratulations on the new role as Minister of Global Affairs, if he would undertake to allow a full debate in Parliament and a review of how much sovereignty we have lost under the Foreign Protection Investment Treaty with the People's Republic of China, which operates entirely in secret.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, and I thank my esteemed colleague for her question. I will answer the point generally by saying that the China of 1996 and even the China of 2016 is not the China of 2021. That is why our policies with respect to China, whether it applies to foreign investment, whether it applies to trade, whether it applies to human rights, is evolving. And as I've said on many occasions, we must coexist with China and in some areas cooperate, but in some areas we will challenge them, and in some areas we will compete with them. This is part of our evolving policies with respect to China, and all matters as times change can legitimately be reviewed. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to state that I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean. And I would also like to pay him tribute today for his leadership on this file. Not only on the Subcommittee of International Human Rights, but also as the person who has initiated this open letter on the Games of Shame that was published by the media in Canada a few days ago. So I know that this is an issue that concerns him greatly, and that it is in large part thanks to him that the members of the subcommittee unanimously recognized that genocide is taking place in China right now, and that we owe an awful lot to him to have this nonpartisan initiative here in this House. There are representatives of all of the parties, also in civil society, and the former Liberal Minister of Justice and founder of the Raoul Wallenberg Center, Erwin Cutler, are all involved, and we can thank our colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean for that, and I think history will remember him for that. So what is genocide? Well, I think that is the first question we should be asking ourselves. And why are we talking about genocide here? I am certain that my colleagues in his speech in a few moments will be talking about the horrifying testimonies that the members of the subcommittee heard with regard to what is happening right now in Xinjiang in particular. Concentration camps, Madam Speaker, that are being hidden behind the euphemism of re-education camps. That reminds me that in the Nazi concentration camps, there was work makes free. So what the implication was that if they worked hard, they would be freed eventually. But that's the kind of euphemism that is being used to talk about concentration camps. Rape, Madam Speaker. Children who are being separated from their families. Slavery. Slavery, Madam Speaker. Monitoring, surveillance, mass sterilization. Those are the facts that we are finding internationally. But let's come back to the definition of a genocide. After the Second World War, after the world learned what had happened in the Nazi concentration camps and the mass extermination of Jewish people, gypsies, homosexuals. One of the first conventions, if it wasn't the first convention to be adopted by the newly founded United Nations after the Second World War, was the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide that Canada ratified in 1952. And what does the convention say? Section 2 explains what genocide is. In the present convention, genocide, and I'm quoting, means one of the following acts committed in the intent of destroying, in all or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, such as the murder of a member of the group, severe infringement of the physical or mental integrity of a member of the group, and intentional submission of the group to conditions of life that would lead to their total or partial physical destruction, and measures aimed at stopping births within the group, or the forced transfer of children from one group to another. And Madam Speaker, what's important to retain here is that it is not necessary for all of those conditions to be present in order to talk about genocide. Only one of those conditions is necessary, and that makes it a genocide according to international law. The convention goes even further. In Section 1 of the convention, it is stated, and I quote, "The contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and punish." And Canada is a signatory of that convention. The international community has been concerned since the early 2000s, about the violations of the fundamental rights of a number of religious minorities in the People's Republic of China, be it those who practice Falun Gong, the Uyghurs, the Kazakhs, Uzbeks, or Tibetans. There are a number of reports by Amnesty International, for example, that show flagrant violations of human rights. The minister was talking about the need to get the agreement of partners or to come to an understanding with a number of international partners before concluding that a genocide is in fact taking place in the People's Republic of China, saying that there isn't enough information to reach that conclusion at this time, and that it would take an observation mission, an international observers mission, to get the proof that genocide is in fact taking place in the People's Republic of China. And that reminds me of what the people from Global Affairs were telling the Standing Committee on International Affairs with the Upper Karabakh conflict. They were not able to tell us what was happening on the ground when we found out afterwards that the minister was fully aware of what was happening in the Upper Karabakh. So I will tell you, Madam Speaker, that the government knows exactly what's happening in the People's Republic of China. And by talking about these international partners who seem so important to the minister, well, I will tell you that the European Parliament published in 2016 a declaration stating that credible and persistent reports of systematic state-sponsored organ harvesting of prisoners of conscience in the People's Republic of China, mainly from practitioners of peaceful Falun Gong meditation and exercise, but also Uyghurs, Tibetans, and Christians. So that is a conclusion that the members of the U.S. Congress also came to, and the two administrations, the former one or the current one, both use the term genocide. There was a BBC report or investigation that shows that there are acts of genocide taking place in China, and that earned the BBC the right to be banned from the People's Republic of China. So, Madam Speaker, I think that the minister should not hide indefinitely and pretend that he doesn't know what's going on in the People's Republic in China so that he doesn't have to act on it. My colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean states that there are members of his party who are on the subcommittee on international human rights who signed the declaration on the Games of Shame. And so what is the government waiting for to really follow the members of its caucus and recognize that a genocide is taking place in China right now? Madam Speaker, I think it's important to highlight that this Conservative motion is definitely welcome. And I also have to state that the initiator, the Conservative critic for foreign affairs, refrained from saying, and I heard him yesterday, and he wasn't asking to. Rather, he was talking about the Conservative legacy, and in fact, the government of Stephen Harper was not loath to participate in the Beijing Olympic Games. And what our colleague from the Green Party said earlier, they even negotiated an agreement on investments and cooperated with China with regard to a number of issues. And really, I think it's not too late to see the light, and we're happy to see that the Conservatives are now tabling this motion today and show that they have learned. And it is true that the People's Republic of China is certainly an important partner, but that in no way justifies tolerating such violations of the most inalienable rights of its citizens. And those violations, unfortunately, seem to have been proven. Madam Speaker, if Canada wants to continue to claim any leadership whatsoever on human rights, it will have to put its words into action. Thank you.
Member New Brunswick Southwest. Oh, excuse me. It's not New Brunswick Southwest?
Calgary Rocky.
Calgary Rocky Ridge, sorry.
Well,
Oh, no, it's the other way.
well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And I heard him talk about the systemic nature of what is going on in China and all of the different criteria that are laid out, and I'd like him to maybe comment further on the necessity that this government respond specifically to the question of genocide and answer to all the points that he has made in the speech and that the motion addresses.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, of course I would have liked to hear the minister in his speech where he talked about Hong Kong for a long time, and we understand that situation is very concerning. And it has it's also been worked on by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. But I would like to hear what the minister has to say about the various criteria of the Convention on Genocide and tell us what the findings and the proof that has been available for a number of years now internationally from our partners, for example, mean. And what makes it possible for us that none of the conditions in the convention have been fulfilled in order for Canada to recognize the genocide and act, and particularly with regard to Canada's commitment and Section 1 of the convention, because it has to be followed by punishment by the government.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated the intervention from my colleague in the bloc. He delivered that with great passion, and he clearly well informed on this particular topic. I did take exception to when he said, and I quote, that the minister was pretending that he doesn't know what's going on in China. I did not hear that from the minister, Madam Speaker. What I heard the minister say is that there are a lot of moving parts and that things have to be considered holistically, and that indeed Canada was working and is working with other countries throughout the world on this very important file, and that they were going to continue to do that moving forward. So would he at least acknowledge that the minister is clearly aware of what is going on, and that, at least he said that he is working on this?
The honourable member from Montarville. Well, perhaps that our colleague knows something that we don't know. Because if it is true that the minister knows exactly what's happening in China, well, it would have been nice to hear him say that. And because he avoided saying in his speech that he was fully aware of what was happening in China. Because it's a matter of logic. And if I follow my colleague's reasoning, if the minister knows full well what is happening, then it is even more unacceptable for him to refuse to recognize the genocide that is underway, Madam Speaker. So either he knows what he's doing and that makes him culpable of complicity by staying silent, or he's really pretending or saying that he doesn't know, despite the fact that these partners that he calls upon for cooperation are saying that it's genocide. So this is what I'm telling you. We heard it in the Upper Karabakh conflict. We were being told, parliamentarians were being told by officials at Global Affairs saying we don't know what's happening on the ground, either in Armenia or in Azerbaijan. And the minister came to the committee and gave testimony saying, well, I knew what was happening on the ground, so we want the government to tell us the truth.
Une brève question, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou, for a short question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remember I was quite a bit younger, let's say, and there was the genocide in Rwanda, and General Dallaire, who was not being listened to, who wasn't heard, and who suffered from knowing what was happening without being listened to. And today, what can the government do not to make the same mistakes from the past, which are numerous? The answer from the member for Montarville. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, which is probably the most important question of today. What have we learned from the experience in the Second World War? despite the convention, we had the Rwandan genocide that we closed our eyes to. Despite the convention, there was also the genocide in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Are we going to once again close our eyes and turn a blind eye to the genocide that's happening, and then after the fact say, oh, what a shame? We have to act now, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Montavid for his speech and for the tribute he paid to me, and I would like to say that his speech was eloquent and solid. So I am incredibly grateful to be able to be here today for a debate which I think will go down in the history books for the following reason. It's because it's incredibly important for us to ask the following question: which side of history do we want to be on? Moments of awareness of that choice are extremely rare, and today in this House we have that choice, and it is a unique opportunity that we have. Because here we are in the same place that a number of politicians have been before, and they have either succeeded or failed. I am not one to judge what will happen today. History will judge what has happened today, and my job here is to convince my colleagues and others of what is happening in Xinjiang and to convince them that it is genocide. And I want to convince my colleagues to be on the right side of history. The facts are troubling, and we can all tell you what they are, and I will as well, because regardless of what this House will be doing with the motion presented by my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills, at least no one will be able to plead ignorance, Madam Speaker, because ignorance is more of an ally of totalitarian regimes. So let us not be either blind or ignorant. The subcommittee on the human rights, of which I am a member, heard a testimony about the violations of human rights in Xinjiang of Uyghurs and Turkish speakers, and told us about the repression in that area of China. The witnesses to the subcommittee told us that millions of people are in what the Chinese authorities call vocational retraining centers. And for some, that's not enough, and that is where we have the image satellites with photos that are more and more concerning of enormous complexes with plants and prisoners where they are in a situation of forced labor. This is an operation that has been going on for years in Xinjiang and continues to take place before our eyes. And it must be named, it is genocide. The testimonies told us, or showed us what was happening, but also explained that there is complicity by the West. So I can tell you that the parliamentarians heard that, and I can tell you as well that there is a cultural erasure situation underway.
De parler leur langue. On les force.
We force people to eat pork and praise the Communist Party and President Xi Jinping. It's not easy to hear Uyghur expatriates tell their stories, and it's really difficult to remain indifferent, very difficult, when humans tell the stories where their children have been removed from their families and placed in orphanages or state-run schools. It's even more difficult when we know that they're being deprived of their language and culture. They're being indoctrinated and assimilated, finally. Unfortunately, there are worse things, and I'm really weighing my words here, Madam Speaker. I'm disgusted to hear that many women have been raped in these camps. And faced with unproven allegations of organ harvesting, it's hard to say what we found most horrifying. And it doesn't surprise us because this practice has happened against other Falun Dafa devotees. But that's not it. We were also deeply disturbed by reports of mass sterilization taking place in Xinjiang, where it was revealed that authorities hope that 80% of women of childbearing age will be sterilized. The methods used range from forced IED insertion to forced surgery, and there are reports of medications and injections being imposed. Do you doubt these testimonies? You have to trust the numbers. The population growth rate dropped by 84% between 2015 and 2018 in the prominently Uyghur areas of Xinjiang. So I heard parliamentarians reluctant or even opposed to using the word genocide. The word genocide apparently is a heavy one and should be used carefully, but with all due respect. It's because it is very heavy and strong that it's important to use it. The First Nations of Quebec, Labrador do not hesitate to do so. Representatives of the Ukrainian community don't hesitate to do so either. Representatives of the Jewish community do not hesitate to do so either. Canada's Special Envoy for Holocaust Remembrance and in the fight against anti-Semitism, Erwin Kotler, doesn't hesitate to do so either, and he was appointed by the Prime Minister. So, Madam Speaker, neither should we. We shouldn't hesitate to use this term. It is our duty to denounce this and to take action. And in fact, we find ourselves involved in this genocide in spite of ourselves. Because without realizing it, we're taking advantage of this situation. More and more evidence is accumulating that directly links the supply chain of Western companies to the forced labor of the Uyghurs. Without naming any companies directly, I'd like to let you know that each of us most likely has in our possession items that were either wholly or partially manufactured by Uyghurs. Under any other circumstances, we wouldn't hesitate to call this modern slavery, because people are being moved away from their region to work, being forced to work. So I think we should not give China any more tolerance than any other country. And we are aware that as this entire planet is facing its worst health and economic crisis in more than a century, human rights are not at the forefront. But we're talking about genocide here. This is the most horrible example of what humans are capable of doing to other humans. We cannot remain silent. And this is what led me to look for a solution, because I believe we have to start somewhere. Following our allies and declaring that there is a genocide is an important step, and I hope that all members of this House can do so, but we can do more. We can and must strike the Communist Party regime where it hurts, in its pride. In 2022, Beijing will be hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games, and this is a unique opportunity to act and bring together humanists and Democrats from all over the world around a simple idea. Refuse to participate through this festival staged for the self-glorification of a regime that is committing the worst crimes against humanity against its own people. The sinister designs of the Communist Party cannot be rewarded by our presence at Beijing, nor should it benefit from the presence of other countries. On February 6th, members of this parliament signed an open letter. The members of Quebec wanted to act in defense of these rights. And in this letter, we're not asking our athletes to give up their Olympic dream. We're much aware of the tremendous efforts they had to put in their hope to achieve this dream. But we do realize that it's still time to ask, or demand rather, that the International Olympic Committee organize the Games elsewhere if the Chinese government continues its genocide. Some of us have said that we don't want to mix politics and sport, but we shouldn't hold our sporting elite hostage either. We can't say we're talking about politics when it's a genocide at stake. Sorry. I'm somewhat emotional. So we are facing a genocide. We're not talking about politics here, but about human rights and crimes against humanity. On the contrary, we have to ensure that the medals that will be won in 2022 are not sullied by what history will no doubt remember after those of Berlin in 1936 as the Games of Shame. It's impossible for me to accept the status quo right now, as I know that my 12 colleagues and I are not alone in this Parliament. And that is why, Madam Speaker, to the motion of the member of Wellington-Halton, I propose an amendment, and I hope that it will rally a majority of support from members. And this is the amendment as follows: that the motion be amended by adding the words, after the words "against the Uyghurs and other kick Muslims the following. Calls upon the International Olympic Committee to move the 2022 Olympic Games if the People's Republic of China continues this genocide. Thank you. I'd like to inform that there is an amendment proposed to the motion, and we need the consent of the motion mover, and therefore the honourable member for Halton, if he consents to the proposal, does he consent to the proposal of this amendment? The honourable member for Halton Hills. Yes, Madam Speaker, I do accept it. The amendment is eligible. Mr. Duceppe, supported by Mr. Bergeron, the amendment with the following: calls upon the Olympic Committee, the International Olympic Committee, to move the 2022 Olympic Games if the People's Republic of China continues this genocide. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I think his work and his leadership on this file allowed him to receive the approval of the member for this amendment from the member from Halton Hills. And this is really a nonpartisan issue, and I think it is the work of members like that of Lac-Saint-Jean. They're showing leadership on this file, and I'd like to thank him very much, and it's an honor for me to work with him. Thank you. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to work with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands as well. I'd like to thank her as well because she signed this letter, as did her colleague from Nanaimo, Lady Smith. So I really appreciated that. I'd like to thank you. It's an honor to work with her every day. And it shows that in this House we can avoid partisanship when it comes to international human rights and other issues. So it's a pleasure. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to maybe let the member comment a little bit further on his amendment. There is a long and shameful history of the Olympic Games being used as propaganda to the rest of the world by despots and dictators, and as a domestic policy distraction to oppressed peoples. He mentioned the 1936 Olympics, the Olympics of Shame. Sadly, that is not the only time that a despotic regime has used the Olympics for this purpose. We saw the Sochi Olympics shortly thereafter, the site of those games be a staging ground for the expansion and invasion that was launched from Russia. So I would ask the member to comment on his amendment and the importance that we not let the Olympics be used as propaganda by dictatorships.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I think that increasingly we're going to see this because there's an obvious problem in Seoul right now in terms of awarding the Olympic Games, and it's costing increasingly a high amount. And countries that want to host Olympic Games are often ones who want to improve their image because these are tyrannic regimes often. So when they receive the Olympic Games, they often can glorify their regimes. And in terms of their own people as well, they want to show that they're strong. And it's a real issue. And we really have to address it. And I think the amendment we're moving today is a strong show of action. People should vote for it and for this motion, and I think we'll end up on the right side of history and internationally as well. We can also create a snowball effect with other free parliaments of this world. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. A quick question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quickly, I'd like to quote Pierre Mondi and Alexandre Osti, a wonderful hero and head of state. He fights for the dignity of those who are weak. And I'd like my colleague to comment on the actions, or the lack of actions rather, right now in terms of Canada and this genocide of Uyghurs, in terms of that quotation. Thank you. Quick answer from the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I'll do so as best I can quickly with another statement. A politician, government governs in terms of the next election, but a state politician in terms of the next generation. Resuming debate.
For St. John's East. The honourable member's mic is not on. Maybe is. Can he retry?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak today on this Conservative Opposition Day motion, and I want to first of all acknowledge that this is a very serious matter and a motion that is very troubling to speak about. It calls on the House to recognize that a genocide is being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, and to call on the government to adopt this position. Madam Speaker, we're in a legislative forum in the House of Commons, but it's also a political forum, and all actions are under that umbrella in this chamber. It would be easy, therefore, to treat this as a political motion, to see it as an attempt by the Conservatives to demonstrate that the government is not strong enough on China or on human rights internationally, and they may well seek to do this in this debate. It's evident that this is part of the challenge to the Liberals, part of their challenge to the Liberals as the governing party. But it's far too serious a matter to treat as a political event. It's a matter of fundamental human rights and the obligations of countries like Canada to call out the actions of states whose actions and practices of widespread and systematic abuses of human rights are of such enormity that they require international opprobrium and action. This is a matter on which we need to work together to seek to bring about an end to these practices and to deter other nations who may follow the lead of China if they are ignored and allowed to be carried on with impunity. It's been said that the term genocide is a loaded word, and therefore we shouldn't use it. The Prime Minister has used that expression himself in this House. And yes, it is a loaded word, loaded with the freight of horrors of the past, a word that was not coined until 1944 to describe the implementation of Nazi policies in occupied Europe and mass killings of the past. Other words were not strong enough. And the actions of the Nazis, the mass murder and executions carried out against the Jews, the Roma, and other peoples, as well as homosexuals, persons with disabilities, mental illness, political enemies, or anyone who did not meet their standards. These horrors have cast a long shadow to this day in the minds and memories of mankind. These atrocities were deserving of a new name, and it came to be called genocide. The term was later incorporated in the United Nations Genocide Convention established in 1948, which was more broadly defined as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. And these acts included the killing of members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of that group to another group. So that was the convention definition. They're broad, and any one of them would meet the definition. In Canada, the term cultural genocide has been used by no less an authority than the former Chief Justice of Canada, the Honourable Beverly McLaughlin, in a 2015 speech in reference to the policies and practices of assimilation of Indigenous people adopted by Sir John A. Macdonald's government in the early years of Confederation and continued as part of our colonial history. She called cultural genocide the language of the 21st century, replacing what was then called assimilation. The same phrase, cultural genocide, was used by former Prime Minister Paul Martin a few years before that in reference to the residential school system in testimony before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, saying he needed to call it what it was. Indeed, the report of the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls used the term genocide to describe their findings, a term that was accepted by the Prime Minister. But when we're dealing with the actions of the government of China with respect to the Uyghurs and the Muslims, we must look, and other Turkic Muslims, we must look to the material that was presented to the subcommittee on international human rights that had testimony this summer from many groups and individuals. And they heard from Amnesty International, for example, that China's unrelenting repression of the Uyghur people went back decades, and that other governments, including Canada, failed to make it clear to China that this was unacceptable and had to stop. And they talked about authorities in Xinjiang since 2017 being engaged in a massive campaign of intrusive surveillance, arbitrary detention, torture, political indoctrination, and forced cultural assimilation, targeting the regions, the Uyghurs, the Kazakhs, and other Muslim people. More than 1 million people being held in what they call transformation through education or vocational training centers, but these are actually detention camps. And we've seen in Canada evidence of this and visual evidence of this surveillance and detention camps on our own CBC in 2019. So we have, based on evidence and findings, undeniable evidence of mass internment, arbitrary punishment and torture, and the true scope and nature of which has not yet fully known. So we need to recognize that this mass detention, the forced labor, surveillance, population control measures that have been described by other speakers here today, directed against the Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang, fits the definition of genocide. If you're dealing with mass detention, population control through various methods such as sterilization and abortion, mass internment and labor camps, these are measures that must be called out by Canada, by this Parliament, and by our government. And we have to recognize that we have an obligation to call out these practices as crimes against humanity and seek international action. Further investigation is required, of course. International action is required by governments and other governments as well. But we need to see that there is no impunity for this type of behavior, that it is called out. Other nations have an interest in what is happening in China for the sake of the future of humanity. If these actions go unnoticed, unnamed, unchecked, unacted upon, we endanger not only the people who are affected by this today in China, but all the people of China who are concerned and fear the continuation and further actions of this nature, not only in China, but in other parts of the world. This cannot be allowed to operate with impunity in the world. Otherwise, we endanger the other nations following suit, following the example of how to treat people who they wish to assimilate, people who they wish to take actions against, that these practices are acceptable and that they will be repeated. We endanger, Mr. Speaker, by not acting, we endanger, in fact, the future of mankind. We see the future of humanity potentially being changed if this kind of action is allowed to continue in China, if it is followed by other nations who feel that they can do the same thing with impunity, and action must be taken. So it is incumbent upon us, Mr. Speaker, to follow and support this motion, because it does, in fact, call out the actions of China for what it is, and acts that are included in the definition of genocide under the Convention Against Genocide, and requiring action to be followed. Hopefully, the government, by adopting this, will also encourage other nations to do the same, continuing to be able to put pressure upon China to change these practices, to end these practices, and make sure that they are not continued either in China or elsewhere. It is something that requires some example by this Parliament, first of all, and the government, to hopefully encourage other nations to follow suit. Those are my comments, Mr. Speaker, and I would welcome any questions or comments from other members of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his well-argued speech. My question to him is that last month, the Government of Canada announced measures with respect to the importation of goods from Xinjiang in response to the human rights concerns, violations that are taking place in that region. Does he not think that it would be, does he believe that there's a better way to put in place these trade sanctions on that region of China? For example, does he believe it would be better to put a blanket ban on all imports from Xinjiang because of the evidence of mass forced labor, and instead require companies to seek an exemption to that ban if they want to import products from that area? And importantly, an important area to the world in particular, because it produces 20%, more than 20% of all the world's cotton.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. It is a situation which I think the government has chosen perhaps not the best way of doing this. Your suggestion is one worthy of consideration. I attended a briefing from the government on their policies, and I was very concerned that of the onus that was put on importers to have a very, very high degree of surveillance and diligence, as opposed to the government playing a role in identifying either those particular products that needed to be embargoed and banned, or as you point out, the region itself, or companies themselves who have who are engaged in using forced labor. There needs to be a better method than we have now. A blanket condemnation or blanket ban on all imports may not be the right tool, but better measures than we have right now.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think it's important, I appreciate the members' comments, but I think it's important to recognize that there have been very much tangible actions that have been taking place. The government recognizes what and has a getting better and better understanding of what's happening in China. We've been working very closely with international partners. When you look at those Five Eyes countries of Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, United States, and Canada, I think there's a great deal of concern as we try to move forward on the issue. Is the member concerned at all that we might be undermining in any fashion the potential? The motion is that Canada, in essence, say, China, you are committing genocide, and that Canada would not participate possibly in the Olympics, or at the very least see the Olympics change venues. Does the member believe that maybe we could have had this go to a standing committee to have the discussion before we get this type of a vote?
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. Yes, Canada has expressed concern, and there's no doubt that we have concern. But I think we need to go more than that and recognize it for what it is. Perhaps we could have done this a week from now or 2 weeks from now, after the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs has dealt with the report of the subcommittee. But we are aware of the essence of it. But the calling it for what it is, I think, is an important matter. And yes, we should seriously seek a change of venue of the place for the Olympics as a part of this motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what is very, very concerning right now with the situation with China is that we see the horrific human rights abuses faced by the Uyghurs. We see the attack on democratic rights in Hong Kong. We see the arbitrary detention of Canadians who are being held hostage in order to intimidate Canada. And yet I don't see a coherent strategy at the international level of how we actually hold China to account. I was listening very closely to my honourable colleague and laying out some of the issues and the problems in terms of whether it's trade sanctions, in terms of whether it's the Olympics. How is it that in the 21st century, Canada as a middling power can play a stronger role of holding China, the Chinese regime, accountable for the abuses that are taking place under its jurisdiction?
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. It's a very good one. I mean, we have Canada is only one country, and we're not obviously the biggest country in the world, but we do have a strong commitment to human rights and international human rights, and I think we have a role to play in helping to start with other countries some of these things we have. And I, give credit to the government for the statement made earlier this week that the arbitrary detention declaration, which has the potential ultimately of becoming a new norm. If it's not, it is already in some form, but a new thrust on that point. So that is one way that Canada did play a role, even though they didn't mention China. And this, the clear intention was to get international support for the problem that we have with the serious, totally uncalled for and outrageous detention of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig in China for more than 2 years. That is something that has to change. But we do have a role to play in developing more international recognition. This by naming it to start with as a genocide tells other countries and the people of China how serious this is taken by Canada and should be taken by other nations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Good. I want to thank the member for St. John's East for his well thought out speech and presenting in such a convincing manner that the actions of the Chinese Communist Party against the Uyghur minority does in fact fit the definition of genocide. Thank you for that. And he also showed it in a very convincing manner that other nations must act. So my question to the member is, how beneficial would it be for Canada's reputation in the community of nations if this motion were to pass, if this motion were to, from the opposition parties, would get the support of the Prime Minister and his party? Thank you.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I think it would be beneficial because, there aren't, obviously, we know the United States has taken the position through the administration of recognizing that what's happening meets the definition of genocide, but that requires further action by other nations. There has to be action by the United Nations. We support the investigation that's being proposed through the United Nations. That should take place. But we also need to have support from other nations in calling it what it clearly is and putting it in that category that gives rise to the carry on of that investigation and the expectation that China should respond to that. So the government support for this would be extremely beneficial.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dolphin, Swan River, Neepawa. Mr. Morantz?
Morantz is not.
Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, my mistake. Getting some good advice from my colleague here on the front bench. My mistake, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his thoughtful speech, and I really couldn't agree more. I'm just wondering, do you think that this could be one of those watershed moments where the Prime Minister really has an obligation to step up? And I'm thinking about, for example, when the MS St. Louis was turned back by William Lyon Mackenzie King, and his government was famous for the statement, "None is too many." Do you think that if the Prime Minister doesn't take a stand here, that this could be a situation where a future Prime Minister is apologizing for his actions?
For St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the prediction of what might happen in the future is not within my powers. So I wish we're asking a hypothetical question about what might history look back on this day. And I don't know whether it meets the test that the member puts forward. But I think it is a serious question of a position that has a significant moral implication, that Canada as a country calls this for what it is and describes as is described. We're looking at, we don't know the scope, we don't know the full scope and extent of this, but we do know that the actions meet the definition, and that is a starting point for a full recognition by the community of nations that this has to be taken seriously, and we hope that the Prime Minister and his government supports this motion and takes that step.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Doing what is right is rarely easy, but it is often simple. Today, we are calling on the House of Commons to do a simple but hard thing, to recognize the reality that the government of China is committing genocide. In this speech, I will seek to make the case for that reality, for greater certainty and for the benefit of those who have not heard the evidence before. But I do so knowing that among scholars and experts, as well as among members here who have reviewed the facts, there is no serious basis for disputing them. What makes the 1936 Olympics different from the 2022 Olympics is that in 1936, we did not know about the Nazi concentration camps. We hadn't seen the piles of children's shoes, the mounds of human hair, the bodies of victims being bulldozed. In 1936, we did not know, but today we do. My sister and I went to Berlin a couple years ago to discover up close the stories of members of our own extended family who were sent to concentration camps. We visited a site of deportation, and we visited Sachsenhausen concentration camp on the outskirts of the city. What struck me visiting those places was that these were not in isolated locations. The deportation site we saw was surrounded by tall apartment buildings. Even the concentration camp had 3- and 4-story buildings at reasonable proximity, such that everyday people could come to an understanding of at least some of the horrors that were taking place there simply by looking out their windows. So I thought about those people in those buildings who were neighbors to such horrors. What were they thinking? What action did they take or not take as they saw their neighbors, friends, and fellow human beings taken away and massacred? And I say to my colleagues today, you are those people in those apartment buildings. All of us can see a genocide taking place in China as we speak. Thanks to satellite imagery, we too can look down and watch people being loaded up and taken away. Thanks to survivor testimony, we now know about systemic rape and torture in these concentration camps. Thanks to published or leaked Chinese government documents, we can see an abrupt turn and plunge in birth rate numbers following the commencement of a policy of forced abortion, forced sterilization, and forced insertion of IUDs. Anyone who says that there is not enough evidence is simply too cowardly to look through the window of their computer screen. Some here have drawn the curtains so they don't have to see the march of desperate humanity outside their window. But for them, there is still no excuse. Imagine having been a member of parliament in the 1980s who opposed taking action against the apartheid regime in South Africa. Imagine having been someone who opposed sporting boycotts targeting that regime, saying athletes should not be political pawns. Imagine having claimed that there was not enough evidence of violations of human rights or that we should wait for our allies. And then imagine having to explain that decision to your grandchildren 40 years later in terms of why you failed to do the right thing. I say to every member of this House, in the decades to come, we will have to explain our votes to our children and grandchildren. They will likely not be satisfied if we tell them that we hadn't familiarized ourselves with the issue or we were just following our party whip. Mr. Speaker, so that there shall be no excuse, let me lay out again the clear case for the simple motion whereby Parliament will make an official declaration of genocide. Canada is a party to the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which provides a clear legal definition of genocide and outlines our obligations in terms of response. As a definition, the convention says genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. As such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily harm bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. As my colleagues have mentioned, only one of the criteria needs to be established in order to necessitate a determination of genocide. The government of China's treatment of Uyghurs likely involves all 5 of the above, but in particular the evidence that the government's actions respond to criteria C and D, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, are now completely irrefutable. In the summer, the All-Party Committee on International Human Rights heard 2 full days of testimony from experts and survivors. Upon hearing the information, all members of all parties who had heard the evidence unanimously agreed to recognize that the actions of the government of China constitute genocide. Leading researcher Adrian Zenz told the committee the following. Starting in 2018, a growing number of female internment camp survivors testified that they were given injections that coincided with changes in or cessation of their menstrual cycles. Others reported that they were forcibly fitted with IUDs or subjected to sterilization surgeries. Also in 2018, official natural population growth in Xinjiang plummeted. In Kashgar and Khotan, 2 Uyghur heartland regions, combined natural population growth rates fell by 84% between 2015 and 2018. For 2020, one minority prefecture set a natural population growth target of near 0. New evidence shows that drastic declines in population growth are not merely linked with a campaign of mass internment, but also relate to a systemic state policy to prevent births in minority regions. A stunning 80% of all newly placed IUDs in China were fitted in Xinjiang, even though the region makes up 1.8% of the country's population. By 2019, Xinjiang planned to subvert over 80% of women of childbearing age in the southern 4 minority prefectures to birth control measures with long-term effectiveness. This refers to IUDs or sterilizations, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the subcommittee heard that this campaign of sexual and reproductive violence included placing non-Uyghur men to live in the homes of Uyghur women after their husbands had taken away. This community is subject to systemic sexual violence, which includes rape of women inside and outside of concentration camps. The subcommittee heard from many survivors, including Ms. Sayragul Setbay. She told us, quote, in the concentration camps, the Chinese Communist Party guards rape the women and girls they want. It's daily. In one of the examples I remember, I was giving a lesson at a class on the Chinese language when they brought back a young lady. When she entered the class, she couldn't even sit in the chair. She just fell on the floor. They started calling everyone by number. Every girl has a special number. They don't call them by their names. They call them by their numbers. When they called that girl by her number, she said, I am not a girl anymore because they raped me. One day, the guards brought 200 prisoners to the hall, and they picked out one young girl about 20 years old, and they forced her to accept the guilt for something that she never had done. She was crying, and she was saying that she was guilty even though she was not guilty. She accepted it in front of 200 prisoners.
Order. I'd ask the honourable member just to stop there momentarily. I see the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills on his feet, perhaps on a point of order. I'm not sure.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great hesitation that I interrupt another member's speech, but I was wondering if the member planned on speaking for the full 20 minutes or just for the 10 minutes?
I was wondering that myself, actually. We are getting close to the end of the, I've stopped the clock here momentarily, getting to the end of the first 10-minute segment, and we would be starting into a 10-minute question and comment period here fairly soon if we didn't get some indication from the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. So I'll ask him what his intentions are in that regard now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies, and I will be sharing my time.
Perfect. We'll manage it that way then, and we'll go back to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
One day the guards brought 200 women to the hall, the quote continues, and they picked out one young girl about 20 years old, and they forced her to accept the guilt for something she never had done. She was crying and she was saying that she was guilty even though she was not guilty. She accepted it in front of the 200 prisoners. Then the Chinese guards started raping her one by one in front of all these 200 prisoners. They went down the line and raped her one by one in front of all the people. If some of these 200 prisoners showed pain on their faces, their eyes, or hesitation or any negative emotion, they will pick these prisoners from the crowd, and later they will start torturing them because they didn't change. Mr. Speaker, that is what's happening right now. So where is our feminist foreign policy? Mr. Sudbury's story is one of many that were told to the subcommittee. Erwin Kotler later told the subcommittee, genocide obliges us all, internationally, domestically, governments, parliaments, civil society, to call out genocide. It's a responsibility under the Genocide Convention to both prevent and punish acts of genocide. It would be first and foremost a responsibility for Parliament to define these acts targeting the Uyghurs as constitutive of genocide, as the witness testimony has so eloquently and compellingly conveyed before this committee. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says that genocide is a loaded term. And he's right. It is a loaded term. It's a term that should only be used to describe instances where genocide is clearly taking place, such as this one. And the Prime Minister says he wants more evidence, and he wants to be able to send a fact-finding mission to China. This is disgraceful obfuscation. The facts have already been found, the evidence has been exposed, and the experts agree. And the Prime Minister knows that the Chinese regime will never allow unfettered access to do the required investigation. If I could see through my window that my neighbor was being violently raped and killed by an intruder, would it really be okay for me to knock at the door and wait to be invited in to investigate? The Prime Minister's reluctance to call out these crimes is all the more striking given the fact that he has previously accused Canada of committing a 21st century genocide. He said in 2019 that his government accepts that murders of Indigenous women and girls in recent decades amount to genocide. Experts at the time, including Erwin Kotler, criticized this use of the term genocide, saying, quote, I think we have to guard against using that term in too many ways because then it will cease to have the singular importance and horror that it warrants. Ironic, then, isn't it, that the Prime Minister of Canada is prepared to accuse his own country of genocide, even when some experts say otherwise, but unprepared to accuse the government of China of genocide, even when the experts say otherwise. Far from having some natural filial attachment to his own country, this Prime Minister is willing to accuse his own country while unwilling to recognize a genocide in China when it is clearly taking place. There can be no doubt that the Prime Minister's denial of the Uyghur genocide has nothing to do with the evidence. I won't pretend to know his true motivations, but I hope that members of his caucus will be prepared to press him on the point, if not in public, then certainly in private. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I know from his other speeches in this House, Mr. Speaker, that he's fully aware and very well connected with this issue. He follows it closely. He advocates very strongly, and I appreciate that. But I want to pick up on one of the last sentences in his speech there, where he said that he does not attempt to understand why the Prime Minister would be against it. But he said so much about that previous to making that comment. He must, for some reason, assume something, and I'm curious to know what it is. Is it the fact that a situation like this is very complex, as the minister said earlier? What leads one in a position where the Prime Minister is to make the decision that he has made? I'm wondering if the member can actually try to comment on that, as he did everything else leading up to it.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, this is a bit of a curious question for a member of the Liberal caucus to ask me, a member of the Conservative caucus, to speculate about his own leader's motivations for failing to recognize this genocide. I think he might be better disposed to do that. The evidence is very clear, as has been stated. The Prime Minister's reluctance to act, to call a genocide in this case in response to the experts, is very troubling, very concerning. But if I were to speculate, I might read from a tweet from a gentleman named Stephen Ricketts, who veers a little more to the left than I do. He's active on Twitter in my riding. He said, quote, "While I detest what's happening to the Uyghurs in China, I'm hesitant for Canada to declare it a genocide, as that requires taking action." If I were to speculate about the Prime Minister's motivations, I wonder if Mr. Ricketts said what the Prime Minister is thinking, that he's reluctant to call it a genocide because recognizing a genocide necessitates under international law a proportionate response.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to highlight the commitment of the member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to the Uyghurs for a long time now. And I think that with the speech that he just made, we can understand his passion and also the urgency with which we must act now with regard to what's happening in Xinjiang. Canada has not always been on the right side of history, Mr. Speaker. In 1938, Mackenzie King refused a ship filled with Jewish refugees, saying none is too many. But there's also Mr. Mulroney, who is on the right side of history, who was a leader when it came to apartheid in South Africa. So I'm asking my honorable colleague, what side of history will the Prime Minister of this country find himself on?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in response to that acknowledgement, I do want to acknowledge the excellent work done by the member for Lac-Saint-Jean on these issues as well. It's been a pleasure to work with him and members from all parties on these important issues. He will, I think, appreciate this reflection that although many of us came into those subcommittee hearings with our party hats on, they were long gone as we started to hear this compelling evidence. And that's how we came to that unanimous conclusion that this indeed is a genocide. And it's an important question he asks. You know, as I said in my speech, we will all have to give account to future generations, certainly at least, of the choices that we made as members of parliament. Our careers are fleeting, and the memory of history is long. And this is one of those profound historic moments where members are called, not just the Prime Minister, but every single member of this House who has the power to vote on this motion will be called on to give an account of what side they were on. Were they on the side of justice, on the side of victims, or did they use "it's complicated" as an excuse?
Just for one short question and response, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very concerned about my colleagues' certainly brush off of the current crisis of murdered and missing and minimization of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. My question, however, is, does he feel that the definition on the Convention of Genocide also applies to real time in Canada, the forced sterilization of women that is occurring right now, Article 2D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group, and also the events that occurred in residential school, Article 2E, forcibly transferring children of a group to another group. Is he committed to applying definitions of genocide to our own backyard when acts of genocide are occurring?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, just to be very clear, my comments were in no way a brush off. I simply pointed out the reality that the Prime Minister has said, described events in Canada as constituting genocide, and he refuses to call events that are taking place now in China as being genocide. And that is an observation that the Prime Minister has to be accountable for. Look, in terms of the appropriateness of applying the term genocide to other policies in Canadian history, I'm interested in hearing from experts and hearing the evidence on that. But I think that the debate we're having today, and certainly the debate I'm prepared for, is that we've heard overwhelmingly from experts and legal opinions that clearly underline that a genocide is ongoing in China and necessitates a response.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, famed Holocaust survivor and scholar Elie Wiesel said, "We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." I take these words to heart. As someone who studied the Holocaust throughout my life, I understand the importance of the reality of man's inhumanity to man. It can sometimes be difficult here in Canada to understand the lengths human beings can go to advance their own self-interest. We have our own issues of social justice in Canada, to be sure, but the realities of the Holocaust, the shock of the Holocaust outside of the lived experience is for some just too much to bear, but we must bear it. When we say we must never forget and make our solemn promise of never again, it means not only for the purposes of honoring those who were murdered by the Nazis, but also to make sure this never happens again to anyone or any group. Mr. Speaker, this is one of those moments in history where we have not only an opportunity, but an obligation to speak out and take action. People are dying and being persecuted for no other reason than their faith by an authoritarian regime that cares not. To not speak up leaves us in a moral vacuum, and history will not judge us well if we fail to act. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts of what is actually taking place in China right now as we debate this motion. There are about 12 million Uyghurs, mostly Muslim, living in northwestern China in the region of Xinjiang. The Chinese government has reportedly arbitrarily detained more than 1 million Uyghurs in detention camps. The existence of these camps has been confirmed by government documents, witness testimonies, and satellite imagery. The majority of people in these camps have never been charged with crimes, have no due process, have no legal avenues to challenge their detentions. Often their only crime in the eyes of the communist Chinese regime is being Muslim. It's only their closely held faith that may be sealing their fate. I say may because we here in this House, we have a role to play. The Chinese government has implemented measures against Uyghurs, such as forcibly transferring children away from their families, restricting the use of their national language, banning cultural activities, destroying schools and religious institutions, and many other things you've heard here today. Since 2016, thousands of mosques, graveyards, and other religious sites have been desecrated and destroyed. The Uyghur language has been banned in Xinjiang schools. Practicing Islam has been discouraged as a sign of extremism. Between 2017 and 2019, it is estimated that more than 80,000 Uyghurs were transferred out of the far eastern Xinjiang Autonomous Region and forced to work in factories across China, some directly from detention camps. Researchers and rights groups say the labor transfer programs are part of the Chinese government's system of control, indoctrination, and forced assimilation. Both China and Canada have ratified the Genocide Convention, which defines the crime of genocide, establishes obligations and prevention and punishment, and recognizes the possibility of establishing state responsibility for a campaign of genocide. According to the Genocide Convention, genocide is a crime that can take place in time of war as well as in time of peace. The definition of genocide set out in the convention has been widely adopted at both national and international levels, including in the 1998 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. The crime of genocide is defined by the Genocide Convention with respect to 3 elements. Firstly, the victims form part of a protected group, i.e. a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, and in this case, we have the Uyghur Muslims as this group. Secondly, the perpetrators committed 1 or more enumerated acts against members of the group. These acts are the killing of members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. We've seen multiple instances of these acts in the case of Uyghur Muslims in China. And thirdly, the perpetrators acted with the intent to destroy the protected group in whole or in part. With respect to the third element of genocide, the intent in this case by the Chinese Communist regime could not be more clear. They want to destroy the culture, faith, and existence of the Uyghur Muslims. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Subcommittee on International Human Rights has already studied the facts and has concluded that the actions of the Chinese Communist Party constitute genocide. We know that the Uyghurs are being systematically detained in camps, abused, sterilized, and forced to become laborers on a mass scale. The time has passed for debating semantics. This government must join our U.S. allies and the Biden administration in officially recognizing the Uyghur genocide. They must encourage recognition of the genocide by our allies around the world. They must work with these allies, including the U.S., to take coordinated action in response to this genocide, and they must impose Magnitsky sanctions against those that are responsible for these heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghurs. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can dodge questions about this as much as he wants, and that might work in the short term. But I implore him and his government to do the right thing. History never fails to be the final arbiter of the performance of world leaders on the foremost human rights issues of the era in which they serve. When it comes to the action or lack thereof taken by this Prime Minister, how does he want to be remembered? In 1957, former Prime Minister Lester Pearson received the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in resolving the Suez Crisis through the United Nations. The selection committee argued that Pearson had saved the world. Saved the world, Mr. Speaker, and Pearson is considered one of the fathers of the modern concept of peacekeeping. In 1988, Prime Minister Brian Mulroney stood virtually alone in the world against the tyranny of apartheid in South Africa and is revered to this day in South Africa. In 1939, Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King and his government said, "None is too many," when it came to allowing the German transatlantic liner St. Louis to bring its passengers fleeing Europe onto Canadian soil. None is too many, Mr. Speaker, callously turning away that ship and sending over 900 Jewish souls back to the Nazis to be exterminated. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Prime Minister, through you, does he want to be remembered like Pearson and Mulroney as a champion, or as Mackenzie King, leaving a future Prime Minister to have to apologize for his lack of action when it comes to one of the true human rights abuses of our generation? Any Prime Minister of this great country must have the courage and foresight to be among the first to condemn evil when they see it, and the determination to take steps that stop it from continuing. My colleague, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills, eloquently said in this House that in Canada, our foreign policy begins with who we are. I ask through you, Mr. Speaker, to members of this House, who are we? I alluded to this before, but this is truly our time as legislators and political leaders in a country that stands for freedom and human rights to take action, to speak out, to stand up for what is right. Let's call out the Chinese Communist regime's heinous acts for what they truly are, a genocide. I urge each and every one of you to do the right thing. Support this motion and vote yes for freedom, vote yes for human rights, and vote yes for never again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his speech. It was very eloquent, and like him, I have deep concerns about the genocide that is happening against the Uyghur people. And I appreciate his comments, and I would like him to talk a little bit, because one of the things that I think we have an obligation to do as a country, as parliamentarians, is to recognize and acknowledge genocide wherever it occurs, whenever it occurs. So we are seeing the reluctance by this Prime Minister to acknowledge the genocide happening against the Uyghur people. And the member spoke to some degree about what he would like to see the government do in response to that genocide.
in Canada, the government has acknowledged that we do have a genocide against Indigenous peoples. And could he talk a little bit as well about what that implications of that genocide are and what he would like to see the government do with regards to that genocide as well, please?
Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you very much for the question. Firstly, I think really the first step is I think the government needs to get its act together on this. You have the Prime Minister's handpicked ambassador to the United Nations saying that what's going on with the Uyghurs fits the definition of genocide. The Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee has indicated concerns about our relationship with China, and yet the Prime Minister just says, well, genocide is a loaded term. Well, it is a loaded term for good reason, but it's really time for the Prime Minister to stand up. And I think some of the things that we could do, what we need to do really is to work to create an international coalition of like-minded countries to come together and come up with a strategy to deal with genocide, not unlike what happened during the Holocaust. Magnitsky sanctions can be a very effective tool. And the Olympics, of course. On the issue of social justice issues around Indigenous Canadians, I'm very sympathetic to arguments around that. I too did not come today prepared to debate on that issue, but I'm certainly open-minded and would love to have a debate about it and hear arguments around those issues.
We'll go on to the next question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member made reference to like-minded countries, and there have been a great deal of discussions and dialogue between international partners. There's been issues raised with regards to the Five Eyes, and Canada is one of four that is still in that same position that we are in today. Conservative members and others have made reference to the fact that we have this outstanding Foreign Affairs Subcommittee that's done fantastic work. My question to the member is the same question I put to the Democratic member, who with hindsight says, well, maybe we should have done it that way. And what we should be doing is saying that, look, here's a very important question that all members are being asked to vote on. Why wouldn't we allow that Foreign Affairs Committee to review the need to be able to have that vote? Would he not think that that would better inform all members of the House in terms of the fine work that they've done to date, and maybe bring that work to a conclusion by having a recommendation like this come before the House?
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Well, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I find the question very concerning, because it really tells me that the member is blind to the facts that are before him. We don't need the Foreign Affairs Committee to tell us what we already know. And we do need to be working with our international allies, but we should be first out of the gate, not in the middle of the pack, not last. We should do, for example, what Brian Mulroney did, who stood virtually alone, as I said in my speech, on the world stage, to seek the freedom of Nelson Mandela and end apartheid in South Africa. That's the leadership that this country needs, not months from now after the Foreign Affairs Committee has studied it, but today, this afternoon, I urge the member to vote for this motion when it comes up for a vote.
I see the Honourable Opposition House Leader rising on a point of order. I think that's the second time I've done that. So the Honourable Opposition House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Maybe one day we'll say, well, back to the future, but not yet.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, yesterday the government asked for unanimous consent for Bill C-13, which is still at second reading. And this request came after the motion of second reading at C-218, and these two bills proposed similar amendments, so it would be logical to remove one to move ahead with the other. So unanimous consent was refused, saying that all members were not in agreement with this.
To ask you to rule on the matter of the rule of anticipation, which forbid the same question from being decided twice within the same session. While Boston-Gagnon supports this argument, it also claims, and I quote, past attempts to apply this British rule to Canadian practice are inconclusive, unquote. The sponsor of Bill C-218 has indicated to you and to me that he wants to weigh in on this important point of order since it involves his bill. He plans to do so as soon as the House opens tomorrow. Bill C-13 cannot be called for debate today since, as you know, Mr. Speaker, opposition motion on allotted days takes precedence over all other businesses. In addition, except for today, the government has the prerogative to schedule this bill any day it wants. And last I looked, they had other bills to debate, including their bill to implement the economic statement, normally a priority bill for a government. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to respect this member's right to defend his bill and make his own representation regarding the rule of anticipation before you make your ruling on this matter. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd
like to thank the honourable member for that additional commentary on that topic. And it is being considered. Thank you.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
I'm hearing a point of order. The honourable member, I believe it's the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. If I don't see her on screen, but I think I recognize her voice.
It is indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I wondered if the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley is not to be allowed questions and comments.
I thank the honourable member for raising the point. In fact, we were down to the last 20 seconds of his time, not sufficient time to start another round of both a question followed by a response by the honourable member. As sometimes happens, sometimes they go over the 5 minutes by a bit and sometimes a little short. But on the day, we hope that it'll average out about the same. So I appreciate the honourable member, and I'm sure that the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley also appreciates your additional thoughts in that regard. Maintenant, nous allons...
Now,
the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, go ahead.
I would gladly take the 20 seconds.
I think it's a discretion that the chair will exercise from time to time in the course of managing the timetable here that's available to all members. No, I think we'll proceed. And
now we're going to continue with debate with the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Pierrefonds Dollard, who I'm looking forward to hearing from, even though we have different opinions slightly, but I'll be happy to ask him questions afterwards. So, Mr. Speaker, the topic at hand today is about recognizing the genocide of Uyghurs in China, and this topic had an impact on many communities, and I sit on the Immigration Committee, and the study that we presented looked at the situation in Hong Kong. And I think there is a parallel to be drawn. When I asked witnesses questions who were at the committee, I was asking if Canada should not have a strong and unified voice to help all people who are experiencing repression in China. And the answer was unanimous. Witnesses all said that measures, well, not only with immigration, like it's been suggested for Hong Kong, they don't go far enough if it's not accompanied by strong diplomatic action. A witness yesterday even said that if we directly get to the cause in terms of refugees, well, immigration measures are no longer needed. And that's what we should do. Everyone said that Canada needs to stand up to China in terms of human rights. On the technical front, in terms of recognizing the genocide, the definition comes from the Genocide Convention that Canada ratified in 1952, and like many of my colleagues said before me, it is relevant to look at the criteria that were established for genocide under Section 2 of that convention. So the first aspect is the murder of members of a particular group, and we saw in the media that there were reports of disappearances of several millions of Uyghurs. I apologize. One moment, please. I would like to ask the honourable member to check her microphone. If it's connected, I think the sound quality is not as good as it could be. Could you adjust her headset to make sure it's properly plugged in to the connection? Let's give it another try. The member for Saint-Jean. Can we hear me a bit better? The sound quality is not sufficient. I will try to move the mic closer to my mouth. I think I selected the correct microphone. Is the sound good enough? It's the same situation, it appears. Can the honourable member just check that they selected the audio option on their screen, the correct one? Sorry, the honourable for Saint-Jean. My apologies. So as I was saying, I was looking at the first aspect of recognizing genocide, which is the murder of various members of a group. And several medias have reported that there were several millions of Uyghurs that were had disappeared without any documentation as to their whereabouts. And some players, such as those from the Uyghur Human Rights Project, have suggested there are several million Uyghurs who have disappeared. And to date, China still hasn't recognized the existence of concentration camps. And when we've seen so many people disappearing, it leads us to believe that there were mass murders of these peoples. And in some cases, it's hard to prove because few people were able to escape the various camps that were set up. The second point, in terms of recognizing genocide, is the physical or mental integrity of group members. And several witnesses said at committee that there may be forced organ harvesting on Uyghurs. And there also were many women who testified that they were raped at camps. There was sexual abuse, psychological, physical abuse that they experienced. And this leads us to believe that this second criteria has also been met. And the third criteria is the question of intentional submission to the physical or full physical or partial destruction. And many Uyghurs were removed from their homes forcefully and were sent to concentration camps. And they even ended up in factories in Xinjiang province to lower the Muslim population in those parts of China. And we know that the working conditions in those factories were unhuman, totally unbearable. They're not receiving almost any salary, and we're talking about modern slavery, more or less. There's also a psychological aspect and mass surveillance that is taking place by the Chinese government. We know this, and we've talked about it a lot in terms of Huawei. China has a capacity for surveillance that is exceptional, and the Beijing regime invests massively in security and technical aspects, and there are many security cameras set up all over the place, and they have facial recognition technology that can specifically target Uyghurs. So there's a feeling of persecution that is constant in China, but also abroad as well. We've heard about intimidation techniques, espionage of Uyghurs internationally, which leads us to believe that the third criteria has also been met. And the fourth criteria are measures that are used to prevent births in a particular population. We know that we've heard from witnesses that the Chinese Communist Party does practice mass sterilization of Uyghur women in order to lower their population. Documents have shown that the Chinese government even has a specific target in terms of sterilization. They're aiming to sterilize 90% of Uyghur women who are at the childbearing age, and there's forced sterilization. And this is working, unfortunately, and the growth rate of the population, unfortunately, fell by 84% in the past. And the last criteria which allows us to conclude that a genocide has taken place is forced transportation of children from one group to another. And we have seen children separated from their families. They are placed in orphanages or in camps managed by the state to indoctrinate them. And they become perfect citizens of Beijing, and they renounce their culture. So I went over the various points one by one, but the Convention states that only one of these criteria, if it's met, allows us to recognize that there is a genocide. So in this context, I believe that we need to look at the technical analysis of Genesis, and the government should conclude that there has been a genocide and must recognize, like the Prime Minister did on the investigation into missing and murdered Indigenous women, that there was a genocide. And we heard at the Immigration Committee recently that if we want to really get to the very heart of this problem, we have to stop just addressing the symptoms. We need measures that allows us to help people who are facing this genocide, and we have to get to the root of the evil, and to do so, we have to name it. This is the cornerstone of measures that we'll be able to take afterwards to get rid of this genocide and put an end to it. But we have to apply sanctions that will result from this. And what we heard from several witnesses is that there's a lukewarm recognition, which leads to lukewarm measures. And my government colleagues were asking questions. How come the other Five Eyes countries haven't all recognized a genocide yet? And they weren't looking at the technical aspect of recognizing genocide, but they were looking at the will of countries to stand up to this genocide. And the Minister of International Affairs, Zhao Lijian, mentioned in November that if the Five Eyes want to get involved to hamper the security of China's interests, the Five Eyes would be expected to go down. They made a direct threat to the various members of the Five Eyes, which even more justifies the fact that the government has to take a leadership role in recognizing a genocide and not just let it be persuaded by this bullying from China. We need clear measures, and we need to better encourage other governments and countries and other members of the Five Eyes to follow our example through recognizing this genocide and taking appropriate measures so that we can. This recognition needs to be a political step with other measures to follow. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A question to my colleague on her remarks. When it comes to tangible action, now she talked about a number of reports that talk about recognition, acknowledging genocide. I'd like to ask her what she thinks about the possibility of asking the International Olympic Committee to remove the Olympic Games from China. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, I won't surprise you by saying that I intend to wholeheartedly support a proposal from my Bloc colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I think that's a step in the right direction. It's a position, a diplomatic position, that shows that Canada won't do so. There are other measures that could be considered, like Magnitsky sanctions, once the genocide has been acknowledged.
For Timmins James Bay.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I'm very concerned by the situation with the Chinese government at present, because it's attacking human rights, minorities in Hong Kong, and this is an issue of genocide. It's clear to me that Canada can play a role with our allies, but we need to work with the international community and put in place a plan. Does my colleague therefore have a position on the idea of Canada working with Europe, the US, and other countries to enforce human rights for minorities in China? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, absolutely. That is the very spirit of the conventions that have been signed by a number of countries, including the one for the prevention of a genocide. It's been ratified by a number of countries. And for a power like China, well, in that case, we need to have a common front. It will help to bring pressure to bear on other issues. There's the issue of the two Michaels, other issues as well. The more collaboration there is on the international level, the better the impact will be in terms of sanctions against China.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest on a point of order.
Yeah, just a technical question. I'm finding that some speakers are not appearing on the House of Commons screen. For that last questioner, I saw you. I'd like to know, I heard the question, but I was not able to see who asked the question. This happened earlier today during petitions. It didn't seem to be as relevant, so I didn't raise it. But I do think on a debate like this, I'd like to be able to see the members who ask questions, particularly when those questions are trying to sidestep this issue and defend or rather hide behind the international community when Canada must act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest for bringing this to my attention. I do see the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay rising. I don't know if he has some additional thoughts on this point of order. The Honourable Member.
Well, yes, certainly. If people didn't have a chance to see my face, I'd be very concerned. But I'm also very concerned if my colleague thinks that this is an attempt to be hidden from a discussion that I think is very important. So if you, I think, are in the interest of being fair, you would allow me to ask that entire question again and we could restart the clock. I think that might be a fair solution we could get unanimous consent for.
I'm fairly certain that what the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay said is indeed on the record. We will look into this issue of whether or perhaps why for the video of the members who are participating. I'm quite certain they would much rather be seeing the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay than me sitting here being idle as I'm listening to the Honourable Member. So now we'll go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on words from the Minister pronounced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs that China was an important economic partner, and whether I'd like to hear her comment on the weight of that economic partnership, the Five Eyes. She talked about a genocide when it comes to the Uyghurs. Is the government then, in her opinion, putting the economy ahead of the rights of the Uyghurs? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. China is an economic partner. We can't deny that. There is major economic trade between the two countries, but that doesn't withdraw it from the importance of these international measures. International human rights are very important. Being an economic partner doesn't make it possible to sidestep international measures to protect minorities, and that would run counter to the spirit of those agreements, which are signed by Canada and other countries who are our allies. We can set the example by being the first to recognize this as a genocide.
Finish up the time we have for the 5 minutes. Just to follow up on the previous point of order, I'm told that the issue with the wrong screen being visible to members who are tuning in virtually has only to do just with a small error with the broadcast. It's not a technical issue, but we'll be certainly attentive to that in the time ahead. And I again thank the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest for bringing this to my attention. We'll now go to resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
J'aimerais remercier le député.
I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Jean for sharing her time.
I'd like to also pick up on what she said. And I'm speaking as a parliamentarian who has heard a lot of the testimony from concentration camp survivors, from experts, from former ministers of government, from diplomats. I'm also speaking as a deeply concerned citizen and a humanitarian and somebody who has a track record of human rights advocacy. The testimony that we heard at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights was deeply disturbing. It was so disturbing that a lot of my colleagues and I, we remember these stories. We remember the human tragedies. We shared in their experiences. These are things you cannot unhear. These are things that you cannot unexperience. And that's a perspective by which I'm approaching this debate. I was asked whether or not what my opinion is in terms of what's happening within Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region from the government of China. I pointed to the testimony that we heard at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, and which is a parliamentary committee of this parliament. And in that committee, we put aside our partisan differences to focus on a humanitarian issue. As individuals, as parliamentarians, we put partisanship on the back burner to deal with a very serious crisis. And out of that, we came to a number of determinations after hearing witnesses. We determined that, number one, there are serious crimes against humanity occurring within Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. We learned that approximately 2 million are in concentration camps. These concentration camps are places where forced labor is happening. We heard firsthand testimony of a woman who was raped and who had witnessed rape in front of that occurred in front of 200 people. And when any of those individuals who were witnessing the rape by government officials, when they witnessed it and flinched, they themselves were tortured. We heard testimony of a man who was apprehended, and everybody that we heard from who was apprehended without cause, without process, was apprehended, was physically examined to such an extent that he thought he would be dissected on the table, on the table at which he was being examined. That was the extent to which the physical examination was taking place.
We know that the BBC approximately 3 weeks ago reported that this is a system. We heard, if you read the articles that was published by the BBC, we know that this is systematic. More than this, though, we know that this is happening. This is happening and being directed from the highest levels. There have been leaks, what were called the Chinese papers, released to the New York Times in 2019, 400 pages of documentation, original documentation, released from the Central Party that showed that this is a system. A system is in place where people are being systematically tortured, raped, sterilized, and having abortions forced upon them. This was later on confirmed, again, by the International Consortium of Journalists, of which the CBC is a member of, again in 2019, which confirmed what is happening. The China papers, first released by the New York Times, showed what's happening and the operational and the directives from the top. The second leak that was published by the International Consortium of Journalists showed the operationalization of what the state is doing. And as a result of all this information, we now know that the American government has named what is happening as genocide. Our most important trading partner, our most important ally. This has been confirmed by the Biden administration, by Secretary of State Blinken, and the government is standing firm in that in America. The positive thing about Biden, we know that he works with other countries, Canada included. And so I expect that any moves that America takes on these type of files will be moves that will be done in coordination with other governments, in particular the Five Eyes and Canada. Now, this determination wasn't only done by America, it was also done by a parliamentary committee. True, that committee is different from government, it's different from parliament, but there were a number of recommendations that came out of the committee. Those included, number one, that a genocide is in fact occurring. We also recognize that forced labor is occurring, that Uyghur people are being forced to produce products at little or no wage, and being plucked out of their homes, thrown into concentration camps. We learned that when both parents are plucked out of their homes, the children who are left parentless are turned into wards of the state. Media has reported that these facilities to house children who are being turned into wards of the state are being built as we speak right now in China. We learned that since 2014, approximately 400,000 Uyghur people have been moved outside of the province of Xinjiang into mainland China. All this to produce goods. We learned about forced sterilization and forced abortion. We also were reminded that Canadian Hussein Jalil is imprisoned in China since 2006. And that's why we concluded that genocide is in fact occurring. So when asked what my personal position is on this, I have to stand firm with the testimony that I've heard. And I have to stand firm with the findings that we made when listening to the evidence, when considering it according to the definition of international covenants, namely the Genocide Convention of 1948, of which China is a signatory and ratified the document. We know that Canada is now engaged. We have a responsibility to protect. The knowledge that we have forces us to protect. This is a doctrine in international law. Canada was a leader in that, in creating that doctrine. This is something I'd like us to reflect upon. the fact that we know obliges us to act. Now, what is actually happening? Aside from what we've heard about the forced labor, about the sterilization abortions, we know that 20% of cotton originates out of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. That's 20% of the items on store shelves made out of cotton globally. We know that 32% of tomato products are originating out of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. That's 40% of pasta sauce too. And I love pizza and pasta. I want to eat my pizza and pasta that doesn't come from forced labor. We know that 41.72% of polysilicon, which is used to produce solar panels for all of the environmentalists in this house, originates from Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Supply chains are tainted. That's without question. So in conclusion, we need to act. I want to recognize that we have started to act. Our government on the 21st of last month issued measures that specifically speak to forced labor and to the serious abuses happening within Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Those measures are real. Those measures deal with importation, exportation. Those measures touch that region and our interaction as a country with that region. We know that Canada is the 5th largest investor in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Parliamentarians are watching this debate. People around the world are watching this debate. My message to everybody, Canadians and those internationally, is you all have power. You have power to act. By sharing information on social media, by speaking to your friends and colleagues, by raising the alarm, you are helping to reduce harm in this world and to prevent very serious crimes against humanity. It's not only parliamentarians.
We've reached the limit of our time for this particular intervention. We'll now go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the intervention from my colleague. You told us very convincingly that the actions in China do fit the definition of genocide, and you've also, he also said that the world is watching this debate. So my question to the member is, what negative impact will it have on Canada's reputation among the community of nations if this motion put forward today by the opposition fails in this House? What negative impact will that have on our reputation internationally?
Well, I always like to take the hopeful and optimistic look. And I like to believe that everything we're doing here, this conversation included, is nudging things in the right direction. I think the decision of this Parliament with respect to the motion at hand is an open question. So I don't want to speculate in terms of what a negative impact could be. But I do want to understand and know that all of us, your question included, you raising what you're raising is moving things in the right direction. Canada, the fact that we're having this debate is important. The fact we're having this debate emboldens and allows other jurisdictions to also have this debate, which they are having, including the UK, America, Australia, and many of our allies.
Question commentaire dans la députée.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by congratulating the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard for his courage to state that he supports this motion, as far as I can understand, that he would support it because he has the courage of going somewhat against the government he represents. But I was wondering whether he will be voting for the motion. And I hope that he will propose actions that will help convince his leader to support him at this important moment of history, which is Canada taking a stand against this genocide. Thank you. The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Member for her question. I consider, I weigh every single action that is taken, in particular around this, heavily. And you've heard me speak to the findings of the subcommittee, which were unanimous, and many of my colleagues, I should not say many, all of my colleagues on the committee from the Liberal Party did vote for the SDIR findings. So we stand united around that. I stand by the determination that genocide is in fact occurring in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, as so many parliamentarians across the line.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. This was a wonderful speech, very, very brave and very well done. He sat on the International Human Rights Subcommittee with me. We heard the harrowing testimony together, and I echo his sentiment that we were deeply moved. What I'm seeing, though, from this government is not just the concern around the genocide against the Uyghurs, but our whole China policy as not being effective. And with all due respect, it hasn't helped Michael Spavor. It hasn't helped Michael Courig. It hasn't helped Hussein Salil. And I'm just wondering what we can do to convince the government to move faster, to move more ambitiously to get release for those Canadians, but also to make sure that China comes back onto the side of the rule of international law, and that we are standing up against a human rights abuse against the Uyghur people.
Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
I'd like to thank the member again, and I'd like to recognize when answering this that Minister Garneau, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, noted at the beginning of his statements that the China of today is different from the China of not so long ago. The country has changed a lot in terms of its leadership in the last 5 years. This statement alone demonstrates that there is a rethink in terms of our engagement. I know for a fact that Canada is doing its utmost best to secure the release of the two Michaels. That means, though, we must look at this holistically, including with the serious crimes against humanity occurring within the region.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. I rise today to express my serious and heartfelt concerns with and vehement opposition to the abhorrent abuse and genocide actively being perpetrated against the Uyghur people and other Turkic Muslims by the government of the People's Republic of China. The Conservative Party stands in solidarity with the Uyghur community in Xinjiang, China, and with the Uyghur diaspora. Several bodies, including Canada's Subcommittee on International Human Rights, as well as 2 American administrations, have now concluded that the government of China is committing acts of genocide and other crimes against humanity. These acts of genocide include systemic population control, sexual violence, and mass detention. Ideally, Canada is a nation unafraid to stand on the side of freedom and human rights. We in this House have done so before, having recognized and condemned 7 genocides that occurred around the world during our nation's history. Before I continue, I want to reflect briefly on a story I read recently that resonated with me. It is relayed by the book, The Boys in the Boat, written by Daniel Brown. It's the narrative of the U.S. Olympic rowing team and their journey to Olympic gold in the 1936 Olympics, which were held in Nazi Germany. Throughout the book, 2 histories play out simultaneously. The first story is about Joe Rance and the rowing crew at Washington University. The second story revolves around the Nazi propaganda department, its desire to showcase a specific image to the world, as well as some of the debate that took place in the United States prior to the Olympics, which included whether the Americans should even participate in the Games. Near the end of the book, the two storylines overlap when the rowing team explores the town of Köpenick, the location of their Olympic rowing venue. Let me quote and paraphrase from page 332 onward. "But there was a Germany the boys could not see, a Germany that was hidden from them. They knew nothing of the tendrils of blood that had billowed in the waters of the River Spree in June 1933. When SA stormtroopers rounded up hundreds of Köpenick Jews, Social Democrats, Catholics, and tortured 91 of them to death. They could not see the sprawling Sachsenhausen concentration camp under construction that summer just north of Berlin, where before long, more than 200,000 Jews, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, gypsies would die. Many of the Köpenickers the boys passed on the street that afternoon were doomed, destined for cattle cars and death," end quote. Throughout the book, Brown speaks about the lengths the Nazi regime took to showcase an image of Germany that was triumphant, modern, and superior, all the while masking their hatred of others in the pursuit of racial purity and power. Of course, the Holocaust is one of the 7 genocides that have been recognized in Canada's House of Commons, and now we are debating whether the People's House should recognize yet another. Unlike the 1930s, however, the world in which we operate today is much different. Last year, the Subcommittee on International Human Rights released a statement regarding the situation of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. From first-hand witness testimony, it detailed mass instances of forced detention where prisoners were refused the right to practice their religion and speak their own language, forced labor disguised as poverty reduction and skills training programs, surveillance and control over every aspect of life, an effective police state, forced sterilization and population control. Indeed, China's most recent statistics even show a massive reduction in the number of births in the Xinjiang region. Control and repression. The Xinjiang region is rich in natural resource and a strategic link to Central Asian countries as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Mr. Speaker, these instances, and sadly many others are documented cases, fulfill the United Nations definition of genocide under the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, creating following the revelations of the Nazi Holocaust. We recognize the serious and severity of direct comparisons to the Holocaust. Tragically, the evidence is present and plain for all to see. Mr. Adrian Zenz, Senior Fellow in China Studies, Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, testified before the subcommittee that it is, in fact, a Holocaust 2.0, but much more sophisticated. We've heard reference to the chilling drone video from 2019 showing hundreds of men dressed in prison garb, stenciled with the words Kashgar Detention Center, and seated in rows on the ground in a large courtyard outside a train station. They are blindfolded, their heads are shaved, their hands are bound behind their backs, and they are being guarded by dozens of police officers in SWAT-like uniforms. Please watch it if you have not yet done so. Shortly after this clip aired on the BBC, the late Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, at the time UK's chief rabbi, stated, "As a Jew, knowing our history, the sight of people being shaven-headed, lined up, boarded onto trains, and sent to concentration camps is particularly harrowing. Australia's Strategic Policy Institute has documented 27 forced labor camps across China using forced and displaced labor for many mainstream brands. These instances are not rumors or one-offs, but corroborated, verified accounts. We have first-hand testimony from victims who managed to survive and escape the Chinese communist regime of repression and torture. Mr. Omabarak Ali testified before the subcommittee this past July, and I quote, "I was electrocuted, I was hung up, I was whipped with wires, needles were inserted, I was beaten with rubber batons and pliers were used on me." Ms. Gulbahar Jalilova of Kazakhstan was kidnapped from her hotel and transported to prison, where she was stripped, shackled, had blood and urine samples forcibly taken, and unknown pills and injections administered, pregnancy tests performed, and sexual violence perpetrated against her. She relayed the threats the Chinese state made, stating, "They talked to me and told me that I had to remain silent, that if I wouldn't stop talking, they would reach me because China has long arms. They said they would reach me and kill me anywhere in the world, end quote. Legal academic and journalist Ms. Aziza Kanji and her colleague Mr. Mamit Todi, longtime Uyghur rights activists, have reported on these actions as the current stage of the Chinese government's project for settler colonization and demographic change in the resource-rich territory they refer to as Xinjiang. Tellingly, this name literally means new frontier. The terrifying parallels to the Lebensraum and Anschluss terminology used by the Third Reich during the 1930s and 40s are clear. Kanji and Todi cite renowned scholar of settler colonialism Patrick Wolf, who famously wrote that the question of genocide is never far from discussions of settler colonialism. In the case of China's policies against the Uyghurs, this question of genocide is not just abstract or metaphorical, but imminent and literal, end quote. Continuing the disturbing similarities to the meticulously organized methods employed by the Nazi state, Ms. Kanji testified to leaked official Chinese documents which prescribe mass forced sterilization and mass surveillance in the Uyghur homeland. Human Rights Watch likens the Chinese Communist Party to an Orwellian high-tech surveillance state, and I quote, "No other government is simultaneously detaining 1 million members of an ethnic minority for forced indoctrination and attacking anyone who dares to challenge its repression." So where does this leave Canada? I was taught that being a Canadian meant our nation stood for something. Like thousands of young Canadian university students, I remember learning about the positive role that Canada's foreign policy played in the 20th century throughout such hallmarks as the 1948 signing of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, Lester B. Pearson's creation of the UN Emergency Force during the Suez Crisis, and the role of Canadian peacekeepers. We were taught that Canada meant something internationally, that Canada's actions were a force for good, that Canada stood above the fray as an example to the world. Canada is not only a place people want to live, it's a nation that others strive to emulate. So now is the time for our parliament to reflect those Canadian values, which are still par for the course in classrooms across our country. Our Prime Minister should work with his American counterparts. Canada should join the Republican Democratic senators in the United States to coordinate an international response. Canada is a principled nation that believes in fundamental values, values that run contrary to the interests of the Communist Chinese government and their objectives. Turning back to the book, Boys in the Boat, in 1935, the American Anti-Nazi Federation called for a boycott of the Olympic Games in Nazi Germany. There was a vote of the Amateur Athletic Union of the U.S. to send a 3-man committee to investigate the atrocities. The resolution failed 58 to 55. Unlike 1935, we cannot claim ignorance or a lack of knowledge in the broader population. We need to demand internationally that China is held accountable for its genocidal acts. Therefore, we must choose. Canada can stay silent and allow President Xi to gain international favor and superiority through the platform of yet another Olympic Games hosted by an authoritarian, genocidal, and repressive regime. Or we can work together with our like-minded allies and call out the horrendous human rights abuses being perpetrated by Beijing against the Uyghur people. After all, if there is any truth to the ideal of Canada as a nation that stands on guard for freedom and human rights, now would be a good time to prove it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly appreciated my colleague's speech. There was a part of it where he told us about a book that talks about young athletes at the Berlin Olympics in 1936. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, and as my colleague knows, I presented an amendment today that was accepted for an amendment to the Conservative motion to ask the International Olympics Committee to, if China continues to engage in genocidal actions. So I was wondering what my colleague thinks about the argument of some that there shouldn't be a mix between politics and sports.
Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. The it was a little hard to hear. I'm having a bit of technical difficulties, but generally speaking, I believe that Canada's values transcend everything else we do, and our first and foremost priorities as Canadians must be to stand on our charter values and those transcendent ideals which go above, that transcend sport. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, I want to thank him for his remarks. I think there's a tremendous amount, evidently here, of cross-party agreement that we are deeply shaken by the extent of the state-sponsored, run, deliberate genocide towards the Uyghur people. That the extent of the testimony that the committee heard on this matter has left many members of Parliament more horrified than by any other testimony they've ever heard. So I ask the honourable member if in moving this motion forward we could also consider whether there is a similar genocide against the people of Tibet, who, based on the invasion that occurred so many years ago, are also facing systematic, in my view, there's systematic genocide.
Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question, and from the reading I've done and some of the evidence that is available, I believe that the same tactics taking place against the Uyghur Muslims have likely been applied against the Tibetan people as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon for his intervention. My question for this member is dealing with trade with China. China is an important trading partner of Canada, and it has been suggested by some that Canada's Parliament taking this action might have a negative impact on our trade with China. What are his comments about that?
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, there's a bit of a technical difficulty with the connection. I would say that China depends a lot on Canada for their economic prosperity. And Canadians buying Chinese goods, and we need to use our purchasing power and our ability to use trade as a means to perhaps work with our international colleagues to ensure that China does not get away with its human rights abuses right now. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, we have time for one more question and comment. Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just quickly to the member, if he would like to add anything about the shameful way that despotic regimes use the Olympics as propaganda to the rest of the world.
Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Yeah, generally my big concern right now is that if the Olympics are held in China and China is not held accountable for their human rights atrocities, they're going to have the opportunity to showcase a China that doesn't actually reflect the realities of the citizens of China and the abuse at the hands of their government. As a country, Canada stands up for human rights. Those values are universal, and we need to ensure that we use our position internationally to work with our like-minded colleagues to ensure that the values we espouse as a country are reflected in our interactions around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a genocide happening in the world. It's happening. It is undeniable. The evidence is there, and this House of Commons is calling it out. There's 1 million people in detention camps in China. Women are being sterilized, forced abortion, slave labor, ripped away from their family, tortured and murdered simply because of their religion. Joe Biden and Donald Trump don't agree on much, so when they do, I think we owe it to take a look. the U.S. administration, the previous Trump administration, and the current Biden administration, key world leaders have agreed and said there's genocide happening in China. Full stop. I want to use my speech today and start by using my political science degree that I got a few years back and look back in history and the name Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister in his leadership with apartheid in South Africa. Back at that time, there was a lot of people that said, who cares? Why are we involved in a situation 15,000 kilometers away in a country maybe where there's not as much connection? But Brian Mulroney stood up, contrary to other world leaders that stood quiet, and a snowball effect started to build support and effect real, tangible change in South Africa. A lot of people credit today Brian Mulroney and Canada for getting Nelson Mandela out of prison and for ending apartheid in that country. The Prime Minister stood up to people that said they're not sure, they don't care, it doesn't matter, we need more research, and maybe at times people thought it wasn't worth the effort. Today we look back at that stance, and that formed part of our Canadian identity. There's few moments in our history, I think of Vimy Ridge, I think of our contributions by our brave men and women in the First and Second World War. They stand up as defining moments of who we are as Canadians. Our leadership stance in South Africa, tough, often against the current, but that affected real change and saved lives, formed our Canadian identity. We don't look back today wondering whether it was worthwhile, if it was important or not, if it was happening or not. It helped define us here at home and around the world. But for as proud as we are of the circumstance and situation in South Africa, we have to be mindful of what we didn't do when it came to Rwanda. This House and our country knows very well of the difficult story of Lieutenant General Romeo Dallaire, former senator here, and well-known name across the country. Canada took a different approach in the mid-1990s when it came to the Rwandan genocide. We still talk about that today, but not of proud terms. We committed back then and several times since to say that never again will we allow that to happen. A lot of speeches, a lot of commitments and talk have been made by elected officials, Canadians, military leaders, and people not only here in Canada, but around the world. Mr. Speaker, I believe that right now we're confronted with our South Africa. We are confronted with our Rwanda, this generation, with the Uyghur situation happening in China. I say to my constituents in the riding of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, perhaps somebody watching this in rural Saskatchewan, a lobster fisherman off the coast of Nova Scotia, somebody in an office tower in Vancouver, or a middle-class family in Mississauga, that would say, why does this matter? It does matter because it's testing our identity, it's testing our value set to do what we've done before. Stand up, take a stand that isn't always easy to confront, isn't always easy to solve, but we know it's there. The Communist Party in China is not playing by the rules, and it affects us all. The Uyghur situation, the genocide happening there, is a clear and prevalent example, but it's not the only one. Look no further than COVID-19 and what we're dealing with now, the challenges with the World Health Organization, CanSino and the issues that happened with vaccines, the horrible and unfair treatment of R2 Michaels, the spying and the infiltration of our institutions. The list goes on and says that we have a government, not the people of China, but the government of China, the Communist Party of China, that is not doing right in this world. I commend the Bloc Québécois and support the amendment that was made today to our motion talking about what we talked about earlier this week, that in 2022, China does not deserve the right to host the Olympics. Plain and simple. And there's still time to change that. But more than anything, Mr. Speaker, why this matters to every Canadian and should matter to every Canadian is that when people are being slaughtered and murdered and raped simply because of their religion or their skin color or just because of who they are, we have a moral obligation here at home. I don't want to stand back in this House of Commons years from now, sorry that another 800,000 people were murdered as we stood by and were indecisive about whether it was happening or whether we should have acted or what could we have done. We've done that before. We have the scars, and I don't want to see that happen again. I don't want to hear a speech that says, I wish we would have acted differently back then. We are at a fork in the road in our country. Are we going to go down the path that we have before? Are we going to confront, again, like we did the Nazis in the Second World War? Are we going to confront the evil that was taking place in South Africa and make a difference? Or are we going to go down the road like we did in Rwanda and live with regret? Mr. Speaker, today I am thinking of the 1 million people that are detained in camps that they call re-education centers. The research, the studies, the information out there is crystal clear. Reports and first-hand accounts have been devastating. I remember watching the news, it's got to be several months ago now, of watching a man pick up, I don't know if it was a family member or a neighbor or who it was, but came out of one of these detention centers trembling, barely walking, and frankly, the image will never leave my mind. Barely alive is what I would describe it as. It was horrific, and we owe it to stand up for these people that can't stand for themselves. I want to close my comments today with a personal story that was in the BBC over in the UK of Trusini Ziawudun. And this story, Mr. Speaker, is right from that article. She tells her story an example of what happened. Some of the women at the detention camp who were taken away from the cells at night were never returned. Those who were brought back were threatened against telling others in the cell what had happened to them. You can't tell anyone what happened. You can only lie down quietly, she said. Women were forcibly sterilized, including a woman who was just about 20 years old. We begged them on her behalf, she said. Trusini was released in December 2018 and fled to the US. A week after she arrived in the United States, she had surgery to remove her womb, a consequence of being stamped on. And she said this, I've lost the chance to become a mother. That is one story of many that we know is happening today. We know a genocide is being committed. We owe for this motion to pass, but more importantly, we owe it for this country to act again in the world's and in humanitarians' best interest. Thinking of those people, they are wondering if humanity will step in for them. I, for one, the Conservative Party, other parties we've heard today, and numerous bipartisan colleagues have said, we are ready. We are at a decision point. We've got a lot of things going on in this country, Mr. Speaker, I agree with that. But this needs to be one of them, standing up for those that can't stand for themselves. The question is, will we stand up for the Uyghur and Turkish Muslim people when they need us? I, for one, say yes, and I believe this House deserves and will say yes too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Point of order.
I think the honourable member, I'm not sure who.
Windsor West.
Hearings. Oh, okay. I see the honourable member for Windsor West on a point of order. I don't see the member's video. I wonder if he could just turn his video. There we are. Go ahead, your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. I thank the member for their speech, but I do have to put input on a previous decision that was asked for the speaker today. so I'll make my intervention short and thank the speaker for the indulgence. I rise today to provide input on a matter which was raised by the member for Kingston and the Islands this morning and further discussed by the official opposition House Leader. I would like to discuss the significance and meaningful difference between Bill C-2818 and Bill C-13. First, I'd like to quote the member from Kingston Islands when he spoke in the House on Wednesday, February 17th, and stated, quote, "We also propose to engage the provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, and organizations that have expressed an interest in discussing how gambling is regulated. We believe Bill C-13 is substantially different from Bill C-218 as it includes a horse racing provision that achieves its objective through different means," end quote. I agree with this statement. The government member is correct. He is stating the facts. The bills are substantially different. An analysis conducted by the subject matter experts at the Library of Parliament compared the two bills in a research report wrote in this section entitled, quote, "Comparing Bill C-13 and Bill C-218. Bill C-218 would repeal paragraph 207(4)(b) of the Criminal Code in its entirety. The consequence would appear to be that betting on a single sport event or athlete contest would then be permitted, since those activities would no longer be excluded from the definition of, quote, lottery scheme, but so would be betting on the other types of activities referred to in that paragraph, notably all types of races. By the way of contrast, Bill C-13 would amend paragraph 207(4)(b) rather than repealing it, so that the following activities would continue not to be permitted, quote, lottery schemes: booking, pool, selling, or making or recording of bets, including bets made through the agency of a pool or pari-mutuel system on any horse race. In other words, Bill C-13 would continue to exclude betting on horse racing as a type of, quote, lottery scheme the provinces could engage in. The governmental materials issued in Bill C-13 confirm this explanation. The regulation of single event sports betting would be up to the discretion of each province and territory, with the exception of horse racing, which remains regulated and supervised by the Canadian Pari-Mutuel Agency, end quote. As the experts have pointed out, there are very significant differences in both bills. Next, I would like to discuss the process. The place to decide which of these significantly different bills merits further progress if it is a relevant committee, which will examine both bills in detail and hear from stakeholders and make considered determinations. The committee will then vote on these bills and resolve which one should proceed to third reading. I trust the legislative process of the House. The procedures, evaluations, and safeguards are built in. We should trust it and allow the members to carry out their duties as legislators, which will result in the most robust and thorough bill. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that you have been put into this situation. This mismanagement of Bill C-13 is delayed and being debated, constantly being taken off and on the calendar, has created confusion and concern that has led to these unnecessary circumstances. Business, workers, and communities have been waiting long enough to have this substantial issue addressed. I've had the privilege of being a member of this chamber since 2002. During all these years, I've witnessed the tradition of the House. When it's uncertain, the Speaker allows the debate and process to continue. I hope we can uphold this time-honored practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and consideration, as well as allowing me to speak on this issue. And I thank the indulgence of the House today. I did not want to intervene on the momentum of the debate today, but had to be given what the government has done. Thank you.
Point of order.
Okay. I see there's several members arising and for additional points of order on this matter. Members will know that this is currently an open item. So I am watchful, though, of the time as well. I see we have at least 3 points of order or members that wish to weigh in on this. We're also waiting for 5 minutes of questions and comments to the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. So we'll take the chief opposition whip firstly, and then we'll hear from others. But if I ask members to please keep their comments concise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be quite brief. In fact, I wanted to inform you that the member for Saskatoon Grasswoods does have some that he would like to add to this point as well. He will intend to do that tomorrow, so I would ask that he be allowed to have his opportunity to comment on this prior to any ruling on it, of course.
The opposition whip for those comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, on an actual point of order, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that you're currently considering with relation to the intervention that was made today. I rose yesterday on a point of order to move a unanimous consent motion, which was not adopted. There is nothing outstanding for you to rule on that. What I raised today was for the Speaker to address the concern in terms of the way that bills will be handled. So the member is actually contributing now to a point of order that has been dispensed with. So I would encourage you to consider that when entertaining further commentary on this point of order that really doesn't exist.
I thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for his additional thoughts on the matter. A quick intervention by the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. Yesterday, when this matter came forward for unanimous consent, I did confer with Government House Leader's Office and with the honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood. I was concerned that I should say no to the measure for unanimous consent. Only when reassured by the honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood did I hold my tongue. I was originally convinced to support this bill by the honourable member for Windsor West, who explained to me the issue of sport betting and why this law was important, and I am persuaded by him once again. So I just wanted to put my view forward that the course recommended, and I take the point of the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, that this is not perhaps an open question, but with the time available, having regretted going along with unanimous consent, I now wish to be on record supporting that the right way to handle this is in committee, and I thank the honourable member for Windsor West for once again educating me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank members for their additional thoughts on the matter. This does trace back to the Honourable Opposition House Leader's earlier comments and point of order from earlier in the day. As well, I appreciate that members have reflected on earlier comments along the same lines relating to this subject. We'll now go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is a problem with the translation. The sound is inaudible for the interpreter.
De Revenu Canada. Elle a expliqué le...
She explained that the interpretation was not available. Could she comment once again on what the problem was? Inaudible for the interpreter. I was hearing English and French at the same time. Thank you.
I'm just going to test that again. Are we getting the interpretation en français? We're getting it in French now. Is it working? C'est correct? Okay.
It's okay.
We have time just for one question to the honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. He'll, of course, have the remaining time when we get back to debate on the question. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the Bloc Québécois will support this motion. We'll do so because we believe that the Chinese treatment of Uyghurs is very important to address. I heard what my colleague had to say. He talked about the ties that bring together the current government with the generous donors and political funders. And this may be why. Well, I'd like to know if he thinks it's funding from the Chinese Communist Party which may be influencing the dithering that we've been seeing with respect to making the decision to call this a genocide of Uyghurs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, as I said during my, I appreciate my colleague from the Bloc's comments and questions on this. This is not easy for any country to tackle. China is a growing force in the world. They are a world player, and it's a complicated economically, socially, culturally, all these different issues that we face. No matter how complicated it is, this is about basic human rights and human dignity. This is about a genocide that's happening that we owe it to stop. So regardless of financing, regardless of how complicated it is, regardless of how big any country is, no country should get away with doing what's happening right now. We must always stand for human rights, and I'm proud to be a parliamentarian from a party, and I think going to be from a House of Commons, that's going to call this for what it is.
Okay, we're going to take another question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. And I think the thing that I find is really, really concerning right now is that we're seeing, with the actions of China, holding Canadian citizens hostage is well beyond the rule of law. The attack against the democracy in Hong Kong, to me, is a line in the sand moment that is very, very concerning, plus what's happening with the genocide of the Uyghurs. And yet we have the issue of, the Olympics coming up. How can we work internationally with our allies to actually put limits on this ongoing abuse of human rights and democracy by the regime in China?
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the NDP in Timmins James Bay. We need to work together internationally to combat this. China, as I mentioned, is a powerful force. They have a lot of connections worldwide. But we have, as we mentioned, the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia. There are a growing number of countries that share the same concern. Their countries domestically are facing the same challenges with China as we are, going through the list. And he mentions the situation in Hong Kong. That's yet another growing challenge. My argument, Mr. Speaker, to you and to Canadians, if we don't stand against this, against genocide, with this whole list we spoke about, what do we stand for? At some point, we have to stand up, work together with our international colleagues on sanctions, whatever it may be, and send a message that we're not going to tolerate this from China or any other country in the world. It's about leadership, it's about values, and it's being tested right now.
Sure. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry will just have 1 minute remaining, enough time for one question and response when the House next gets back to debate on the question.
Order. À l'ordre. Avant de débuter les déclarations de députés.
Before starting statements by members, I'd like to remind members to be judicious in the choice of words that they use in the course of our business, and I would like to ask them to do that at all times. The words chosen and the context are all important. If an MP's remarks lead to a lack of order, it may easily compromise our long tradition of dignity and respect.
And we will now proceed to today's statements by members. Déclaration des députés, the Honourable Member for St. John Rothesay.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, I met virtually with over a dozen Air Canada employees and Unifor union leaders in my riding to discuss the impact the pandemic has had on them. On Friday, I was informed by Air Canada that nearly 100 additional employees in my riding were being laid off. As a result, the number of people employed by Air Canada in our community has been cut nearly in half since the onset of the pandemic. Our airline sector is a critical part of our local economy, and it is in a state of crisis due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. That's why I am advocating for a federal support package that will ensure the long-term viability of the industry and the jobs it supports post-pandemic. Such a package must also ensure Canadians whose flights were canceled due to the pandemic receive refunds, and it must be implemented as soon as possible. I am working hard to ensure our government has the backs of both our airline workers and those who need refunds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we continue to celebrate Black History Month and give honor and recognition to the contributions of Black Canadians, I wanted to give a special tribute to hockey legend, New Brunswick's very own Mr. Willie O'Ree. Originally from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Willie O'Ree has had a tremendous impact on the world of hockey. On January 18, 1958, he was called up to replace an injured Bruin to play against the Montreal Canadiens, becoming the first player to break the black color barrier in hockey. After his playing career was over, Willie has been a champion for diversity and serving as the NHL's diversity ambassador from 1998 to this day. In 2018, he was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
It was recently announced that on January 18th of next year, he will be honored yet again by having his number 22 retired by the Boston Bruins at TD Garden on the 64th anniversary of his historic entry into the NHL. Mr. O'Ree, congratulations on this tremendous honor, and thank you for your contribution to Canada's beloved game and for your continued advocacy and promotion of diversity and respect for others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tradition of quilting is certainly well known here in Kitchener-Conestoga, and it's now been taken to a new level with a community art initiative created by a local University of Waterloo architecture student, Brenda Reed. She's creating From Behind the Mask, a project to help bring people together in spirit. Brenda's inviting people to share their pandemic stories on pieces of fabric. The pieces will then be tied together, showing our physical distance while representing our social ties. From students to seniors, our community's getting involved, including support from community members, local businesses, public libraries, the Homer Watson Art Gallery, and financial support from the Waterloo Arts Fund. The finished quilt project will be assembled and displayed this summer, and images will be uploaded to create a digital quilt. It is art that is keeping us together while apart. Thank you, Brenda, and to everyone for adding your stories to help create a tribute to our spirit and resilience here in Waterloo Region and throughout Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Ciel et Terre, Sky and Earth, an organization that works on the environment. Now, this organization was a real pioneer in 1995 because at the time, environmental causes were less popular than today. But despite that, these volunteers rolled up their sleeves and organized recycling campaigns in Longueuil schools, and they also took action. Every year, this organization recruits dozens of volunteers to clean the banks of the St. Lawrence, which is an excellent idea. It also participates in public debate. It prepares reports on environmental questions and presents briefs to government organizations during consultations. The people working at Ciel et Terre are making our public policy better and more environmentally friendly. As MP for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, I'd like to thank the organization and all its volunteers and all citizens who are involved in protecting the environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish my son Gabriel an excellent 7th birthday. Buon compleaños, Gabriel. Today, I would like to mark the days of school retention between the 15th and 19th of February. It's been hard for kids lately. They always need perseverance in school, but it's been even harder with all the changes we've seen at school over the last year. People have had to take their classes in the kitchen, in the living room. They can't play with their friends, and they've had to wear masks. It's been a difficult year full of learning and adaptation for all of the students and teachers at Alfred Pellan. I'd like to congratulate all the teachers and all the students, as well as the staff, for their perseverance, resilience, and everyday victories in a different school context. You continue to inspire and impress us. Keep going, keep it up. Bravo. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I would like to celebrate the achievements of Anthony Auclair from Beauce, who recently won the Super Bowl. He's a real pride for Canadians and people from Beauce. Everything starts with a dream. And Beauce has represented Canada in many different parts of the sports scene. For example, there's also Marie-Philippe Poulin from Beauceville, who was named Best Female Hockey Player in the World, Elliot Grondin, an Olympic athlete from Sainte-Marie, a snowboard cross athlete who recently got 2 medals at the World Cup, Raphaël Lessard from Saint-Joseph, who is a NASCAR driver in the U.S. and who just started his season, and Thomas Chabot from Sainte-Marie, who is part of the younger players in the Ottawa Senators in the NHL. And there are also several other young athletes who are the pride of people from Beauce and all Canadians, and who are putting in the effort they need to make their dreams come true. Sport is in Beauce's DNA, as well as pride, so I'd like to congratulate all of these Beauce athletes today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, Black healthcare workers are both at the forefront and behind the scenes of this unprecedented battle against COVID-19. During a virtual Black History Month event in Brampton West, we celebrated Black frontline workers for their remarkable contributions during such a critical time in our country. We heard from Crystal, Tristan, Sharika, and Angela on what it means to be a Black healthcare worker during the pandemic, along with Dwight, Prudence, Heather, and Selenor, who I've had the privilege to work alongside at the front lines as a volunteer nurse. While we owe it to our healthcare workers to end this virus, we also owe it to them to end another virus that plagues our society and institutions, which is anti-Black racism. As a proud member of Parliament from Brampton West and as a proud member of this Liberal government, we will not rest and continue to work towards ending systemic racism in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very happy Black History Month.
L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, with the current health crisis, entrepreneurs in my riding, and all of our ridings, are going through a very difficult period. They need to do whatever they can in order to be ready for things to get back to normal. So today, I would like to speak to you about a business in my riding, Marc-Aurèle Fortin. This company is called Trevi. It's specialized in swimming pools. The company has shown great resilience and cleverness in order to be able to survive. It's a family business, and it had made the choice to produce all of its products in Quebec, whether in-ground pools or not. My office is working closely with Trevi in order to help this prominent Quebec business get through the pandemic and to enable it to grow when the pandemic is in the rearview mirror. Because we need to get through this crisis together, Mr. Speaker, and I hope we'll come back even stronger after this crisis. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Amherstburg Freedom Museum is in my riding in the town of Amherstburg. The museum tells the story of Black slaves seeking refuge in Canada by the Underground Railway, pioneers who built homes, businesses, schools, and churches in Essex County. The first Black National Historic Site in Canada, founded in 1966 by Melvin Simpson, the museum showcases their vital role in the Canadian tapestry. Elise Harding Davis, Curator Emeritus and celebrated Black Canadian history consultant, can trace her own Canadian ancestry back 7 generations. Elise has worked tirelessly to preserve Black history in Canada for the next generation. Finally, a salute to Claudius Thomas. Claudius leads the local chapter of Black Boys Code, a national organization founded to prepare Black youth for success in today's technology-dominated economy, each of them leaving a world a better place than they found it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, 25 years ago, the Honourable Jean Augustine established each January as Black History Month across Canada. This month, while we celebrate the incredible achievements of Black Canadians, we need to reflect on the systems that limit them from achieving their true potential. There's an urgent need for criminal justice reform, to reimagination of policing, and to ensure equal access to jobs, housing, capital, healthcare, and education. Today, the Minister of Justice introduced important changes to sentencing to turn the tide of disproportionate impact of the current system on young Black Canadians. Despite the impact of anti-Black racism, Black communities in Canada are resilient, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, many members of this community have been on the front lines to keep us all safe. I would like to thank the Black frontline workers who've been at Taibu Community Health Centre, Jamaican Canadian Association of Nurses, Black Health Alliance, and those across the country who continue to keep us healthy, safe, and to make Canada great every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
We've all heard from struggling small businesses in our ridings. Small business owners don't have pensions, they don't have employer health and dental insurance, vacation pay, sick leave, maternity leave, a minimum wage, or overtime pay. It's a tough life owning your own business, and yet thousands of Canadians with a dream and an entrepreneurial spirit do it anyway, and they provide the goods and services upon which every community depends. Sadly, These hardworking Canadians have borne the brunt of COVID restrictions, and while relief programs allow some business owners to cling to their life's work, they need customers, and they are watching helplessly as the rest of the world surges ahead of Canada with vaccines and the end of pandemic restrictions. This government owes it to small businesses who are burning their savings and piling on debt to deliver vaccines to safely open the economy and save our local businesses.
L'honorable député de Portneuf, Jacques.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our country had two founding peoples, Francophone and Anglophone, as well as our First Nations. Now, the Official Languages Act, adopted in 1969, states that English and French are our two official languages. We know that French is in decline in Quebec and in Francophone communities outside Quebec. The Official Language Commissioner's last report is very clear. It is urgent to take action to prevent French from declining in our country. A Conservative government would take action within 100 days by modernizing the Act. It would show a renewed spirit to prioritize the protection of French. It would protect French in the courts and provide resources, financial resources for Francophone universities. It would take action with the Treasury Board to protect public servants. As the leader of the opposition said clearly, it is time to take action to protect French throughout Canada. How can Quebecers and Canadians trust this Liberal government, which hasn't done anything to protect the French language over the 5 last years?
Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Social media. I'm sorry, my lights aren't on. Merci. Je peux recommencer? Mr. Speaker, every day my social media feed shows me people across Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing doing their most to raise spirits and bring a smile to others. That's how I learned of Thessalon First Nation Snow Sculpture Contest, and where I hear concerts from fantastic musicians like George C. Williamson and his grandson Cole Hewson, or Robbie Shawana, all from Manitoulin Island, and Smooth Rock Falls, Johnny Lemieux with Estelle Deschamps. In Espanola, Dennis Lendrum and volunteers have been improving the Black Creek Snowshoe Trail on the Espanola Game and Fish Club's property for all to enjoy. In Wawa, brothers Miles and Spencer Jennings are clearing and maintaining a skating path and small hockey rink on Wawa Lake. In Kapuskasing, the Rotary Club is hosting a photo scavenger hunt on their hiking trails, while students from École Secondaire Jeunesse Nord in Blind River and from Assigenac Public School make Valentines for seniors in their communities. It's clear that Canadians are finding innovative ways to help each other through the pandemic, and easy to see that we are truly in this together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, there are currently activities for the 50th anniversary of the organization Loisirs Laurentides, and I would like to join in to underscore the exemplary work of all partners who are enabling this organization to be a remarkable player in sports and recreation in the beautiful Laurentides region. The organization initially started on the 22nd of February 1971 in order to promote physical activity and healthy living in the riding. I would like to thank the volunteers for their remarkable work, as well as the directors of the organization. They have made it a real reference in the region. I hope that Loisirs Laurentides will continue for a long time and that it will enjoy its 50th anniversary, a remarkable milestone. Thank you.
West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia has been so fortunate during the second wave of COVID-19. In our province of almost 1 million souls, we only have 14 active cases and only one patient in hospital as of this morning. Quite a contrast compared to other provinces and territories in our great country. However, our economy continues to take a huge hit due to this Liberal government's failed vaccine rollout plan. Delays in vaccine directly correlate with delays in our economy, and with Canada currently ranked 52nd in the world in terms of immunization, it will be impossible for us to foresee a strong economic recovery in the near future. From the start of the pandemic, my constituents in West Nova took a hands-on deck approach to help slow the spread of the virus. But we are getting tired of the isolation and we'd like to get back to normal. They want to get back to work or even visit their grandchildren in other provinces. And the only way to do this is through a strong vaccination program that this Liberal government has yet to produce. We need to get the vaccine rollout right in order to secure jobs and secure our economic future. Let's get all Canadians and Nova Scotians back to work.
Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I pay my respects to a great man and proud Newfoundlander. Mr. Speaker, Gerald Thompson of Grand Falls, Windsor recently passed away, and I would like to pay tribute to his community service. He was dedicated to the Memorial United Church, Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce, a dedicated member of Lodge Northcliffe for over 40 years, and indeed a dedicated Liberal from Joey Smallwood to today. Gerald left a great impression on his community, one of great respect, and I will also miss his great poems. Gerald's greatest legacy is his family, 4 children, 15 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren, and to his partner, to someone who stood with him through an incredible journey, his wife, Ruth. On behalf of all of us here in the House of Commons, we send our sympathies. God bless you, Gerald.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Independent Federation of Businesses today published a report saying that 1 out of 6 small businesses felt or were considering permanent closure. Now we're talking about 20% of jobs in the private sector. We've already lost more than 800,000 jobs. Unemployment rate is 1/3 higher than the average in the G7. The government promised 1 million jobs. When? When will these workers get their paycheck? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question because it gives me the opportunity to share good news with Canadians. This week, the International Monetary Fund published its annual report to assess Canada. The report revealed that the strong and decisive actions of Canada have allowed essential support to our economy and allowed our financial markets to function, as well as protected lives and means of subsistence for Canadians. These aren't my words. They're the words of the International Monetary Fund. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Update their talking points over there instead of just reading a selective quote from some starchy report. The reality is this. Here are the numbers. Across the G7, the unemployment rate averages 6%. In the U.S., it's 6.3%. In the EU, it's 7.5%. In Canada, 9.4%. We are far worse than all the other countries who are also facing the COVID crisis. Isn't it clear that while those economies are suffering under COVID, our economy has the added problem of suffering under the policies of this government?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about the success of our government's policies in supporting Canadian workers and Canadian jobs. As of January, Canada had recovered 71% of the jobs lost since the beginning of the pandemic, and that compares to only 56% recovered in the U.S. And Mr. Speaker, Canada has a 64.9% labor force participation rate. That's higher than Germany at 56%, the U.S. at 61.7%, higher than Japan, higher than South Korea. We are doing well, Mr. Speaker, in tough times.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
That answer just demonstrates how out of touch this government is. If the policies were working, we wouldn't have 834,100 Canadians more out of work than were a year ago. If it were working, then we wouldn't have an unemployment rate that's 50% higher than the average of the G7 and of the United States of America. The reality is that this government is delivering among the worst jobs records on planet Earth, and Canadians are starting to wonder how they're going to put food on the table or roof overhead. When will those people who've lost their jobs get their paychecks back?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the debates in this House are inevitably partisan. And that's why I know that Canadians will be really pleased to learn that the International Monetary Fund, the premier international financial authority, this week published a report with a very positive verdict on our government's policies so far. The IMF said that our government's strong and decisive actions provided crucial support to the economy and helped protect lives and livelihoods. And they predict our GDP will grow by 4.4% this year.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Arlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for months we've been clearly saying that the Liberal government has failed colossally in protecting Canadians. In addition to the COVID-19 related mortality rate, which now has exceeded 20,000 deaths, we've seen our economy shut down and no end to the end of this collective lockup. The decisions to sign a deal with the Communist Party of China is a disaster. Once again, why did they make a deal with the Communist Party of China? The Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, with regard to vaccines, let me be clear. Canada received 10 doses of vaccines per Canadian, and we have the most diversified and exhaustive portfolio in the world. We have received 1.5 million doses, and we will receive 400,000 more doses this week alone. The honourable member for Arlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I can also be clear with the minister. Getting 6 million doses by the end of March means 8% of Canadians, or 3 million Canadians, will be vaccinated by the end of March. We're at 54th. Well, then we'll be lower still at the end of March. My question is simple. Does the Prime Minister have a backup plan because the Plan A is a failure? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, the government understood that it was important to have an A, B, C, D plan. And that is why we have the most exhaustive and diversified vaccine portfolio in the world. We did not decide to risk being dependent on one single vaccine alone. Health Canada has already approved Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, and Health Canada is looking at AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, and other vaccines. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I think we're in Plan D and not far from failure. This morning in committee, the Working Group on Vaccine Vigilance confirmed that it did not recommend the government take part in the CanSino vaccine project with China. The Working Group said that it didn't have the scientific evidence to recommend the project. The government still decided to go against the opinion of the experts and to put all its eggs in the basket of CanSino. We lost time, and Canada wasn't able to develop a new strategy to produce vaccines locally. Why did the government not listen to the experts? Who made the decision? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the crisis, our government always followed the advice of experts, researchers, doctors. That's our policy, and it's an essential one during a pandemic. When it comes to vaccines, we purchased the most exhaustive and diversified portfolio of vaccines in the world. At the same time, we have focused on domestic production. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I would invite the Deputy Prime Minister to listen what the Industry Committee heard this morning, and she would realize that the reality isn't the same. The Secretary of the expert group, Mr. Scott Douglas, said that science did not allow them to recommend CanSino. The government is hard to follow. It refused to give $2 million to test the vaccine project by Dr. Codinger at University of Laval, supposedly under the recommendation of experts, but it put $56 million in a Chinese project against the recommendation of the group of experts. This proves they are political decisions because it listens to silence only when it suits it. Who made the decision to go forward with China? Who stopped the Quebec vaccine? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Our government invested and will continue to invest in vaccines made in Canada and in national biomanufacturing. Dr. Kobinger received a $1 million subsidy from the federal government for his research. When it comes to the funding for coronavirus research, we always invest in promising vaccines here in Canada and Quebec. The honourable member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP fought for the implementation of a paid federal sick leave program, but when the Liberal government introduced the program, they missed the boat. It's not a flexible plan. It's not accessible. The amount isn't sufficient to help families. There are too many delays with payments. So, can the Prime Minister commit to improving this program to protect workers and stop the spread of COVID-19? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we developed sick leave benefits for workers, no matter where they may live or work, will not have to pick between going to work sick and putting food on the table. This is an important program. It's part of our commitment to ensure the safe startup and provide 10 paid sick days. The provinces have put in place also protections for employment. I encourage all eligible Canadian workers who need this support to apply.
Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats fought to bring in a paid sick leave program at the federal level. But when the Liberals introduced the program, it had a number of problems. It's not flexible enough. It's not accessible enough. The amount is not enough to support families. And we're finding that the delays in receiving the payment are just too long. So there's an opportunity here. Experts all agree that paid sick leave is one of the best tools to stop the spread of COVID-19. So will the Prime Minister commit today to improving paid sick leave so it protects workers and helps us stop the spread of COVID-19?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that paid sick leave is absolutely essential. It is essential anytime, and it is particularly important during this global pandemic. And that is why our government was very pleased to put in place, as part of the Safe Restart Agreement with the provinces and territories, 10 days of paid sick leave provided by the federal government. That sick leave is there, and I encourage all Canadian workers who need it to use it.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, Uyghurs in China are subject to the single largest mass surveillance program in human history, and Huawei equipment is helping in their oppression. Security experts around the world have been raising major concerns about Huawei, but despite this, the Minister of Industry has decided to sign off on a $5 million deal with Huawei anyway. He even bragged about it on Twitter. How in the world could this government think it wise in any way to hand over taxpayers' dollars to Huawei?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for a question that I really appreciate. As you know, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians which are watching, our government will continue to ensure that Canadian networks are kept safe and secure. While we cannot comment on any specific companies, an examination of the 5G technologies and a review of security and economic consideration is ongoing. National security is paramount when we assess the next steps. We carefully assess these matters with allies and partners around the world, and will make the best decision in the interest of Canadians for generations to come.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, it looks like the minister is okay with turning the same blind eye to this genocide as his boss is. The genocide in China has been called the largest mass detention of human beings since the Holocaust, and Huawei appears to be right in the middle of it. When are these Liberals going to show some courage and get serious about Huawei, or at least cut them off from getting taxpayers' dollars?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have enormous respect for my colleague, but I would take exception with the premise of her question. She well knows, because she's a very well-experienced member of this House, that the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council is responsible for the administration of the Alliance grants that she was referring to. Grants are awarded to an independent process and managed at arm's length from government. But further, she would know, last September, we published a policy statement on research security, which included instructing the federal granting councils to review their security policies so that Canadian researchers can appropriately protect their work. Mr. Speaker, that's an issue we take very seriously, and we will continue to protect the interest of Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
A troubling report revealed that Canada's Visa Application Centre in Beijing is operated by a subcontractor owned by Chinese police forces. Canadians are concerned sensitive and confidential information will fall into the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, one that is committing Uyghur genocide and detaining the two Michaels. This brings into question the integrity of our visa application process. I'm baffled. Why does this government think it is acceptable for a company with ties to the Chinese government to be running our visa offices?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take the privacy and security of all applicants very seriously and ensure that we meet high standards when it comes to transparency and privacy. Protection of personal information is a primary consideration when choosing any service provider, such as a visa application center. Our officials closely monitor that these processes are followed, that Canada's stringent privacy standards are being met. We will always ensure that the privacy of all applicants remains protected.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious to Canadians that a company with ties to the Chinese government should not be operating our visa application centres. Last night in committee, a former Hong Kong legislator, Nathan Law, who has experienced first-hand brutality of the Chinese regime, and a former Canadian diplomat to China, Charles Burton, called for an end to the contract. Given the contract's troubling connections to the Chinese government, will the minister end the contract? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reiterate that we take the protection of Canadians' privacy very seriously. Information is always handled according to Canada's privacy laws, and the data is stored on Canada temporarily and then deleted. Our officials closely monitor that these processes are followed. Canada's stringent privacy standards.
One moment, I believe we have I'll have to interrupt. I believe we have a point of order.
We cannot hear the minister. The interpreter cannot understand the minister. Please ask him to lower his mic.
For the arm, and maybe just about an inch above or below his mouth, and then we'll start over. Do we want to start over with the question? I think we'll start over with the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's obvious to Canadians that a company with ties to the Chinese government should not be operating our visa application centre. Last night in committee, a former Hong Kong legislator, Nathan Law, who has experienced first-hand brutality of the Chinese regime, and a former Canadian diplomat to China, Charles Burton, called for an end to the contract. Given the contract's troubling connections to the Chinese government, will the minister end the contract? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that we take the protection of Canadians' privacy very seriously. Information is always handled according to Canada's privacy laws, and the data is stored in Canada temporarily and then deleted. Our officials closely monitor that these processes are followed. We will always ensure the privacy of Canadians remains protected.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, members of this cabinet are persistently denying the Uyghur genocide in spite of overwhelming evidence. Their proposed way of unearthing the evidence they say they require would be for the government of China to offer unfettered access to the scene of this genocide. But short of their proposed guided tour of the concentration camps, what evidence would they consider sufficient to recognize this genocide?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very, very clear from the beginning that we are very seriously concerned with the allegations that have been brought forward with respect to the treatment of Uyghurs. We have demanded that the government of China allow unfettered access to a group of experts to examine the situation. But in parallel, we are also working with our international partners in order to pool our expertise and best understand all of the allegations, most of them extremely credible, that have been made against the Chinese in their treatment of the Uyghurs.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is just so clear, and we continue to see breathtaking cowardice from this government and that minister. Yes, we understand that China is powerful, and so is Nazi Germany. But I'm only here today because Canadians were willing to stand up to a genocidal power that threatened my grandmother's life. Will the minister finally put aside his nonsense talking points, think about his own legacy and his own humanity, and finally speak the truth about this issue?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't very much appreciate those very personal comments made against me as a person, but I will respond by saying that this government is very seized with the issue of the treatment of Uyghurs and other minorities, and we are looking at this very carefully in concert with our international partners so that we get to the bottom of the allegations, very serious allegations that have been made against China with respect to the treatment of the Uyghurs and other minorities. And we will continue to do that with single-mindedness.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January 2020, the COVID genetic sequence was made public so that scientists around the world could start the race to find a vaccine. The government didn't take action to develop a homegrown vaccine. 2 months later, on March 11th, the WHO declared that there was a pandemic. The government kept the car in park. The expert panel supposed to advise the government on local production met for the first time on June 26th. Imagine, while everybody else has been racing to find a vaccine for 5 months, the government stayed in the starting block. Why? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. I want to establish some facts. March 11th, the World Health Organization declared there was a pandemic. 12 days later, Mr. Speaker, the federal government announced $172 million to support the biomanufacturing sector in Canada. On April 23rd, we announced $600 million in additional funding. So approximately a month after the announcement of the pandemic, there was more than $800 million that was made available to support the biomanufacturing sector in the country. We will continue to build a biomanufacturing sector that is resilient. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the experience with SARS in 2003, the government knew that we had to invest massively in research and production in order not to have to depend on foreign countries. That's the very first thing that had to be done at the beginning of the pandemic. Not only did it not do it, but it took 5 months just to get the experts together that it wanted to consult. 5 months behind, Canada had already lost the race to the vaccine. How can this government have been so passive in such an important moment of public health? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. As I said, in less than a month, Mr. Speaker, the federal government had put in place more than $800 million. I want to be a little bit more specific because I know this will be of interest to him. We made investments, historic investments. If you look, for example, $173 million to Medicago in Quebec City, $4 million Glucovax Pharma in Montreal, $1.3 million to Biodextrix in Laval, $4.6 million to Genova Pharma, $4.1 million to Laurent Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, we have invested more than $350 million in Quebec, and we will continue to invest in order to build a resilient biomanufacturing industry in the country. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about Medicago. They sent a letter in March and they got a response in July. That's the delays of the government. Let's go back over it again. The government did not create the consortium of all the researchers with the experts to find a vaccine in Canada. It didn't get the experts together to advise it before June 26th, 5 months late. Didn't invest in production capacity before August 31st, 7 months late. It didn't invest in a credible fashion in homegrown vaccine before October 23rd, 9 months later. The result is that we are depending on foreign countries and we are getting vaccinated late. Why did the government not show a vision instead of just being late? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. On the contrary, as I indicated, we have made strategic actions with a long-term vision, Mr. Speaker. Investing $350 million in Quebec for biomanufacturing is exactly the kind of thing that Quebecers want to see. I talked earlier today to Dr. Kobinger. I speak with the different stakeholders across the country in order to bring home the supply chain in order to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we are in a much better position if ever there is a public health need again. We will have a resilient industry in the country, Mr. Speaker.
Wellington Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président, question.
Mr. Speaker, a simple question. There is a motion before the House. It asks the government to officially recognize the genocide perpetrated by the People's Republic of China against the Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims. Will the government support this motion? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have been positive towards this motion. It was time to debate this very important question. I'm listening to the debate, and everybody in the House is going to speak, and we'll see when the vote takes place what happens. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, let me ask a slightly different question. If the House adopts the Uyghur genocide motion, but the government votes against it, will the government uphold democratic norms and respect the will of this House and recognize the Uyghur genocide?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we welcome the debate today, and I participated in myself in it, and many other colleagues on both sides of the aisle are doing the same thing. We will see the outcome next week, and I'm not going to speculate about that outcome. It's totally hypothetical, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on to Indo-Pacific. President Biden is assembling a coalition of democracies to counter China's threats in Indo-Pacific. Today, the Biden administration is participating for the first time in the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, made up of Australia, India, Japan, and the United States. Some say this could evolve into an Eastern NATO. Is Canada going to be part of this, as it was with the creation of the Western Alliance, NATO? And did the Prime Minister, in his recent phone calls with Prime Minister Modi and President Biden, raise this issue?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has had an interest in the Indo-Pacific area for trade. For example, our participation in CPTPP. We're very interested in the ASEAN group of countries. We have a number of interests with respect to countries like India, South Korea, Japan, and others in the region in Southeast Asia. It is natural for Canada, which is a trading nation, to want to develop those, and we will be continuing to do that in the years ahead.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Facebook's attempt to block news media in Australia is a direct attack on every nation's sovereignty. When this government says that they stand with Australia, I say, well, God help the poor Australians. Because when Facebook was found guilty of breaking Canadian law, the Liberals did nothing. When Facebook needs staff, they just call into the Minister's Department. I mean, Facebook Canada is run by a former Liberal operative, for crying out loud. Canadians deserve a government that will hold this rogue company accountable. Instead, they have one that holds their hand. So will the minister insist that Facebook pay what they owe in Canada now? That would be solidarity with the Australians.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. We've been very clear for many months. In fact, our government is at the forefront of the battle to ensure that the web giants pay their fair share. Should it be when it comes to our cultural heritage in Canada? Should it be for media or online harm? We are, just last week, Mr. Speaker, I was in conversation with France, Germany, Australia, Finland, so that we can work together to tackle these very important issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret when it comes time to support French language education, the Liberals tend to drag their heels. The official languages in education program has been frozen for years, even though student enrollment is on the rise. In Alberta, the St. Jean campus is literally under attack by the Kenney government. In Ontario, Laurentian University is fighting for its life. What's it going to take for the Liberals to wake up to the urgent need to stand up for Francophones' education rights? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, because clearly we can always do more to protect official languages. And we see outside Quebec the need for access to French language universities and education so that the minority language communities can continue to thrive. And I would like to condemn the inaction of Conservative governments in the provinces who are neglecting this serious issue. And this directly affects the vitality of French in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, with the world's longest coastline and connected to 3 oceans, Canada is well positioned to be a global leader in the blue economy, an economy that creates good middle-class jobs while ensuring healthy oceans and sustainable ocean industries. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans please tell this House what our government is doing to grow our blue economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Avalon for the question. Mr. Speaker, as he said, Canada is an ocean nation. We have the largest coastlines in the world, and over 300,000 Canadians are employed through our blue economy. That's why it's important that we develop a blue economy strategy that's second to none. Last week, we launched the engagement with a number of stakeholders through roundtables, including ones with industry, including fisheries and aquaculture, academia, ocean science, and women in ocean leadership. Mr. Speaker, the Blue Economy Strategy is going to be ambitious, it's going to be prosperous and productive, as well as sustainable. It's extremely important for us to develop this strategy for our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I want to follow up on the questions asked by my colleague from Abitibi-Temiskaming. Today at Industry Committee, the Vaccine Task Force said that the deal with CanSino, which fell through for vaccines, was struck before the task force was formed. But after the task force was formed, they reviewed the deal and recommended going with it. So if the Vaccine Task Force said it was a no-go, why did the Liberals proceed?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we received the advice of the Vaccine Task Force to proceed with 7 vaccine manufacturers. That's exactly what we did. We put in place the largest, most diverse portfolio of vaccines in any country in the world. We began inoculations as one of the first countries in the world to do so, and we are continuing to ensure that Canadians have access to vaccines. Indeed, 14.5 million Canadians can expect to be vaccinated prior to the end of June, Mr. Speaker. 400,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine have arrived in Canada and are being distributed. That's hard work, Mr. Speaker. That's progress, and we're sticking to it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, no, that's not what I asked. The Vaccine Task Force said today that they expressly advised against proceeding with CanSino, and we know that that deal actually had a huge impact on the delays that we're seeing in vaccine delivery today. And those delays have cost Canadian lives, jobs, hopes, and more. The Vaccine Task Force, the science-delivered approach from this government, said no go with CanSino, yet this government proceeded anyways. Why were they so enamored with this Chinese company at the expense of Canadian lives?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what we were enamored with. We were enamored with ensuring that we acted on the advice of the Vaccine Task Force in order to execute those 7 agreements in very short order. And I would like to thank all of the public servants at PSPC that worked throughout the summer and on weekends to ensure that they got that job done. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, we are well on track to have 6 million vaccines in this country prior to the end of March, another 23 million vaccines in this country prior to the end of June, and 84 million vaccines in this country prior to the end of September, so that every Canadian who wants a vaccine will indeed have access to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, China has been holding two Canadians, the two Michaels, for over 800 days. China has blocked vaccine shipments to Canada. China's turning a blind eye to the Xinjiang genocide. China has banned Canadian pork and canola imports. China has simply no respect for human rights. Mr. Speaker, what's the Prime Minister waiting for? When will he join the Conservatives in calling for a change of venue for the Olympics? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that question. It's a very specific question about the Olympics. We've said this repeatedly. The International Olympic Committee makes those decisions, and that continues to be our position on that. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, that's pathetic, an answer like that, and a lack of leadership. Our athletes should not have to pay the price for the ignorance of Liberals and the Prime Minister. Recently, it came to light that our Canadian athletes are being briefed on what they can and cannot say in China to avoid being targeted by Chinese authorities. Mr. Speaker, this situation's critical. It's serious. How can the Prime Minister accept this? And when will he show some leadership and demand the Games be relocated? And even make that demand to the International Olympic Committee if necessary. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable colleague knows full well, it's the International and Paralympic Olympic and Paralympic committees that make those decisions about our Canadian athletes' participation. We have full confidence that the Canadian committees will make those decisions properly in full respect of Canadian fundamental values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, this government is gutless when it comes to gun control. Not only are they doing nothing to ban handguns, they've completely abdicated responsibility by asking municipalities to act in their stead. Mr. Speaker, we can't have hundreds of different gun policies in Quebec because the federal government won't do its job. Yesterday, the National Assembly unanimously called for this government to delegate it the power to control handguns. Will the government respect this unanimous request from Quebec? The Honourable Minister.
And the member's question makes me wonder if she's even read the bill. The legislation that we've brought forward will provide Canadians with the strongest regulatory framework for the restriction of handguns in all parts of the country. And coupled with the legislation we passed with Bill C-71 and the new measures in C-21, we will have the strongest restrictions in every place, in every part of the country. There is nothing in this legislation that compels any municipality or Quebec to do more. But, Mr. Speaker, we are quite willing to work with the willing who want to do more in their communities. And we've heard from many municipalities and provinces that are prepared to do more, and every order of government has a responsibility to the safety of their citizens.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, too cowardly to control handguns, but too vain to let Quebec do it for them. If the Liberals won't help, could they at least try to do no harm? We can't have Boisbriand, Sainte-Thérèse, and Blainville all coming up with three different but overlapping gun policies in the same place. Mr. Speaker, handgun murders have shot up by 40% in 10 years. If the government is unwilling to do its job, would they at least let Quebec do it for them? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member's unparliamentary and rude language notwithstanding, let me be very clear that the legislation that we have brought forward will provide all Canadians in every place, including in the province of Quebec, with the strongest regulatory framework that prevents the handguns getting into the hands of criminals by strengthening our response at the border, by preventing the theft and criminal diversion of handguns into criminals' hands, and by taking steps to remove dangerous firearms from dangerous situations. Mr. Speaker, we've also prepared to support the provinces, and we have given the province of Quebec tens of millions of dollars to assist the police, and we look forward to them finally distributing that to municipal police services to help them do the important work of keeping their communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, for months I have asked this government for certainty on getting international farm workers to Canadian farms. These workers are vital to Canadian fruit and vegetable producers. With commercial flights being cancelled from Mexico and the Caribbean, where the vast majority of workers come from, many farmers across the country are left wondering exactly how and when they will get their workers. Will the minister tell farmers the plan for getting workers to farms after mid-March, when the largest number of farm workers are set to arrive?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes the integral role farm workers and farmers play in ensuring Canadians have access to food, and we're here to support them. We're working very hard to ensure the continued safety and timely arrival of temporary foreign workers into Canada. In the case of temporary foreign workers in ag and seafood sectors, our government is deferring the requirement that they quarantine in a government approved hotel until March 14th to allow for the development of tailored solutions. In the interim, temporary foreign workers entering Canada will go to the usual place of quarantine provided by their employer under existing quarantine rules. We value and are so appreciative of the work of these workers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, in Beauce, foreign workers are not a choice, they're a necessity. Companies like Acier d'Armature in Saint-Benoît-l'Arbre are getting tied up in red tape and now, especially, endless delays. Businesses of this kind need foreign workers to remain operational and deliver on their contracts. I raised this issue with the Minister at virtually the same time last year. Nothing has changed in a year, and it's all the pandemic's fault if you listen to him. I'd like to know what the Minister is going to do to help these companies, and when does he plan to do that? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we've been working closely with the agricultural sector. We understand the needs for foreign workers, and we're working very closely with those industries. The Agriculture Minister and myself have invested heavily and we'll continue to support those workers and farmers, of course, and we thank them for their work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a commercial driver in my riding has a job pending, but his fast card has expired. All requirements were met except for an in-person interview. The problem? The FAST Support Service Office is closed due to the pandemic. What does this mean for renewals? Windsor-Essex is the busiest border crossing in North America. Failures in processing fast card means jobs lost and delays at the border. What specifically is being done to fix the problem? Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, international bridges and border crossing are critical economic links between Canada and the United States, and we support essential supply chains, and those borders support essential supply chains for many different industries. We are aware of the impact that COVID-19 pandemic and related travel restrictions have had on those border crossing. We're closely monitoring the situation to ensure that these border crossing and bridges continue to operate safely for individuals and supply chain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. Indigenous and racialized Canadians are overrepresented in the justice system. Indigenous people accounted for just 5% of the Canadian adult population, but 30% of the federally incarcerated inmates. This is shameful. However, the Minister of Justice has recently tabled a critical piece of legislation which includes reforms that will help address the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the justice system. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice update the House?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the member from Sydney Victoria for his tireless advocacy in the fight against systemic racism. We are finally turning the page on failed Conservative criminal justice policies that have not made us safe and not deterred criminals. Instead, they've resulted in the over-incarceration of Indigenous people, Black people, and marginalized Canadians. The package that has been tabled is a necessary reset for our criminal law. It proposes to repeal certain mandatory minimum penalties, restore greater availability of conditional sentence orders, and provide police and prosecutors the tools and guidance to treat addiction as a health issue. Bill C-22 represents an important step forward in the fight against systemic racism. We hope that members across the aisle support this bill that will truly keep all communities in Canada safe. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 2 weeks since I asked the Prime Minister to take action on the Line 5 issue. This requires a leader-to-leader interaction. When will the Prime Minister personally pick up the phone, call President Biden, and ask him to intervene to keep Line 5 open?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we take this issue very seriously. Line 5 is vital to our energy security, vital to our economy, provides thousands of jobs at refineries in Sarnia, in Montreal, at Lévis, Quebec. It supplies 53% of Ontario's crude oil supply, 66% of Quebec's. It supplies Michigan with 55% of their statewide propane. So I assure this House, we are looking at all our options. Line 5 is a vital pipeline for Canada's energy security. We support it. We will defend it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has presided over thousands of job losses in Alberta's energy sector. At the same time, our energy workers watch foreign oil come into this country from third world dictators and human rights abusers. Clearly, this Liberal government is willing to support jobs in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Russia, Nigeria, and others, instead of supporting jobs here in Canada. What specific action will this Liberal government take this year to reduce foreign oil imports into Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to remind the Honourable Member that we approved of TMX. We're building it. That's 7,000 jobs that we've created. The Line 3 pipeline, we approved it. That's another 7,000 jobs. NGTL 2021, we've approved it. There are thousands of jobs created there. LNG Canada, we're building it. Thousands of jobs there. And orphan and inactive wells, $1.7 billion we've put towards that, thousands of jobs to be created. And of course, the wage subsidy, where more than 500,000 workers were kept in their jobs in a pandemic in Alberta alone. That is our record, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 3 weeks, there's been a growing bipartisan consensus the Keystone XL pipeline cancellation was a mistake. Now, high-profile Democrat and Republican leaders are calling for the project to be continued, and more than a dozen states are pondering legal action against the Biden administration. The Liberals say they support the chance. Now is their chance to actually do it and stand up for KXL. Will the government finally do so?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're not happy with the decision to cancel Keystone XL's permit, but I'll quote Chris Bloomer, the CEO of the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association. He said Keystone XL is a loss, but is it the end of Canada's oil and gas industry? Absolutely not. Canada is a world leader in responsible energy development. We have abundant natural resources that can help meet the growing demand for affordable energy around the world and can offset global emissions, end quote. Mr. Speaker, we agree the world needs more Canadian energy. We support our energy workers. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, Parc Safari is one of the main tourist attractions in Montérégie, attracting hundreds of thousands of visitors every year. Like many tourism operators, they've been hit hard by COVID-19 and have had to adapt to survive. A few weeks ago, I was pleased to announce that we are allocating close to $1 million to Parc Safari, which will help it cover new costs and continue to welcome families and protect the jobs of the many people who work there. Could the Minister of Economic Development tell the House how this government is delivering for tourism businesses in my riding and all across Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her question and her outstanding work. Parc Safari is a major tourism attraction. We know that tourism has faced major challenges in this pandemic, and we've been there since the beginning to help In Quebec alone, we've supported around 1,000 tourism companies with over $44 million invested in individual companies. And all across Canada, it's $350 million distributed to over 3,500 tourism organizations.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are struggling with significant income loss due to the pandemic. Even with the CERB or CRB, many are unable to afford rent. The dead load in rent arrears is staggering, and provinces lift their temporary eviction ban. Many Canadians are at risk of losing their home. This is especially acute in large cities and has disproportionately affected women, people of color, and people with disabilities. The National Housing Strategy Access Adequate Housing is a basic human right. Will the Prime Minister put in place national eviction standards and a federal retroactive residential tenant support benefit so that no one will end up on the street because they can't afford rent?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government's priority is to make sure that Canadians can keep food on their tables and a roof over their heads. That's why we took quick action by creating the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to ensure Canadians have the support they need to stay in their homes during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've moved Canadians from the CERB into employment insurance with no increase in EI premiums. In addition, we're concluding agreements with provinces and territories for the Canada Housing Benefit, a game changer to enable people to receive direct payments to enable them to pay rent.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Grenville.
Disturbingly, Vancouver stats show anti-Asian hate crimes are up 717%. At the same time, China's national security law is of grave concern to Canadians with ties to Hong Kong. The two Michaels continue to be arbitrarily detained. As for the Uyghurs, why is it genocide for my peoples but not for the Uyghurs? Move or boycott the Beijing Olympics? Well, the government has abdicated that decision in favor of an Olympic committee. Mr. Speaker, will the government please stand up for justice and human rights and demonstrate it has the backs of Chinese Canadians, indeed for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. And as we have stated repeatedly, we are gravely concerned with the allegations coming out of Xinjiang with respect to the treatment of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslim minorities. We have urged the Chinese government to allow a group of experts, international and impartial, to examine the situation. And at the same time, we are working with our international partners and putting together our expertise with respect to the allegations, the serious allegations that have come out of China.
And that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons pour
That's all of the time for today.
au règlement.
2 points of order. We will start with the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. I believe that if you seek it, you will find that this House would consent on the following motion. That this House condemn Facebook's decision to ban Australian media's content from its social network. The House should affirm that this bullying from Facebook does not belong in a democracy. We would ask the government to table a bill to force web giants to pay their fair share for the media content that they use. I would just remind members that, by courtesy, honorable members should wait for the motion to be moved and then they can say what they want to say. Now, all those opposed to the honorable member moving the motion, please say nay. Oh, there was a nay. We do not have unanimous consent.
Excuse. Oui, l'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Very well. Since it is Thursday, as usual, we ask what the plan is for our parliamentary business without forgetting that for a month, all of us here in this House have been ready to debate the bill to eliminate the infamous $1,000 for non-essential travelers. Will this government soon be tabling that legislation so we can finally adopt it? Well, that's the question we were coming to later. But I first have a statement to make. So if that's all right, I'll just ask for members' patience. We'll come back to it later.
Following the order raised earlier today, I would like to make a statement on Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code single event sports betting, and its similarity to Bill 218, an act to amend the Criminal Code sport betting. Standing in the name of the member for Saskatoon Grasswood, as members are aware, both bills seek to amend the same provision of the Criminal Code as it relates to single sports betting. While Bill C-13 was introduced in the House on November 26, 2020, and has yet to be called for debate by the government, the general provisions surrounding single sports betting have, in fact, not only been debated in the House during consideration of Bill C-218, but a decision was made yesterday by the House on the general principle of allowing all single sports betting, and the bill was referred to Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The House is now placed in an unusual situation where a decision was made on one of two very similar bills standing on the order paper. La présidence reconnaît que les deux projets de loi.
The chair recognizes that these two bills are not identical, but they are very similar in that they seek to amend the same provision of the criminal code with a similar objective.
C-18 and C-13 seek to amend the same paragraph of the criminal code as it pertains to sports betting. Bill C-218 repeals paragraph 207(4)(b) of the Criminal Code in its entirety to make it lawful to conduct and manage a lottery scheme that involves betting on a race, a fight, or on a single sporting event. As for Bill C-13, it conserves the paragraph but seeks to amend it to make a single sports betting lawful except for bets on a horse race. The rule of anticipation, which prohibits the same question from being decided twice by the House within the same session, is explained in the following manner at page 568 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. Quote, the rule of anticipation becomes... Oui. OK. OK. Est-ce qu'on peut voir...
Can we see if we can go on? There seems to be an issue.
Oh. You hear it in French? Vous l'attendez en français? Parfait. The rule of anticipation, which prohibits the same question from being decided twice by the House within the same session, is explained in the following manner at page 568 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, and I quote, the rule of anticipation becomes operative only when one of the two similar motions on the order paper is actually proceeded with. For example, two bills similar in substance will be allowed to stand on the order paper, but only one may be moved and disposed of. If a decision is taken of the first bill, for example, to defeat the bill or advance it through stage in the legislative process, then the other may not proceed with, unquote. This makes clear that if two bills are similar, without being substantially the same, both may be placed on notice, introduced, and given first reading, and both could even be debated at second reading, provided that the House has not taken a decision with respect to either of them. Étant donné,
Given the decision made by this House yesterday afternoon, the question before us is whether Bill C-13 can continue the legislative process now that the House has adopted Bill C-218 at second reading.
Principle of the bill, and consequently has agreed to repealing the portion of the Criminal Code that deals with sports betting. While there are examples where the House has been repealed or has repealed sections of an act already amended by another bill adopted by the House in the same session, this is not exactly the situation before us today. Instead, Since Bill C-218 seeks to completely repeal paragraph 2074B of the Criminal Code, it seems to the Chair that it would be possible for Bill C-13 to continue in the legislative process as if it would seek to amend paragraph of the Criminal Code that would no longer exist upon adoption of C-218. In fact, the Chair notes that other avenues would be open to the House to achieve those same ends, such as through amendments proposed to Bill C-218 during the committee's study. As a consequence, the Chair has difficulty seeing how the House could now move forward with C-13 after it has adopted the larger principle of repealing the very portion of the Criminal Code that C-13 seeks to amend. Consequently, as long as Bill C-218 follows its course through the legislative process during this session, Bill C-13 may not be proceeded with. As was mentioned during the intervention yesterday, as well as previously by the member from Saskatoon-Grasswood, members who wish to further review or amend the provisions included in Bill C-218 should follow the proceedings and take part in discussions during the hearings of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I thank all the members for their attention.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr.
With the process of this decision. As mentioned in your answer, the point is that you are talking about two bills, one from the government and one from a member of the official opposition, the member from Saskatoon-Grasswood. The government had the chance to explain itself, and I officially ask the member of Parliament to speak on behalf of his private bill here in the House of Commons. This decision has been made without the fact that a member of Parliament asked to talk about this bill, and unfortunately, because the decision has been made right now, he will not have that chance. We are seriously concerned. Il s'agit, Monsieur le Président, d'un
We're talking about a very unfortunate precedent. We have major concerns when a member of Parliament sees his bill, his private member's bill, at the heart of a decision. We feel that at the very least, if he requests, may have the right to speak in this chamber. We have formulated this request and he was unable to do so, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the Honourable Member.
The member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to add to this point of order as well. I also have that same concern. I am disappointed at the timing of this ruling as well. Not only did the opposition House Leader, but myself as well stood and indicated, so that it was at least on two occasions, that it was indicated that the member for Saskatoon-Grasswoods did, in fact, have points he wanted to raise on this in this point of order, and he should have that opportunity, should have been afforded that opportunity. I am extremely disappointed that that was not given to him as a member. I think that is his right to have that opportunity. Furthermore, I did also move a point of privilege on, I believe, Tuesday, which we are waiting for a ruling from you on, and you have, obviously moved quickly where a member sought to intervene in this case and was not afforded that opportunity, and yet you have a point of privilege where there could have been a ruling, there was nobody else seeking to intervene, and it just seems to me like the timing of this is something that we should all be concerned about, and I feel it's important and imperative that I raise that with you because I do think that the timing of this does, in fact, create a real problem and a real bad precedent for a member who did seek the opportunity to intervene and who did have very pertinent facts, given that his private member's bill was one of the bills, of course, in question. So I do believe that that there is serious concerns here, and I just wanted to add those thoughts.
We have a point of order. We have one from Kingston and the Islands, and we'll go to Windsor West, to the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very quickly, I think it's worth pointing out that the point of order that was raised today that you have now responded to was specifically with request to seeking clarification as to how things were supposed to move forward. It wasn't per se a point of order in addressing a procedural error that other people would contribute arguments to. This was just a question that was asked of you to provide clarification on what the next steps would be. In context of what's being discussed, I think it's important to consider that.
The honourable member for Windsor West is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a highly unusual situation, to say the least, as the government had custodian of this bill, their own bill, and have not moved it, rapidly through. And so we're in a situation here. But I would ask, Mr. Speaker, if you had the chance to look at my submission that was made earlier, because you didn't reference it at all in your decision. And I think there is some value to take a step back for the moment, not to question your judgment or your capability in this. It's just that there's new information and want to make sure that we do a thorough process for this. The government acted very hastily yesterday. They gave no indication about their tactics of withdrawing the bill to any of us until yesterday. And then this morning we saw this action. So I would ask for the process to be thorough and to be ensure that we don't rush to error, and perhaps a day to allow also the member from Saskatoon to participate would be valuable as well too. I respect your judgment on this, Mr. Speaker, but I believe it's incomplete without the chance to make sure, once again, if you've reviewed my intervention earlier and the member for Saskatoon whose bill I spoke of.
Okay, we have another point of order for the government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, I don't understand my colleagues. This is not a point of privilege. This is not a debate. It's a simple question, a simple clarification that was asked of you. If C-228 was adopted, could C-13 continue? That's it. There was no debate. It doesn't affect anyone else. It's just if one is adopted, can the other continue? It was a direct question, and you answer, and that's it. So there's no debate around this, Mr. Speaker. It's an answer to a question. Point. Thank you.
Are there any other points of order? No, I know I'm talking about this issue right now. Okay, very good. I want to thank the honourable members. I know the decisions are not always easy ones, believe me. And I appreciate your advisement, and I will take it under that, guys. Next, we have Déclaration hebdomadaire.
The weekly statement, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if this is part of the weekly statement. Yes, every week on Thursday afternoon, the government House Leader and the opposition House Leader talk about where we're going. And for the fifth time, we are holding our hand out to the government. When will it table the bill so we can debate it in the House to eliminate the $1,000 given to workers making unnecessary travel or trips? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understand my colleague's question is, what will be the legislative agenda for the coming days?
Tomorrow morning, we'll continue with second reading debate of C-14, which implements certain provisions of the economic statement. In the afternoon, we will begin debate of C-19, which would provide for temporary rules to ensure the safe administration of an election in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Après ça, lundi.
After that, on Monday and Wednesday of next week, we will continue to debate Bill C-19. Tuesday, we will look at the Senate amendments on C-7, an act concerning medical assistance in dying. And I would like to also inform the House that Thursday, February 25th, will be a designated day. Friday, we will begin second reading stage of Bill C-21, the Firearms Act. Thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleague for that question.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion is standing in the name of Mr. Chong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Ah, very good. We have 1 minute remaining in questions. My apologies. No, that's questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. We have The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention and also for his heartfelt examples that he presented today on stories of what is occurring. And he had mentioned standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves. And I'm wondering if the member can maybe go into more detail as to why it's important to work with our allies, but also important to show leadership on this particular issue. Thank you.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry in 30 seconds or less, please.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that. The stories we've seen from the BBC, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Associated Press have documented into the numerous examples of these personal stories. The people that are being affected in China, the Uyghur people, the Turkish Muslim minority that are there, don't have a voice. We don't need to go into why. We know why some of the oppressions are seen in China. We here at home need to stand up for those that can't do it for themselves. We owe it to them, and we owe it to our own value set to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Kingston and the Islands. I want to begin today by thanking the member for Wellington Halton Hills, both for bringing this crucially important issue to the attention of the House, as well as to the attention of Canadians. I also want to thank him for his very thoughtful speech this morning, outlining more than a decade of persecution of the Uyghur people and other Turkic Muslims in Western China. It was, Mr. Speaker, a very fine speech, the kind of speech that should be the norm in this place, but isn't always. Equally, I want to thank other members of this House, particularly the member for Montreville, for his clear elucidation of the importance of this Canadian Parliament continuing to take strong action on the infringement of human rights in China, and to the member for St. John's East for his thoughtful understanding of this as a political process, which we are in today, but also for drawing a distinction between it and the subsequent legal actions that will be necessary to engage the whole world in ending the atrocious treatment of the Uyghur people. This is an issue which I have been following closely for well over a decade. The Uyghur community is small in Canada, but I'm privileged to represent some of them who live in my riding of Don Valley West here in the House of Commons. I've heard firsthand their stories and their worries about family and friends and colleagues who remain in Xinjiang province. My first encounter with this community was with a family facing immigration difficulties imposed on them by the previous Conservative government when I was in opposition. I was proud to stand up for them then, as I continue to be proud to stand up for them today. Their faces, their stories, and their broken hearts weigh heavily on me today. This issue took on a larger perspective when I had the opportunity to meet Rabia Kadir, who was at the time president of the World Uyghur Congress. Known as the Dragon Fighter, she gently, passionately, intelligently told me the story of her people, a story which has only gotten worse over the last decade. She is not only known as the Dragon Fighter, but also as Mother of all Uyghurs. And her legacy looms large for me whenever I raise the issue of the persecution of her people. Let me be clear, I have been and continue to be concerned, alarmed, horrified by the reports of mass arbitrary detentions, of repressive surveillance, and of the allegations of torture, mistreatment, forced labor, forced sterilization, and mass arbitrary separation of children from their parents by the government of the People's Republic of China. It's wrong, and it is yet another example of the failure of the PRC to recognize the singular importance of human rights. Human rights are the bedrock of a civilized world, and infringement on them will never lead to peace, to harmony, to prosperity, or to the well-being of either minority or majority populations. In 2018, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination raised the alarm on this issue, and they noted that repression is rampant and organized, and that other violations are undertaken by senior members of the Chinese Communist Party. Though official numbers were impossible to obtain, they indicated the number of people detained may be anywhere from tens of thousands to over 1 million. And reports continue to emerge regarding practices of forced labor, forced sterilization, and other coercive birth control measures. Other atrocities, which some have called human rights abuses, crimes against humanity, genocidal activity, or genocide itself have been widely reported. All of this is why the Canadian government has already acted and will continue to act conscientiously on the international stage regarding the persecution of the Uyghur people. One of the best ways to work with international partners is to do so through multilateral institutions like the UN. Since both the drafting and the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Canada has taken international leadership in human rights. Governments of both parties. Human rights issues will not be solved overnight and require vigilance and determination. That's why Canada is committed to pushing forward on issues related to China, recognizing that the China of today is not the China of even just a few years ago. So at the Human Rights Council, we worked. In September 2020, Canada co-hosted a side event on Hong Kong. At the General Assembly's Third Committee, where on October 6, 2020, Canada and 38 other countries co-signed a joint statement on human rights in Xinjiang and Hong Kong. And also through China's most recent Universal Periodic Review in 2018, Canada provided frank input on their human rights record. Mr. Speaker, at a time when many are questioning the future of multilateralism or of diplomacy altogether, Canada is committed to playing an active role in shaping the norms and engaging the institutions that underpin our global community. But we know that only so much can be changed in the halls of power. That's why Canada also engages with diaspora communities, activists, civil society, journalists, and human rights defenders to hear the stories of persecuted people in the world. That's how the world knows about crackdowns on freedom of assembly, suppression of democracy in Hong Kong. That's how the world knows about restrictions of freedom, language, culture, and religion, and the destruction of historic buildings and temples in Tibet. And that's how the world knows about China's abuses against the Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang, which have all been very well enumerated today. The mounting evidence of a systematic campaign of repression cannot be ignored. We take egregious human rights violations very seriously. We take allegations of genocide very seriously. The international community has to work together in order to investigate the egregious abuses taking place in Xinjiang. In the 21st century, there's no excuse to be unaware of these issues. Canada is committed to engaging unilaterally as well as alongside our partners to advocate for human rights of those in China. We will continue to call for unfettered access to Xinjiang for international independent observers, as we did in July 2019, June 2020, and at the UN most recently last October. We'll continue to oppose China's prosecution and persecution on the basis of religion or belief for Muslims, Christians, Tibetan Buddhists, Falun Gong practitioners, as we did in the 2018 UPR. We'll continue to support restored respect for civil and political rights in Hong Kong, which we have done repeatedly with like-minded allies. We will continue to oppose the death penalty in China and everywhere, seeking clemency for Canadians facing that sentence. And finally, Madam Speaker, we'll continue to work tirelessly to bring Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor home, something which very frankly motivates my work every day of my life. Madam Speaker, it's in this spirit that I'm not only speaking in this debate, but it's also in the spirit that I am listening to the wisdom, to the experience, to the passions, to the care being offered by my colleagues in every party today. Canadians expect their parliament and their government to stand up against injustices in Canada and around the world. And while we may sometimes disagree about how and when to do that, I know that we are all agreed that Canada needs to both speak and to act to continue to fight for justice, for human rights in Canada and around the world. And today we hold the Uyghur people in our thoughts, in our minds, and our hearts to do what is best and right for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree with many of the things that my colleague said, but he hasn't really answered the main question in terms of his remarks. The Parliamentary Secretary knows that genocide has a specific legal meaning in international law, He knows that Canada is a party to the Genocide Convention, and being a party carries certain obligations. Those obligations don't depend on the actions of other parties or other states. Our commitment as part of that multilateral instrument is to respond in cases where genocide is taking place. We have those obligations as Canada, regardless of what other states do, although we know that other states, such as the United States, have already started to act. So the crucial question, Madam Speaker, of this debate, of this motion, does the Parliament Secretary believe that genocide is happening in the specific legal sense as defined by the Convention, such that it triggers the obligations of the Government of Canada under that Convention?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, for me, that is not the central question today. The central question today is about the health and well-being and the human rights of the Uyghur people and how best to move on. It isn't about a parliament deciding in its unilateral way anything on that issue. The Government of Canada bears the responsibility of international conventions. The Government of Canada the responsibility of asserting itself on the world stage, and the Government of Canada continues to do that and will continue to do that. Madam Speaker, this issue is way bigger than the declaration of anything. It is about human rights, and let's drill down to the core of what these motions are about. They are about conversation, but they're also needing to be absolutely grounded in the reality of human rights atrocities, and we will find every way to appropriately, honestly, and with integrity deal with them on the world stage.
Le député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I don't totally agree with what my colleague said. He's beating around the bush a bit. And the Conservative member asked a question, and he admitted that there had been human rights violations and re-education camps and sterilization campaigns, and it's all been documented. And there was a letter signed by all members of all parties, Greens, Bloc, Conservatives, Liberals. Everything's been internationally documented. What I'd like to know is why the government won't admit there's been a genocide. Words are important, and my colleague is beating around the bush. He won't commit. But that's all that's lacking before we can go help the Uyghurs in China who are currently experiencing genocide, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me be perfectly clear. There are many ways for us to help the Uyghur people. There are many ways. And so what I'm doing today is I'm utterly committed to listening to this debate, to hearing some expert opinion, but also some anecdotal thoughts about the current issue that we are engaging in. And we will continue as a government to take the best course, always concerned about human rights, always concerned about finding the best way to do it, but also making sure that we do it carefully, studiously, with the best legal minds at stake in this, and also just making sure that we get it right. That is the goal of government, is to get it right, to do it well, and to continue to make sure that we do the best for the Uyghur people. Not the best for me, not the best for any member of this House, but the best for the Uyghur people.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly miss the conversations that we had with this member at the Canada-China relations. These issues are complex, but ultimately this motion has to come to a deliberative end. And we are either a country that believes in the rule of law, where if you do see the human rights abuses that are happening to Uyghurs in China, as the member has said that he clearly does that now not impel or compel us as a people to put that into action under our international obligations and conventions that we've signed on to? Does the member acknowledge that this government has an obligation to stand up for Canadian values and the rule of law on behalf of those who are facing?
I have to give the member 10 seconds to answer.
Right now, the government has a responsibility to listen to Parliament. The government has a responsibility to listen to every member in this place, and the government has a responsibility to act with integrity as we move forward for the betterment of the Uyghur people. And I miss you at committee as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's an honor to rise today to speak to this particular opposition motion. And I want to thank the member from Wellington Halton Hills for introducing it. This is a motion that is substantive, addresses a real and pressing issue. And I can honestly say, Madam Speaker, that having had the opportunity to sit in the House today and listen to the speeches, questions and answers from all sides of the House, I genuinely feel as though I am more informed and understand this issue better than I did when I woke up this morning, and I give credit to that member for that. Madam Speaker, our government has on many occasions spoken in this House about the work it is doing to strengthen the rules-based order, the rules-based international order. In the wake of the Second World War, the foundations of this order were laid by numerous outstanding Canadians, including Louis Saint Laurent and Lester B. Pearson. Since then, Canada has worked with other countries to build on those foundations. The result has been unprecedented periods of peace and prosperity. We have not achieved perfection, but we have certainly made progress, Madam Speaker. Respect for human rights lies at the heart of the rules-based international order. The United Nations was founded on 3 pillars to advance peace, security, development, and human rights. 72 years ago, its member states came together to approve the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, putting people, not states, at the center of the new international order. This declaration lays out the obligations that all governments have to their citizens. Today, the rules-based international order faces dire challenges. There are some governments, Madam Speaker, who seem to believe in an international order that is not for the people, but for the states. Madam Speaker, this is certainly not Canada's approach. Canada stands up for human rights, everywhere and at all times. Canada stands up for the people of Venezuela, for the people fleeing their homes in Myanmar, for the people of Yemen suffering in the midst of war, for the people of Belarus calling for free and fair elections, as well as for the Uyghurs facing repression, persecution, and arbitrary mass detention. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the promotion and protection of human rights deserves more attention than ever before. Canada is doing its share, and the challenges are daunting across a whole range of human rights, especially now in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Freedom of opinion and expression, the freedom to think what we want and to say out loud what we want, is a core human identity. Yet in too many countries, it is under assault. On the multilateral front, Canada has consistently raised concerns regarding violations of freedom of expression, including freedom of the media at the UN Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly, and in other international forums. Canada has worked with its partners to pass resolutions at the UN on freedom of expression, human rights defenders, internet freedom, and for the safety of journalists. Canada helped found and co-chairs the Media Freedom Coalition, a group of 43 countries committed to addressing issues around freedom of press. It is not only the freedom to speak that is under attack, Madam Speaker. Many governments are also cracking down on the freedom to love. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, intersex, and two-spirited people face discrimination and violence. Canada works to advocate for the rights of the LGBTI persons in 2 areas: advocacy in the decriminalization of same-sex conduct and the elimination of violence and discrimination targeting LGBT people. Canada has developed programming that addresses human rights training for police, the judiciary, and schools. Canadian missions support the work of the local LGBTI civil society groups through the Canada Fund and local initiatives. Canada also serves as co-chair on the Equal Rights Coalition, the world's first intergovernmental forum for the protection of the rights of LGBTI people, and we continue to play a central role in the coalition. People in some countries are deprived of their liberty and have their economic, social, and cultural rights threatened because they are members of religious minorities. Canada's approach to promoting freedom of religion or belief includes advocating on behalf of persecuted faith and belief communities, opposing religious hatred, discrimination, and others, and fostering greater mutual respect and understanding through interfaith, intercultural dialogues. In addition, Canada is committed to building a more inclusive, world free from racism. As recent events at home and abroad have made increasingly clear, systemic racism is a global concern, a root cause of exclusion, and one of the greatest barriers to our collective well-being. As we work at home to dismantle systemic racism, which continues to impact Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and other racialized people, we are also promoting anti-racism and inclusion abroad by continuing to lead the conversation about the value of inclusion and respect for diversity with our international partners, bilaterally and multilaterally. Madam Speaker, Canada continues to be committed to the struggle to see the human rights of women fully recognized. Canada is a long-standing advocate for the advancement of gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, and the realization of their human rights both at home and abroad. Internationally, Canada has a long-standing commitment to the human rights of women and girls, with the affirmation of feminist values as a core of our foreign policy efforts, including the launch of our Feminist International Assistance Policy. One of the most effective ways of improving the status and well-being of women and girls is by ensuring their full, equal, effective participation in decision-making at all levels, politically, economically, and socially. Canada works in a multilateral context with the Human Rights Council and other forums to champion issues such as eliminating violence against women and ending early and forced marriage. We need women's leadership to catalyze the change we want to see globally and help tackle many of the world's most intricate problems. Many governments that deny basic human rights to their own citizens are cracking down on people who stand up for the rights of their neighbors. Human rights defenders. Canada recognizes the key role played by human rights defenders in promoting and protecting human rights and strengthening the rule of law. The promotion of respect for human rights defenders is critical and inclusive, safe, and prosperous for societies. Canada is concerned with the rising threats against human rights defenders, such as enforced disappearances, arbitrary arrest, unlawful imprisonment, torture, and unfair trials. Madam Speaker, Canadians are reminded every day about the importance of human rights, and they also expect their governments to be vigorous advocates for human rights at home and abroad. This is why the government is committed to protecting people at risk of persecution and to speak out against regimes that violate the fundamental freedoms of their people, including those which engage in torture and other forms of mistreatment. Canada highly values the rules-based international order and will continue to cooperate with the international community and with civil society to put an end to torture. In addition, Canada has made it clear that it opposes the death penalty and supports the abolition of the death penalty internationally. Canada undertakes clemency intervention in all cases of Canadians facing execution in foreign jurisdictions. In an era of rapid technological developments, Canada strongly believes that human rights and fundamental freedoms that individuals have offline must also be protected online. Through its participation in the Freedom Online Coalition, Canada has affirmed the importance of supporting internet freedom for individuals worldwide, as well as links between digital inclusion and protection and promotion of human rights. Madam Speaker, every human being is born with human rights. That is the reason for Canada to commit itself to building respect for those rights. But while human rights have intrinsic value, they also have practical value. The societies where diverse and human rights are respected, societies that adopt inclusive approaches so that all citizens can contribute, are the societies that are the most successful. Canada believes that all governments must recognize that they are accountable to their own people. We need to remember that people are at the heart of the international rules-based order. Madam Speaker, there is much to be done to build greater respect for human rights globally. To reach our maximum potential, all governments must do their part. Canada will continue to work to advance respect for human rights by standing up and by reaching out. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Colleague is this. If this motion is adopted and the amendment in front of the House, but the government votes against the motion, does the member believe the government has an obligation to uphold the terms of the motion? As he knows, these motions aren't statutorily binding, but they are binding in the normative sense of the word. If we believe in upholding democratic norms, it's important to respect the will of this House. So does he believe the government needs to follow the terms of this motion if this motion is adopted, and yet the government has voted against it?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know that the member has asked this question to a couple other people today. I guess my response to that would be, and I'll try to be as direct as I can, is that I genuinely believe that this government will do what is required of it to do. He might be right that it's not a statutory obligation, but I strongly believe that this government will and always does respect what this House comes and puts forward, and that this government would act appropriately regardless of what the outcome might be. It's a hypothetical to guess what might happen next week in the vote, but I know that the government will always do what it's required to do and what is the will of the elected people of this House.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about the matter of and the importance of human rights, and he even talked about feminism. This government claims to be feminist and to defend feminist values, and I would just remind him that many Uyghur women are currently at risk of being sterilized by force. And given that, does he agree with sending a strong message to the international community about the horrible things that are happening to Uyghur women? And does he agree that the Beijing Olympic Games should be relocated for 2022?
Indeed, I thank all the members who, as I said at the beginning of my speech, contributed today that really helped to inform me about this particular issue. I will be the first to admit that I did not understand the great depths to which people were being persecuted when I walked into this chamber this morning, and I am much more aware of that now as a result of the deliberation that's happened in here. Do I think that Canada needs to send a strong message? I think absolutely. In any case, when acts such as we have become aware of that are happening, there is a role and a very important role for Canada to play in terms of delivering a strong message, whatever that might be, and at whatever time it might be warranted for that to come.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. He spent a lot of time talking about inclusion, women's leadership, about Canada being a face to the international community of how to do it right. But I just want to remind the member through you, Madam Speaker, that almost 20 months ago, the government made a commitment to release an action plan to implement all 231 individual calls for justice in the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report. I know in my riding, I have organizations that are fundraising by making pins so that they can put up billboards to let people know about the Indigenous women and girls that have gone missing, that families have been looking for, in some cases, for decades. So I'm just wondering, when is this government going to stand up and show that kind of leadership? It's so important when we look at the atrocities happening across the world, and specifically today in China, that Canada perform that leadership as well. So if the member could speak to that.
For Kingston and the Islands.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I've always gotten along great with her when we've had the opportunity to be on committee together. And, you know, I can honestly say that I am extremely proud of the progress that this government has made. Is there more work to do? Absolutely. Will there always be more work to do? I imagine there will be long after both her and I are no longer in this House. It is a relationship and that has led to consequences and actions that will require decades to repair. We need to do as much as we can now and move as quickly as we can. And I would completely agree with her that that relationship is something that needs to be worked on, and there will always be more to do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise virtually in the chamber on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Madam Speaker, I will just inform you I'll be sharing my time with the member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Earlier today, the member from Wellington Halton Hills shared with us the chilling and horrific accounts of the atrocities that Uyghurs are facing in China. The details and evidence are well documented and are very disturbing. Let there be no doubt. This is genocide. I will even go a step further to suggest that this is literally a textbook example of the horror that is a genocide. Let us make no mistake about that. Deep down, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that there is a member in this place that is in doubt of that fact. Indeed, we've heard current and former members of the Liberal caucus publicly voice that view. I mention that today because ultimately, I believe what we are really here today is to debate this question. Why does this Prime Minister refuse to stand up for some of the world's most vulnerable people, the Uyghurs, and rightfully call out and condemn this as genocide? I believe all of us know part of the answer. It's not because this Prime Minister is afraid to use the term genocide. Indeed, he has stated that genocide occurred here in Canada. So why the refusal to call out the genocide against the Uyghurs? We all know the answer. It is because this Prime Minister, for whatever reason, refuses to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party government. Why is that? This we do not know. It has gotten so bad that even the Liberal member from Malpeque has had to stand up and tell this Prime Minister to, and I quote, Madam Speaker, wake up and smell the roses when it comes to China.
I would say that there is not a single member in this place who disagrees with the member for Malpeque with regard to his advice to the Prime Minister on this topic. And I would congratulate the member for Malpeque for having called out his leader's bad behavior in this area, especially considering what happened to someone like former Liberal MP Jane Philpott for having dared to express her point of view and challenge the Prime Minister for his bad behavior. Doing this, talking about your boss's mistakes if you are a Liberal MP, can be career suicide. And that's exactly what the member for Malpeque did. And we all have the opportunity to do that with this motion. The opportunity to send a clear message to this Prime Minister. Let us never forget, at the 11th hour on the 11th day in the 11th month, that Canadians come together to pay tribute to brave Canadians who have sacrificed a great deal for our country. They left their homes, their loved ones, and their families, not only to serve Canada, but also to resist tyranny and oppression, and in order to fight for the most vulnerable among us. That is the Canadian way, or at least it was at the time. And I am deeply concerned by the fact that under this Prime Minister, that seems to be changing. If we allow this Prime Minister to look the other way, when it comes to atrocities and genocide, like what is happening in China against the Uyghur people, well, the Prime Minister's failure will become Canada's failure. We cannot allow that to happen. We simply cannot. That is not the Canada that I believe in. Is that the Canada? Is that the Canada that you believe in? A Canada where we look the other way and we don't do anything about genocide? And all that because we have a Prime Minister who seems completely incapable of standing up to the Chinese Communist government.
I would like to share with you a quote from Erwin Kotler, and I quote, "Indifference in such mass atrocities, let alone genocide, always means coming down on the side of the victimizer and not on the side of the victims." This is the path that this Prime Minister is trying to put us on, the side of the victimizer. Again, I ask why? All because when it comes to the Chinese Communist government, this Prime Minister refuses to stand up and show leadership. Let me read that quote again from Erwin Kotler. "Indifference in such mass atrocities, let alone genocide, always means coming down on the side of the victimizer and not on the side of the victims." So I ask a simple question. Who do you stand with? Will you sit with this Prime Minister in silence and come down on the side of the victimizer? Or will you take a stand on behalf of the Uyghur people and support this motion? Let's be clear what this motion is asking you to do, leaving out all preamble today that as members of Parliament we are being asked to support. Recognizing that a genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, and call on the government to officially adopt this position. This is precisely what Mr. Kotler and a great many others are asking Canada to do. Today, we can make that stand, or one can continue to sit in silence. Avant de conclure mes commentaires,
Before concluding my comments, I would like to ask each of you a simple question. Our time here is ultimately limited. When you look back on the time you have spent here, there is no doubt that we will all have many good memories. Let us hope that we will not have too many regrets. So, I would ask members to ask themselves this question. If you decide to sit in silence today and to join the Prime Minister in opposing this motion, will that be one of your greatest memories of this place?
today, we have an opportunity as members to stand up and send a powerful message. In doing so, we continue Canada's long-standing and proud history of standing up for human rights and defending the most vulnerable. I believe that this is the Canadian way. Let us, Madam Speaker, as members of this place, as Canadians, let us stand united. Adopt this motion. Thank you to all members for hearing my comments today.
Commentaires, questions and comments, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard a great deal during this debate. We've heard a lot about the relevance of the motion, for example, of my colleague's motion to ask the International Olympic Committee to move the Games. People have asked whether that's a good idea. But there are cases in history. Look, for example, at a case where around 40 countries from Europe, Africa, and elsewhere boycotted the Games because South Africa was involved, and the committee ultimately took action. Later, the same thing was done for Rhodesia, a racist country. So the OIC does respond to the international community's concerns about human rights. So I would say that my colleague's motion is very important. We can certainly put pressure on the International Olympic Committee. It will respond when it comes to matters of global human rights. So could my colleague talk to us about how that method of pressure could be effective?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's intervention. Look, we must do our own work here and support this motion. We need to take a stand so that we can communicate that the political institution, the highest political institution of the land, Madam Speaker, this place, this parliament, has come out clearly and succinctly to call out the Chinese government, the communist Chinese government, of committing genocide. We must do that first. If we take that moral leadership, I believe, Madam Speaker, others will as well. My own leader has said that the games should be moved, and I believe that our resolution around this, united all parties, would be a powerful message to both the committee and to the world.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. We recently learned that the Canadian government has contracted out the visa application center work to a company called VFS Global, who in turn has subcontracted that work out to another company that is owned by the Beijing police. So given the situation of what's going on with the genocide with the Uyghurs, the situation in Hong Kong with the national security law, does the member think that this is the appropriate thing to do, or should the government cancel that contract and bring that work back in-house, especially given the sensitive nature of the information that the processing center might receive?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I thank my fellow British Columbian for the question. I came to this chamber today prepared to try to persuade all members to vote in favor of this motion calling out the communist Chinese government on genocide. Whatever reasons an individual member may have, this member from Vancouver East, I hope that that she will vote in favor of this. I believe that's the big thing. We all will have a reason, but the best reason, Madam Speaker, is to protect our values and to call out China and not allow a normalization that the current path, that if we do not intercede as a country, may continue to happen.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And I'm going to support this motion because I agree that we need to call out China for its human rights abuses, and that this is a genocide, and we need to do something about it. I'm seriously concerned about our trade integration with China and the Canada-China FIPA that we have. We've heard today several times different members of the House saying that the old China is not the same as the new China. But, when we had the Team Canada trade missions to China after Tiananmen Square, I would have said that that was a bit of a naive move. And I think that having a Canada-China FIPA with a locked-in agreement for 31 years is seriously problematic. So I would ask the member, how are we going to deal with China in terms of that investment treaty and the integration that we have in our supply chain and our dependence on China?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola, 10 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would simply say if the member wants to support this motion for whatever reason, because it's the right thing, I believe, ultimately, morally, for us to do as a country, that is good. I would not tie this to anything other than it is the right thing to do. This member can raise economic concerns and other matters. Today,
we will resume debate with the honourable member for Fort Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's been less than a month since I saw photo presentations of emaciated women and children lined up in Auschwitz death camps and listening to the Holocaust survivors talk about their scars of forced separation from family members, torture, deaths of their loved ones in gas chambers, and the exploitation of their bodies for science experiments. January 27 was International Holocaust Remembrance Day. 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And the phrase, never again, is solemnly spoken as a reminder to be vigilant and a call to action to prevent and stop genocide. Today, my Conservative colleagues and I are calling on the government and members to acknowledge that the government of the People's Republic of China is subjecting Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims to genocide. Numerous entities have drawn to the conclusion that the government of China is committing acts of genocide that include mass detention, systematic population control, and sexual violence. The reports provide elaborate details on the depth of the abuses perpetrated by the government against this minority group. The Subcommittee on International Human Rights of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and the International Development released a statement October 21st, 2020 that reads, "The subcommittee unequivocally condemns the persecution of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang by the government of China. Based on the evidence put forward during the subcommittee hearings, both in 2018 and 2020, the subcommittee is persuaded that the actions of the Chinese Communist Party constitute genocide as laid out in the Genocide Convention." I just want to note here that this is a statement from a committee formed of members from all aisles. CBC News reported in November a statement from Bob Rae that there are aspects of what the Chinese government is doing that fits the definition of genocide in the Genocide Convention. I'd also like to note that Bob Rae is Canada's ambassador to the UN. Genocide is defined by the Genocide Convention with respect to 3 constitutive elements. First, that the victims form part of a protected group, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. 2, that the perpetrators committed one or more enumerated acts against members of the group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, and 3, that the perpetrators acted with the intent to destroy the protected group in part or in whole or in part. All 3 elements are present in these heinous acts of persecution against the Uyghur people as genocide. And on January 19, 2021, outgoing U.S. Secretary of State Pompeo made the statement, "After careful examination of the available facts, I have determined that the PRC, under the direction and control of the CCP, has committed genocide against the predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minority groups in Xinjiang." U.S. Secretary of State Blinken has stated numerous times that he also believes genocide is being committed against the Uyghurs. American officials acknowledge this as genocide. They are our neighbors and closest allies. The existence of detention camps holding 1 million Uyghurs has been confirmed through government documents, witness testimonies, and satellite imagery. Most people in the camps are innocent. They haven't committed any crimes. They have no means to defend themselves. And human rights groups say their crime is being Muslim. They are being persecuted and killed because of their religion. This is unacceptable, and it is not a time to be silent. Between 2017 and 2019, approximately more than 80,000 Uyghurs were forced from their homes to work in factories across China and in detention camps. The president of the Board of Deputies of British Jews wrote in a letter of people being forcibly loaded onto trains, beards of religious men being trimmed, women being sterilized, and the grim specter of concentration camps bears similarities to what happened in Nazi Germany 75 years ago. Jonathan Sachs, the UK's chief rabbi, tweeted on July 22nd, "As a Jew, knowing our history, the sight of people being shaven-headed, lined up, boarded into trains, and sent to concentration camps is particularly harrowing. Jewish leaders acknowledge the eerie familiarities of what is happening to Uyghurs with what the Nazis did during World War II. These are serious statements coming from a community that experienced severe genocide." In a BBC article earlier this month, according to independent testimonies, more than 1 million people have been detained in the internment camps. Former detainees and a guard testified to having experienced or witnessed a system of organized mass rape, sexual abuse, and torture. Women were also forced sterilized or fitted with IUDs. Many women turned to alcohol to cope with the trauma. One woman who fled Xinjiang says of an addict that she was like someone who simply existed, otherwise she was dead, completely finished by the rapes. Their goal is to destroy everyone, she said, and everybody knows it. This is absolutely reviling. These women are experiencing trauma that will probably take a lifetime to overcome if they survive. Nightmares, anxiety, fear, depression, self-esteem issues, challenges in intimate relationships, and the grief of forcibly losing one's ability to bear children. When asked by reporters why the government has not yet acknowledged the actions of China's government against the Uyghur Muslim minority genocide, the Prime Minister said the word genocide is extremely loaded and something we should be looking at to determine if we can label it as genocide. The fact that leaders and members from his own party, the UN ambassador for Canada, and the international communities are calling this genocide, but the Prime Minister fails to acknowledge it as such is disturbing. On February 3rd, my colleague from Sherwood Park Forest, Saskatchewan, asked the Prime Minister if he believed the testimonies of female Uyghur victims of systemic sexual violence in Chinese state-run concentration camps and sexual violence sometimes paired with electrocution. The Prime Minister's response was, for years now, directly with Chinese leadership for transparency and better treatment of the Uyghurs in Western China. We need to have international investigators, including from the UN, accessing the Xinjiang to keep people safe there and everywhere around the world. We know that the government of China won't allow UN investigators access to their torture facilities. I wonder if the Prime Minister really understands the full ramification of what's going on, because underneath his diplomatic response, as a woman, it seems like the PM is saying, I'll try to get the perpetrator's permission to check out the crime scene. If we can go there and see if what you're claiming is actually happening, well, then we'll take it from there. Does he have more faith in the Chinese government to allow an investigation to take place, or does he believe the victims? This is the same government that continues to have disregard for human rights and international law, including in Hong Kong, as well as with Tibetans, Falun Gong practitioners, Christians, and other minority groups. We also have the two Michaels still detained in China. But going back to the Prime Minister's insensitivity, we just debated on Bill C-3 and passed it unanimously. This piece of legislation had to be passed because rape victims are often treated unfairly and often re-victimized by judges who condemn the women and not their perpetrators. Their testimonies are dismissed. The women relive their trauma and end up further victimized. What I would like to ask, is it the Prime Minister's intention to gaslight the Uyghur women who had the courage to step forward with their stories? Because by saying he's consulting directly with the government of China on these issues to seek investigations shows he doesn't acknowledge the plight these women are experiencing. Madam Speaker, my Conservative colleagues and I call on the Liberal government to join our allies in the U.S. to officially recognize the Uyghur genocide, to take coordinated action with other countries internationally in response to this genocide, and impose Magnitsky sanctions against those that are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghurs. I'm sitting here in my constituency office today with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms behind me. This is our Canadian legacy. We stand for it at home. That is why we come to the House of Commons as parliamentarians, to uphold the dignity of every human being and do our best to allow each one to prosper uniquely in their own ways. When we see our fellow humanity abroad suffering as the Uyghur and Turkic Muslims are in China, it's time to stand up, acknowledge the atrocity for what it is, genocide, and take realistic, practical steps with our international allies to hold the government of China to account. We have a moment of decision today on our values and the identity of Canada and what freedom and human rights is really about. There is no room for hypocrisy in this hour. I understand there are complex economic and social layers in our relationship with China. However, genocide is genocide. Human rights is human rights. And I implore the government and ask my colleagues across all aisles to adopt the position my Conservative colleagues and I are addressing today. As we consider this motion, I would like to ask, what is the legacy that my colleagues would like to leave behind? Is it one of fear or moral courage? We've come so far as a nation. We still have ways to go to really act with true freedom and moral courage. But in this hour, there is an opportunity. And I fear that, Madam Speaker, being indecisive about whether this is genocide or not is going backwards. Canada has a
questions and questions and comments.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Port Moody, Port Coquitlam, for that speech, which stressed the horrible crimes committed against Uyghur women. I want to read an excerpt from testimony. That year, that time, they took 200 of them into the court. They picked a young woman. She was about 20. They forced her to admit guilt for something she did not do. She cried. They said that she was guilty, even if it was not true. She accepted that she was, admitted it in front of 200 prisoners, and then she was raped. They raped her one after the other in front of all the others. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear my colleague given this troubling testimony, despite the fact that her party said that it's prepared to support my colleague's motion from Lac-Saint-Jean with regard to the Olympic Games. The Conservative Party has collaborated on the expulsion of Chinese citizens when they were in power. Yu Sen-sing, a Uyghur Canadian imprisoned in China without any Canadian consular services, and this happened in 2006 when the Conservatives were in power. I would like now to hear my colleague in 2021 the importance of.
I thank my colleague for her question, and going back to what she said about the rapes and essentially the gaslighting and the condemning, this is why this motion that we're putting forward today is so important. It's more than just killing people and trying to decimate them. The whole issue of human rights violations, like the way the women are being treated, it's not just killing them, it's the way they're killing them, the way they're being demoralized and humiliated in the process. All of it, the whole package is just disgusting, and we have to make that stand. As for the rest of what my colleague said, I believe for the sake of this motion, I would like to focus on just saying, for whatever reason, this really does need to come back down to human rights. Thank you.
The honourable member for, Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as New Democrats, we also recognize that China's mass detention, their forced labor, the surveillance and population control measures that have been directed against the Uyghurs and the Turkic Muslims fit the definition of genocide, and we support an immediate independent investigation that the Liberal government needs to act in concert with other countries and international organizations to put pressure on China to put an end to this. The word genocide comes with a very serious responsibility. And if the House of Commons passes this motion today, what actions would the member opposite like to see the government take to ensure an end to the ongoing genocide of the Uyghurs?
Port Moody Coquitlam.
I thank my colleague for that question. This is absolutely the first step that needs to happen for all of us to unanimously accept that this is genocide, because when we acknowledge it, then we are saying we are actually acknowledging the atrocities that are happening, that these women are being victimized. And the steps following that, the immediate things we can do, for example, the Olympics, to redirect it somewhere else, to show that we're serious, that there are consequences and accountability connected to acts of violations against human rights.
The honourable member for Charles-Barreau-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning, when I gave my speech on our motion, I got questions from the Liberal members who were asking and saying that in the Five Eyes countries, in those 5 countries, there was only the U.S. that saw a problem with the Uyghurs. And I responded to that and said that Canada could be the second and show leadership. How do you see that on your side?
Coquitlam, 30 seconds.
I absolutely agree that Canada this is an opportunity for Canada to take leadership and show that we take freedom and human rights seriously. We just have to do the right thing. It's about moral courage and not being silent when our voices and our actions need to follow that voice. Thank you.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The
Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni, Families, Children and Social Development. The Honourable Member for Fredericton, COVID-19 Emergency Response. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, the Environment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Scarborough-Guildwood. And let me start off by just acknowledging what I classify as a good friend of mine, Irwin Cotler. For years, we sat in the opposition benches, and I truly benefited by listening to his many interjections in the House and just talks on the side, as I have a deep amount of respect for everything he does in regards to the issue of human rights. Madam Speaker, it's always encouraging when the House of Commons witnesses the coming together of political parties to recognize and condemn human rights violations. Now, I say that, but there is a sad part to this, and I do feel that it's very shameful. The last two speakers and other speakers that have taken this opportunity to take cheap political shots at the Prime Minister of Canada. I think that if they were genuine in wanting to present and to allow for a healthy debate on this issue, that they could have foregone the cheap, unfair, untrue shots at the Prime Minister, let alone the Minister of Foreign Affairs at time. I don't say that lightly. Think about it. The Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide was actually adopted in the United Nations General Assembly back in December of 1948. I understand that it took effect, or that resolution took effect in 1952. Do we know that there's 152, I believe it is, maybe just over 150 countries that have actually signed on to that agreement? And when I posed the question earlier to the Conservative opposition party who brought forward the motion in terms of how many countries have made the declaration of it being a genocide, the member came back saying, well, Donald Trump and the USA was the first and is the only. Now, the second administration has reaffirmed what Donald Trump's position is on it. Well, Madam Speaker, is the Conservatives saying that those 100+ nations, 150 nations, and those leaders should be ashamed of themselves because they're not knowing, that they're not informed, they're not aware in terms of what's taking place in China? Are they that naive that they believe that the world leaders around the globe are not aware of what's happening in China? Of course they are, Mr. Chairperson, or Madam Speaker. The promotion and protection of human rights are integral to our foreign policy. Human rights is something that all Canadians take very seriously. It is a part of our values. We don't need to be told by conservative political spinners that we are doing a poor job, when in fact, Madam Speaker, I believe that we have done a good job in ensuring that the interests of Canadians and the values that we hold so closely to our heart is well represented around the world. So whether it's the Prime Minister of Canada in whatever part of the world he happens to be in, or whatever group that he is talking to, will talk about the important issue of human rights and the values that Canadians have for it, or it's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, whether it's this one or the previous one, doing likewise, ensuring that those values that Canadians hold so close is in fact being espoused around the world. And yes, the United States did say and classify it in terms of a genocide. And it's interesting, I hear from around the table or from around the chamber, members talk about our subcommittee on foreign affairs and the fine work. And we've even had Liberal members talk about it being as a genocide. And when I posed the question to my New Democratic friend in regards to, well, what about maybe that committee dealing with it? Should this very motion that we are talking about today, would there have been any harm in allowing the Foreign Affairs to take a look at it, given the very nature? China is not a country of 5 million people. China is a country of over 1.3 billion people. The economic and social tentacles in China scour the world. Do you think it's that simple? I don't believe that for a moment. I would have liked to have seen it maybe go to the Foreign Affairs Committee, this sort of a motion, before it came to the House, because I think that we could have benefited by hearing what that committee might be able to come back with. That committee has easily demonstrated that they can, in fact, put party politics to the side and come up with recommendations. They've demonstrated that. When I posed the question to the member from St. John's East, his response to me was, and I quote, "Perhaps we could have done this a week from now or 2 weeks from now, after the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development has dealt with the report of the subcommittee. But we are aware of the essence of it." That's what a New Democratic member had to say when I made what I thought was a fairly simple thought. But you see, I think the Conservatives are more focused on trying to score political points than they are on the human rights issue. And I know that might upset some, and my apologies for those that are actually being genuine on this. But I'm going to suggest to you that not all of the Conservatives are genuine in terms of wanting this to happen. They're more interested in trying to bash the Prime Minister and try to give a false impression that this government isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing on the file. Which nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, it was interesting, the member from Wellington, Halton Hills, the quote, he was on Power Play and Politics, CTV, on February the 8th. And when you think in terms of, well, if you have genocide, declare a genocide, that knowledge and that acknowledgement, there's an obligation for us to take some actions. I believe that to be the case. And, interesting, the member from Wellington, Halton Hills said, and I quote, and this is on CTV Power Play, "Well, we're not saying that the boycott is necessarily the way to go. I'll say this, we believe that a genocide is taking place, but our primary responsibility is to protect Canadians and Canadians' interests. And as a small country relative to a superpower of China, we cannot act alone. That's been made clear to us over the last several years. Whatever we do has to be in concert with our allies, the United States, Japan, Australia, and so many others. Everything should be on the table as we work to defend these interests and values." Well, listen to what the Minister of Foreign Affairs said a little bit earlier today, in terms of working along with international partners. Look at the individuals that have signed off. And it doesn't mean that we can't pass this motion. What it means is I believe that it's unfair for some of the commentaries that have been put on the record today to try to politicize what is actually taking place. The Minister of Foreign Affairs talked about an agreement that was achieved so that we can actually put collective, many countries, and I'll give you the quote, and this is in regards to the two Michaels that are out there that are still in captivity in China. And the minister, and I see, Madam Speaker, I'm almost out of time, and just very quick, the minister actually stood with nearly 60 other countries at the launch of the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention in the state-to-state relations. That's a clear demonstration that this government understands and appreciates, as I believe most members do, take away the political spin, in terms of working with international partners to try to resolve the many issues that China brings to our table. And I believe that that's the direction that we need to take. The stories and the examples are very much heartbreaking and do give a high sense of anger in all of those that speak on the issue of genocide. I don't understand how a human being, let alone a government, can be so cruel to another human being. I will never accept that. But, Madam Speaker, I believe that this Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs has done their job.
We'll have to give colleagues the opportunity to question and comment the Honourable Member's speech. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's been quite the debate that we've had here today, and I just want to thank the member for his comments on this. Now, however, I think part of the frustration in this is we've been talking genuinely about the human rights abuses that have gone on in China against the Uyghurs for a very long time. And we're still waiting for the government to take action. And all we got to do is look at the government's track record on other issues, and they're routinely the last ones in, or quite honestly, are always using the delay tactics and waiting for other people to make up their minds so they can just say, oh, well, we didn't have anything to do with that. It's not our fault. So at what point is the government willing to actually take decisive action and make up their mind, whether it's Huawei or whether it's dealing with this? When will the government actually take decisive action? Will they refuse to do it because they're scared that they actually have to do something if they make a decision for once?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would cite a specific example. Michael Kovrig and Michael Savard are two Canadians that have been now in captivity in China for no just reason. The government of Canada worked along with other nations around the world. And now there is an agreement. Yes, it doesn't specify China, but there's an agreement that those sorts of detentions are wrong. And that will go a long way because they're not alone. The Michaels are not alone, Madam Speaker. Around the world, this takes place. And it's just one aspect of the things that the government of Canada is doing, along with the day in and day out. You heard the parliamentary secretary on that particular issue. Every day he's on that issue. Madam Speaker, we are doing what's possible in the area of foreign affairs to protect the interests of Canadians, whether they're here or abroad.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech. He spent a lot of his speech on the reasons why it was a pity that opposition members were using the motion before us to make the Prime Minister look bad. But the problem is that he also spent a lot of his speech explaining why the Prime Minister had done a good job. So we didn't really hear any substantial arguments about the motion before us, and that is, why should we or should we not recognize the genocide of Uyghurs in China? I'd like the member for Winnipeg North to take this opportunity not to get into partisan exchanges, but to answer the question, should we recognize the Uyghur genocide on the basis of the convention Canada signed? If yes, or is this answer yes or no, and if so, why?
Madam Speaker, I believe that all members of the House in all political parties would have been better served had the standing committee been afforded the opportunity to demonstrate once again what they've done so well previously in terms of their investigation that came back saying that there was genocide. Allow them to provide us that opportunity to hear what they have to say on a motion like this so that we would all be in a better position. We should have depoliticized this motion or a motion of this nature coming into it, given it's at the very heart and soul of what Canadian values are all about when it comes to international relations, as opposed to trying to make a political statement, a political partisan statement, Madam Speaker. I think we would have been better served.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, Madam Speaker, he talked a lot about human rights and their record on human rights, and I'm thinking just about here at home. Yesterday, I asked the Prime Minister to explain why the Liberals did nothing when the Department of Fisheries and Oceans knew violence against Mi'kmaq fishers was likely. And Madam Speaker, you know, he deflected. He said he condemned and regretted the actions of a few in Nova Scotia, took no responsibility for the failure of the government to protect those Indigenous fishers and so they could advance their rights. And he talked, you know, about politicizing what is actually taking place on the ground. Madam Speaker, he's doing that here, and they've been doing that with Indigenous people. No recognition of systemic racism as an issue here in Canada. No commitments to keep Mi'kmaq fishers safe when exercising their rights. And I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that there is no Indigenous people that felt safer after the response for the Prime Minister yesterday. When will the Liberal government?
I have to give the Parliamentary Secretary 5 seconds to answer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I represent an area of Canada that has a very high percentage. I think it's around 20% Indigenous, 40% of Filipino heritage, 10-15% of Indo-Canadian heritage. Discrimination is an issue that I take very seriously, and I do believe that the minister...
And we will be resuming debate with the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I particularly want to thank the member from Wellington Halton Hills for tabling this motion. But I want to offer my thanks to that member with a caveat. So in this chamber, we pretty well say what we wish to say within the rules of parliamentary decorum. But it is ultimately the government and the government members that will have to deal with the fallout, if any, from this debate. This chamber is, however, an opportunity to reflect the deep anger of the people of Canada towards the Chinese Communist Party, the current government of China. There's no question that the arrogance and ignorance of the Chinese government expressed by its officials and so-called diplomats has inflamed the passions of Canadians. The most obvious point of contention is the hostage kidnapping of the Michaels by the government of China. The government of Canada is necessarily constrained while it deals with the reality of kidnapping. And I think that was the point that my honorable friend, the member from Winnipeg North, was trying to make, that there is a constraint that is imposed upon the Prime Minister when dealing with the government, with a government that kidnaps citizens of another country. Kidnapping works. It is the hallmark of terrorists, organized crime, rogue nations, and the Communist Party of China. It's contrary to the rules and values of any civilized nation, let alone the rule of law. Necessarily, the government of Canada has had to deal with the government of China as one would with terrorists or mafia thugs, and therefore this has relational consequences, as does this debate. No trade deal, convention, memorandum of understanding, or contract is worth the paper it's written on with this government. Any vulnerability will be exploited by the government of China, and there is no basis for any trust, for any undertakings, or any understandings. It's clear that the government of China has decided that it has no respect for any other nation, large or small, The goal is to have all nations as vassal states, including nations like Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Great Britain. Even Donald Trump was at least dimly aware of the threat to the United States. It didn't have to be that way, Madam Speaker. Going back to the historic Nixon visit, it was the intention of the family of nations to bring China out of its backward state by a series of favorable trade deals, the most significant of which was admission to the World Trade Organization. For years, China has regarded the laws and conventions and rules of the WTO as casual suggestions to be ditched when convenient. It appears that cheating pays. Widespread theft, one-sided trade admissibility, off-tariff blockage, and outright corruption have fueled China's spectacular rise in wealth, and the West has been slow to respond. Simultaneously, unanswered military aggression in the South China Sea with the creation of artificial islands and the intimidations of other nations' navies, particularly the Philippines and Vietnam, has further entrenched China's bully status. The use of its vast financial resources to buy or intimidate other nations is legendary. The government of Sri Lanka is completely at the mercy of China. Many African states are so compromised that their own people can't get either work or food in their own nation. And it's not just developing nations. Widespread theft of intellectual property by Chinese entities at the behest of the Chinese Communist Party occurs here on a daily basis. The Globe and Mail, the Toronto Star, the CBC have all documented vast slave networks producing all kinds of goods, many of which infect Canada's supply chain. Recently, CBC's Marketplace ran a piece on slave labor in the making of PPP products that we use on a daily basis. You'll recollect, Madam Speaker, that we were desperate in the last few months for products such as that. The Globe and Mail recently reported about solar giant Canadian Solar and two mining companies that are in grave danger of having their supply chains tainted with slave labor. The Toronto Star wrote a devastating piece on shipments coming from foreign sources that the U.S. will not allow to be sold in their country, but allows the transshipment into another country, namely Canada. Canadian workers and companies cannot compete with slave labor. The practice is so widespread that consideration should be given to a change in the presumptive balance. The assumption being that any goods coming out of China have slave elements in it unless it is demonstrably shown to be otherwise. In the last Parliament, I introduced a bill called C-423, the Modern Slavery Act. That bill has been picked up in the Senate and it's named S-216. And as is its successor, it is making a painful way through the Senate. The government of Canada would be well advised to take it over. It works on the presumption that Canadians would not knowingly buy products made by slaves. Companies of a certain size would be required to certify to the Minister of Public Safety that they've examined their supply chains and are satisfied that no slavery exists in their supply chains. Wealth built on theft, intimidation, duplicity, and slavery is the hallmark of this Chinese government. It should therefore be no surprise that human rights, let alone moral integrity, are a foreign concept to this deeply corrupt government. We saw the human rights of the people of Hong Kong rolled up last summer despite the protests of millions and the treaty protection of the Sino-UK Treaty. Taiwan endures an ever-increasing series of aggressive military provocations, regardless of the democratic aspirations of the Taiwanese people. China regards these as quote-unquote internal matters, even though they are manifestly not internal matters. There are other international concerns: border skirmishes with India, occupation of Tibet, abuses of its own citizens, substantiated allegations of organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners, wanton destruction of Christian churches. Therefore, it should be of no surprise that when credible human rights organizations make credible allegations of extensive abuses of human rights of Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims, including but not limited to torture, enslavement, restrictions of freedom of movement, denial of freedom of religion and belief, denial of the right to fair trial, etc. All the evidence points one way. All the state disinformation points the other way. The observations of any objective report point one way and one way only. Unfortunately, these are all the requisite elements of genocide taking place against the Uyghur and Turkic Muslims. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I have to support this motion. I say unfortunately, Madam Speaker, because the labeling of genocide is a very serious business and the Prime Minister is right to be cautious. The government of China has no respect for the rights of other nations, no respect for the rights of other peoples, no respect for the rights of other citizens, of its own citizens, and certainly no respect for the rights of minority groups, and I dare say the government in China will have no respect for the passage of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time, your attention. I look forward to colleagues' questions.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen to the members. I've been listening to the speeches all day today and been taking notes. And I appreciate the members' comments on the amendment and the motion in front of the House. My question is this. In the members' opinion, what is the most effective measures that democracies could take in concert to put pressure on China to change? Is it Magnitsky sanctions on particular Chinese officials? Is it using trade sanctions? Is it other forms of pressure, such as diplomatic? Is it reform of multilateral institutions to better put in place mechanisms to better hold China accountable for its infractions in international law and of our international rules-based system? So I'm wondering what, in his opinion, would be the most effective tools available to democracies to effect change in China.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thank my friend for the question, and it is a thoughtful question, and my immediate response is all of the above. I believe, had something to do with the creation of Magnitsky sanctions in Canada, and I like what they do in terms of targeting the most egregious perpetrators of these kinds of human rights abuses. However, the limitation of the Magnitsky sanctions is that it is a pervasive government policy of the government of China to carry on as it does with both trade deals and et cetera. If there was a mechanism by which there were realistic trade sanctions that could be coordinated by trading nations that share the same values, I would be very supportive of that. Regrettably, Canada is a rather small player in a rather big pond, and unless and until we have pretty well everyone in place, our unilateral responses will be brushed off by the government of China, and possibly gross reactions which are counterproductive to the best interests of the people that we hope to help.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate our colleague. I was a bit on the fence listening to your speech, given the idea that China is running roughshod over human rights, and you gave lots of examples. And I was saying, that how is this possible? But by the end of your speech, I was, and I still am, surprised, and kudos to you. The Subcommittee on Human Rights was established and found that China had committed crimes against humanity with concentration camps, rapes, separating children from their families, slavery, enslavement, harassment of the Uyghurs, surveillance, mass sterilizations. These are things that are unbelievable in 2021. I'd ask my colleague whether he'd be in favor of endorsing the Bloc Québécois proposal to the effect that, as by way of reprisal to China, we should boycott the Beijing Games in 2022. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, may I say, as a practicing parliamentarian of 23 years now, that I'm a big fan of committees. Sometimes they drive me crazy, but by and large, committees have the power to bring witnesses together in a manner that is extremely useful and helpful to guiding government policy. So I, whether it's a subcommittee or whether it's a full committee, and if they have opined on taking in evidence, then I would take that very seriously. On the Olympics issue, it is a bit of a sidebar issue to this particular debate. However, I would point out that the Olympics is largely an exercise in political symbolism, and I think that the political symbolism of withdrawal or shifting is something to be seriously looked at. I think that the motion is, I just want to stay with the motion that's before us today, but he does raise a valid point.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest. The Honourable Member for
Thank you. Yes, just making sure my microphone. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No person can be unmoved by today's deliberations concerning Communist China's ongoing and brutally coordinated campaign of genocide against the minority Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims inside its borders. We've heard details of family separation, arrests and show trials, mass detention, campaigns of gang rape, forced injections, widespread slave labor, concentration camps, and mass murders, all under China's state police. Credible estimates place a number of Uyghurs in concentration camps at over 1 million. The world hasn't witnessed anything like it since the mid to late 20th century. We say never again at solemn occasions when reflecting on past evils. We say it because it is important. It is also meaningful. But saying never again is also relatively easy to say. This vote in our parliament declaring an important country to be guilty of genocide will not be easy, because the vote will have consequences both in rallying or even discouraging others, and of course on Canada's federal government. If successful, Parliament's vote will inform the public, our constituents, of China's odious actions. It could propel other legislatures in other democracies to make similar declarations. It might even offer some comfort to those being persecuted that a parliament hears them. And it could finally compel Canada's federal government to face facts and act in the name of our shared Canadian values. Should the Trudeau government ignore the evidence and vote against the motion on these crimes, it will provide sanctuary to China's Communist Party. A vote against this motion isn't an expression of neutrality, nuance, or high-mindedness. Rather, a no vote is a highly visible shrug to Uyghurs and a haven for the tactics of the Chinese Communist Party. And so, I implore other members of this House to take a stand for the persecuted and against this genocide, to back up statements of never again with a vote of affirmation to this motion in Parliament. I dread the Trudeau government will remain silent, mostly because the alternative is hard. Voting yes would require subsequent government action in opposition to China's atrocities. Take a look. The government's position is to call for an independent investigation by sending observers to Xinjiang to determine what is happening. But the foreign minister and the prime minister know Beijing will never agree to this. It is an empty statement. I'm also distressed the right path will be sidestepped for the easy path because the Liberal government has both been weak and cowardly elsewhere in its dealing with the People's Republic of China. China's Communist Party is so determined to control Uyghurs that they are spending billions of dollars on facial recognition devices and electronic spying and coercive DNA collection to track their every move. Uyghurs live under a totalitarian system that controls them down to their DNA. China's Huawei has been complicit in developing this technology. Canada's security services have warned the federal government about the risks and dangers to Huawei poses to Canada and our freedom. Yet the Liberal government won't ban them as our allies have done. A government unwilling to ban Huawei is not likely to hold the People's Republic of China to account today. And it's not just high-tech surveillance. Uyghurs are also forced into labor camps to produce products for exports to the world. Uyghurs are electrocuted to meet production quotas. These crimes against the Uyghurs are inhumane, as international NGOs and labor groups around the world have reported and demonstrated. In July of last year, I highlighted this mistreatment of Uyghurs in labor camps. I called on the Global Affairs Minister to launch an independent investigation into forced labor camps operating in China's Northwest Province. Also for Canada's United Nations ambassador to work to reverse Beijing's appointment to a seat on the consultative group of the United Nations Human Rights Council. Sadly, the government didn't act, even though it was widely reported that the Chinese Communist Party was using forced Uyghur labor in Xinjiang factories and selling these made-in-China goods and materials to global brands around the world. Now, when the government finally responded, it was in January by the outgoing Global Affairs Minister, on the very day he was moved to another ministry. Ottawa feebly acted by announcing their intention to support tougher restrictions on products being exported from Xinjiang. But the apparent tough talk lasted less than 30 minutes before a new minister was in charge. And even that talk by the outgoing minister was thin gruel. Unlike other international allies who are taking tougher action to root out forced labor in commercial supply chains, the Trudeau government will not impose financial penalties on companies that do not comply. Next, the Trudeau government has spent the past 6 years extolling and overstating the importance of China.
Speaker, on a point of order, please.
Two.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary on a point of order. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, not on once or twice or three times, but on several occasions, the member keeps on referring to the Prime Minister by name as opposed to title. He's an experienced member. I'm sure he can appreciate that there is a rule that's against that, that's been there for many, many years.
I thank the honourable member. Yes, I didn't notice it myself, but I take the honourable parliamentary secretary at his word, and I know the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest will take note of that for the remainder of his remarks. The honourable member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies to that breach. The federal government has spent the last 6 years extolling and overstating the importance of China to our nation's well-being. They have wrongly promoted economic relations with the totalitarian regime as a key tenet of Canada's foreign policy. It called for a free trade agreement without answering how a free country like Canada can trade freely with a non-market economy like China. It tried to work with China on developing a vaccine, but instead, our health data was stolen and Canada lost months working to secure vaccines from reliable sources. As well, the Liberal government has largely been silent on Beijing's actions to crack down on democratic expression, beyond expressions of concerns and regret. This is the wrong approach. Communist China should be labeled a perpetrator of genocide and be viewed as an outcast state. As I said, it will not be easy. We have more friends in mainland China than perhaps we realize. People that want the same freedoms that they see in Taiwan and until recently Hong Kong, before Beijing snuffed those freedoms out. Now more than ever, Canada needs a principled foreign policy that promotes freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. In conclusion, I must admit my hope is eternal. Some Liberals have stood up and said, enough. This includes the Liberal member from Scarborough-Guildwood, the previous speaker. I applaud his courage, which is long-standing, and his position on these issues is well known. We can see today that more Liberal MPs realize they are on the wrong side of history. It is why we increasingly hear them say, as a way to excuse their past errors and judgment, that today's China is not the same as China of 2 years ago. Now, of course, this is nonsense. What changed? 2 years ago, this Liberal government was mugged by reality when 2 Canadians were illegally detained by China. No, today's China is the same China that cracked down on students in Tiananmen Square 22 years ago. It is the same China that, after being admitted to the World Trade Organization, failed to adhere to its commitments to liberalize and open up. It is the same China that imprisons its citizens and denies them freedoms of speech and press. More recently, it is the China that has illegally expanded its territory throughout the South China Sea and claims much of that sea as its territory. Its pursuit of a predatory posture regarding our open economy is well known. It openly steals our technology and research. And let's not forget the hundreds of millions of Chinese citizens on the mainland that are denied the right to choose who will govern them. As an aside, democracy isn't alien to Chinese people. They are acted on and upheld by Taiwan, a small nation of 24 million people with democratic freedoms that mirror our own in Canada. I could go on about Beijing's recent belligerence, but I've made my points. To say today's China is nothing like yesterday's China is to ignore the history of its recent history under the communists. But if my honorable Liberal colleagues believe today's China is acting in an uncivilized and unbecoming fashion, what are they prepared to do about it when we vote? I hope it is not more nothing. Or will they vote Monday on today's facts, which is China is committing genocide against ethnic and religious minorities? Never again? We will see. Canadians will all see when that vote is called.
We'll go to questions and comments. We've only got 4 minutes for this, so I'm going to ask honourable members to keep their questions and responses brief. Questions and comments. We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member says that China today has not changed at all from previous years. My question to him is, why does he believe the Harper administration entered into a secret trade agreement without any form of parliamentary perusal or consultation when there were human rights violations back then?
For New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. It is my hope that today's government will repeal that agreement and move away from it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for l'Honorable Député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Well, there seems to be a consensus when it comes to human rights violations among the Uyghurs. We've heard from a survivor of the Kazakh work camps. She was detained in Xinjiang and accused of being a terrorist. She refused to accept these charges, and she was then held in a prison where she was tortured, raped, and forced to swallow unknown medication. With that type of incident in mind, I would ask my colleague, well, it's all very well to accuse the Liberal government, but under the Harper government, nothing was done. What has changed? After all, human rights in China has been an issue for a long time.
West.
Oui, écoute, je suis totalement d'accord avec.
Well, listen, I completely agree with my colleague. I completely agree. This is a problem that's been around for a long time. The former government took many decisions, some of which I agreed with, and others where I now think that mistakes were made. Now there's a vote coming up on Monday, and we need to think about what we're going to do now to change our relationship with China. And I hope that this motion will be adopted. And I hope that the Government of Canada will respect the motion and will take action accordingly to ensure that our Canadian values are respected and to ensure that we act seriously towards China.
And the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Speaker, we've heard a lot today about courage and having the courage to stand up for human rights. And so my question through you to the honourable member is, will he and his Conservative caucus keep this same energy and this same focus on courage for Palestinians and for the Muslims that are in the Assam region of India, for people in Myanmar and other human rights across the world, or are they only fixated on the Chinese government?
Honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. No, not at all. I welcome future debates in the House on those issues as well. I share the member's concern. China is somewhat different because China also poses a clear danger to Canada's economic well-being as well as our security. So it is twinned with its human rights violations, with its undemocratic and its proprietary aggressive approach to its relation with Canada and other democracies. I think that's the big difference. But I certainly share the member's concern with other issues.
And that will bring us to the end of time allowed for government orders. Comme il est, pardonnez-moi, 17 heures.
It being 5:15, I must interrupt these deliberations and bring to a vote all issues related to the business of supply. The question is the following.
A, in the opinion of the House, shall I dispense? Puis-je dispenser?
No.
That in the opinion of the House, the People's Republic of China has engaged in actions consistent with the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 260, commonly known as the Genocide Convention, including detention camps and measures intended to prevent births as it pertains to Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, and B, étant donné que
B, given that one, where possible, it has been the policy of the Government of Canada to act in concert with its allies when it comes to the recognition of a genocide. 2, there is a bipartisan consensus in the United States where it has been the position of 2 consecutive administrations that Uyghur and other Turkic Muslims are being subjected to a genocide by the government of the People's Republic of China. The House therefore recognizes that a genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, and call on the government to officially adopt this position.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe, appuyé par
Mr. Brunel Duceppe, seconded by Mr. Bergeron, that the motion be amended by adding, after the words against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, of the following. Tomorrow, or rather, to ask the International Olympic Committee to move the 2022 Olympic Games if the People's Republic of China continues with this genocide.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would now invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. La députée de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's not on the amendment, it's on the main motion. Is that correct?
En conséquence,
accordingly, Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, the 22nd of February, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
I see. Just a moment. Avant d'autres débats ou les autres ordres du jour pour aujourd'hui, juste pour une clarification.
Just to clarify, the vote on the amendment is deferred, and then the vote on the main motion will be after that. So they will be on Monday, the 22nd of February.
For Kingston on the island on his feet for potential, thought on something of curiosity to the House.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Certainly nothing, no words that I ever imagined I would utter in this House, but I would believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30 so that we can then begin with private members' business.
It's the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m. Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat à la deuxième lecture du projet.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-223, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Richmond Athabasca. Je pense juste.
Oui, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker? 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Oui.
Oui.
Yes, we can. The sound is fine. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today about bill put forward by the Bloc Québécois with regard to the Citizenship Act and newcomers to Canada who come and establish residence. I think people should have a sufficient knowledge of an official language of Canada, but in Quebec in particular, we're talking about moving from 54 to 65 years of age. So it's a very important change for people who try to immigrate here in Canada, particularly older people, and knowing the difficulty it is, the difficulty of mastering a second language for those individuals. Often it's not even French or English, but rather a third language from a different country that they have. And now we're asking them to master, when they're older, this language. So it is a major change. At the same time, I do believe that this is a good objective, and the objective is to protect French throughout Canada, but also in Quebec. And there is a major change in the Canadian Parliament, and that is to understand that French is endangered. It's minority language in provinces outside of Quebec, but within Canada, French is a minority language, and in Quebec, it is also being threatened. We saw this with a study that was just published today, in fact, and it demonstrates the drop in the number of people able to speak who speak French at home here in my province of Quebec, that province I love. And it's very important to say that it's the only province, state in North America region where it's a unilingual francophone region. So we do have Anglophones and people who speak all kinds of other languages. However, at the heart of it, it is a francophone province. New Brunswick is bilingual. The other provinces are Anglophone, but within a country that passed legislation to ensure that it would be known as a bilingual country. And so we can speak French and English here. Quebec is a unilingual francophone province, and therefore we must pay specific attention to this and ensure that people who come to Canada and remain in Quebec and ask for Canadian citizenship be able to do so in the main language, which is French. Otherwise, very slowly, we will see an erosion and a decrease in the number of individuals who can speak in French. And we see what's happening in Montreal. 1 in 2 people speaks in English in our economic capital, and it's the second largest city in Canada. So this is a very interesting measure put forward by the Bloc Québécois. I think that it deserves attention and some work in committee. That said, however, we do think that the increase in the age from 54 to 65 years of age is perhaps something that is problematic, and perhaps there should be an amendment to bring this back to 54 years of age as it was originally. That said, whether people pass a test in Quebec to ensure that they have a knowledge of French, I would say that we are relatively comfortable with this idea. We are also very concerned by the Liberal government, which, when it comes to French, we see that the government is not making a major effort to protect it and promote it and to ensure that French flourishes in the country. Often there are many great words said. A minister responsible for both official languages and our prime minister says things. But when we look at what is actually happening around the country, and we look just in the last few months, the government has accepted a unilingual English report. It was only written in English, Mr. Speaker, and it was the report on the Governor General. And we know the scandal that this created, a person who was appointed by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau without even using the committee that was put in place by the former Prime Minister Harper to ensure that the person was appointed based on skills and in a nonpartisan manner, and we saw what happened after 3 years. So this report was just in English. And when we think of the We Charity, this organization, the Prime Minister wanted to help. It was an organization very close to the Prime Minister. They got almost $2 billion. And this was a unilingual Anglophone company that wasn't able to service people in Quebec or in French across the country. So there's a lack of rigor and sincerity by this government in wanting to protect French. We can add the public servants who feel that they need to speak in English. We can think of the COVID alert messages in Quebec that are just in English. The Official Languages Commissioner, who in 2018 made 18 recommendations. Those recommendations were to ensure that the modernization of the Official Languages Act can occur and that people can speak French anywhere and help the French people flourish across the country. But here we see that there is none on a single one of those recommendations that was put into action by the minister. So there are many, many examples like this that demonstrate that French is not a priority for the current government. We're waiting for the updating of or modernization of the Official Languages Act for years. Consultations have been conducted. The Senate did its work. The committee made recommendations, and then we learn in a media brief that the minister would not table legislation like everybody was expecting across the country to happen, but rather a white paper would be tabled. So we waited for the white paper, which was kind of a consultation to save time. And then we learned early in the week from the media that there wouldn't even be a white paper. It would just be a working document where the committee will reflect and think about what should be done in order to protect French or promote it across the country. So it's always putting off this important issue. And we should be proud of this fact that we have 2 official languages. We have French. We have a community like this in Quebec, and the Quebec people, this Quebec nation that Prime Minister Stephen Harper recognized with the former Conservative government. I think that we should be proud of this. We should do everything to protect it. And that is not what we see with the current government or under the current government by pushing off this plan and not responding to the concerns that we have across the country and in Quebec. So I understand the Bloc wants to work on the issue regarding newcomers who come and settle in Quebec to ensure that French be made a priority. The Quebec government wants to improve Bill 101 to ensure that all companies under federal jurisdiction, private companies in Quebec, be able to conduct work in French. This is something we support in the Conservative Party. I think the Bloc Québécois will be happy with that. And once again, the Liberal government is not getting down to work and not moving forward to recognize that, yes, there are two official languages, but only one is in danger, and we're talking about the French language. So, with regard to the substance of the bill, the principle, we support it with regard to the requirement of French because, sincerely, Mr. Speaker, it corresponds to our values and the values of our leader towards French speakers and Quebecers. But with regard to the proposed change, as I indicated earlier, and the age where people would have to have this knowledge of French and moving it from 54 to 65, I think that's problematic. So we agree in principle. We did support the bill at first reading, and we have to think of older newcomers. And so perhaps we could consider amendments. This is an important element for us, and I hope that the Bloc Québécois will take that into consideration. This bill would make the knowledge of French mandatory rather than French or English for permanent residents living in Quebec and who wish to obtain Canadian citizenship. So as I indicated, we support the principle behind the bill, and we recognize the urgency of doing more to protect the French language in Quebec, not just in Canada and in small communities, but in Quebec. This is a major change in the rhetoric on Parliament Hill, and I'm thinking all the opposition parties are well aware of this, and unfortunately with the Liberal Party, I think there are 35 MPs, including ministers. Our Prime Minister himself is from Quebec, and despite that fact, we do not feel this pride and this desire not just to talk, Mr. Speaker, and say the right things in public. That doesn't change anything. It takes concrete action to ensure that French is promoted everywhere and that we obviously be proud of it. You know, our leader even said that a Conservative government in the first 100 days would table legislation on the official languages that would identify measures. That is the end of the time provided for the member's speech. We will now resume debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to speak on the bill C-223, tabled by my colleague, or introduced rather by my colleague. First of all, I'd like to say that the Bloc confirms that protecting French in Quebec requires an asymmetrical approach, which is why the bill specifically concerns Quebec with regard to the knowledge of French to obtain citizenship. We are pleased to some extent that the federal government recognizes as well, for the first time, even if it is late, that for the first time there is a special situation regarding French and Quebec. And in the throne speech that we heard last fall, in the throne speech, we can read that both official languages are part of our heritage. The Government of Canada must also recognize that the situation of French is specific. There are 8 million Francophones in Canada, in an island of Anglophones. The government has the responsibility to protect and promote French, not just outside Quebec, but also inside Quebec. And that is the main difference compared to what has occurred in the past. And we're now talking about the importance of protecting French in Quebec. But beyond words, there must be actions, and that is what the bill put forward by the Bloc seeks to do. We know that the notion of citizenship is intimately tied to politics. It always has been. It's still the case today. And we can remember that if you're a permanent resident, you can vote, run an election, and fulfill a position such as companies or working for national defense and be on a jury. This is what distinguishes somebody from a permanent resident and a resident or a citizen of Canada. So the knowledge test in French is required, is not such a high level. You must be able to interact in ordinary situations, respond or ask questions, and formulate needs. You're not being asked to write poetry or write in the Shakespearean way. I think that there is a will. In the past, there was a will to sort of kill the bill before it got off the ground, and I think there were MPs who even questioned if the bill was eligible. He said, "My wife speaks 5 languages. We had just moved to Quebec. I had already lived there. She came to Quebec with me. She would have had to go back to Ontario to get her citizenship, and I think that this goes against the values of our Constitution and our Charter. I cannot support this for constitutional reasons, and there is no evidence of the non-constitutionality of the bill beyond issuing an opinion that was not supported by legal opinions, even by the clerk of the House. So there seemed to be a will to kill the bill before it went any further. This time, however, we're going a little bit further. We've already got through the eligibility requirement. And when the bill is going to committee, we will hear from experts who will talk about the various issues. And I think it would be unfortunate if this was stopped and it was prevented from going ahead. In saying why they wouldn't vote for it, they're saying it would prevent people from getting citizenship. First of all, we have to remember that in order to get citizenship, you have to spend a number of days in Canada, over 1,000 days. It's a good opportunity to learn the basics of French, which are necessary. And we could also remember that if you are not a citizen, it doesn't mean you can't work. So the refusal to send the bill to committee would be unfortunate, not just for the bill itself, because it seeks to protect the French language, but we would also deprive ourselves of an opportunity to see what the other possible obstacles are to citizenship. Because a number of people have said that for requiring the knowledge and expression of French would prevent people from becoming citizens or getting their citizenship. But in November 2019, so not so long ago, Statistics Canada demonstrated that the citizenship rate among newcomers has decreased since 1996 to 2016 in a more significant fashion since 2006. So even without there being the obligation to have the French test, there is a decrease in people becoming citizens, and it would have been interesting to see in committee why. I also think that it is interesting. The government has talked about the knowledge of French would be an obstacle to obtaining citizenship, but one of the obstacles is, in fact, the cost of the tests that are necessary to become a citizen. This was a promise made by the Liberals in their 2009 campaign to make the tests free. It costs $236. So for a family with 2 adults and other children, you can talk about $1,200, $1,800, over $2,000, which is not a small amount, and it could be a major obstacle to becoming a citizen. This should also be studied in committee. Another aspect that could be considered in committee, which is quite disturbing, I must say, is that in order to become a permanent resident and in order to reach other steps in the immigration process, you already have to have a certain knowledge of one of the official languages. And we see there is an imbalance with regard to the tests that are being promoted. There have been a number of complaints to the Official Languages Commissioner with regard to the cost of the tests for French compared to those in English. And we see that the cost of those tests, of those French knowledge tests, one of the official languages, are twice as expensive than for the English version. And we also see that it takes a longer time to get the results when you pass the test in French. So there is already an imbalance at the very basis when it comes to the knowledge of one of the 2 official languages. And this is something that could have also been assessed at committee stage. So this is something that has existed for a long time, and the government has made a number of promises without, however, following through. Another issue with regard to the tests is the fact that not only are they designed, but they're also corrected in France and not in Quebec. So the tests that immigrants are being asked to pass, I wouldn't talk about the quality, but are they appropriate? Not necessarily. And I'd like to give a very simple example. In France, we talk about, we use a certain word for breakfast. And in Quebec, we use different words to talk about breakfast and dinner or supper. And this can be complicated for people who are trying to take the test. And there was an American citizen who said that when they went to do the test, they had simulated a conversation where she had to order at a bistro in the Louvre Museum restaurant. And there are different expressions that exist in French and English, and this was a problem for her. So not to be able to send the bill to committee means that we're missing many opportunities to generally improve access to citizenship. And we cannot identify those obstacles. Otherwise, we're missing an opportunity to assess official language knowledge in Quebec, not just for Quebec. We're missing this opportunity also outside Quebec. So, for example, with regard to the criteria for permanent residency, and this goes to the heart of the bill, if we do not go to committee, the idea that the bill will undermine people from getting citizenship, these are just unfounded allegations. We won't have gone through the exercise of seeing what, in fact, the bill would allow us to strengthen French and ensure that the obligations that come along with citizenship are respected by newcomers and that they can fully participate in the duties that come along with citizenship, such as the ability to run and to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine LaSalle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address Bill C-223, which would amend the Citizenship Act by requiring applicants for citizenship who ordinarily reside in Quebec to demonstrate an adequate knowledge of French and to take the rights, responsibilities, and privileges of Canadian citizenship knowledge test in French. This bill would also raise the age range for those who must demonstrate that they meet the language and knowledge requirements for all applicants in Canada to 18 years of age or more, but less than 65 years of age, from the current range, which is 18 to 54 years of age. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we amended the Citizenship Act to enable immigrants to build prosperous lives in Canada, reunite their families, and contribute to the economic success of all Canadians. The goal was to encourage immigrants to develop a permanent sense of belonging and to become full members of Canadian society by becoming Canadian citizens sooner. These changes to the Act included reducing the target age for meeting the language and knowledge requirements from 14 to 64 years of age to the current range, which is 18 to 54. By requiring only applicants between the ages of 18 and 54 to meet the language and knowledge requirements, we've made life easier for immigrants to Canada and reduced barriers to citizenship for both older and younger people. This flexibility also helps support family reunification by helping children, their parents, and grandparents get citizenship more quickly. An important step in enabling immigrants to develop a deeper sense of belonging to our society and to become more active citizens. Mr. Speaker, by proposing to raise the age range for those who have to demonstrate that they meet the language and knowledge requirements to 18 to 65, Bill C-223 would repeal the 2017 amendments and reintroduce barriers to citizenship for older applicants. It would also have a negative impact on Canada's naturalization rate, which is currently one of the highest in the world at 85.8%.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we encourage all immigrants to become full members of Canadian society. And we know one of the most important pillars of successful integration into Canadian society is citizenship. The success of our immigrants is our success as a strong, united country. The amendments proposed in this bill, which broaden the age range and eliminate language choice, would have a disproportionate and negative impact on refugees, women, older newcomers, and other vulnerable populations who may see the language and knowledge of French requirements as nothing other than a barrier to citizenship. These are groups that need our support and compassion, not added barriers. Barriers that have already been exacerbated by COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we know that the intent of this bill is to protect and promote the French language in Quebec. Our government attaches great importance to Canada's linguistic duality. English and French are a fundamental characteristic of the Canadian identity. And we know how important it is to promote both official languages. We are committed to promoting the French language all across Canada and to preserving and protecting the French language in Quebec. The Government of Canada has committed to help all newcomers develop the language skills they need in English and French in order to successfully integrate into their communities and contribute to the Canadian economy. Immigration supports minority language Francophone communities all across the country and plays an essential role in maintaining Canada's linguistic duality. We know that immigrants who have obtained Canadian citizenship have a very strong sense of belonging to Canada, Acquiring citizenship is one of the keys that gives access to more economic opportunities and fuller participation in Canadian society. We have taken steps to attract French-speaking newcomers to Canada, and we're working hard to encourage their successful integration and retention. These steps help strengthen the capacity of Francophone communities across the country. By strengthening the Francophone integration pathway, our government is committed to the principle of par et pour, i.e., ensuring the settlement services for Francophones are delivered by Francophones. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that Quebec selects all immigrants bound for this province, with the exception of those in the family class and protected persons. In addition, under the Canada-Quebec Accord, the Government of Canada provides the Province of Quebec with an annual grant for the provision and administration of settlement services. Those services include linguistic, cultural, and economic integration services for immigrants settling in Quebec, including resettled refugees. Statistics show high rates of French language acquisition over time for permanent residents remaining in Quebec, which reinforces the ultimate goal of French language acquisition. Census data shows that 10 years after their arrival in Quebec, more than 90% of immigrants in the economic category, more than 77% of those in the family reunification program, and more than 83% of refugees spoke French. So the vast majority of immigrants residing in Quebec do end up speaking French. And I think we can all agree that's great news. Given the importance of the French language in Canada and in Quebec, we have to do everything in our power to maintain and support Canada's rich linguistic duality. However, becoming Canadian should be as inclusive and equitable as possible, no matter where you live in our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take part in this important discussion on Bill C-223. And I think I was listening to my colleagues who've been speaking about this for a while in the House. I think we all agree that the goal of this bill is laudable, and we support it. It's a noble goal, and that is the goal of protecting French and protecting the democratic clout of Francophones. These are goals, obviously, as a Montrealer, as a Quebecer, as a New Democrat, I fully subscribe to these goals. But our assessment of the situation is that this is going about it the wrong way. It's the wrong tool for the right objective. I think this is wrong-headed for a number of reasons. In assessing a bill, there could be a number of criteria. One is applicability or enforceability, effectiveness, and perhaps unintended consequences. Those are the three angles we can take in evaluating this bill. I think, unfortunately, what this bill proposes would be hard to enforce and not very effective and would have unintended consequences, negative consequences. On the whole, there are three broad categories of immigration, and this has been mentioned before. There's family reunification, there's refugees, so people who are fleeing violence, and then economic migrants who are immigrants, and they've come for economic development reasons, for labor market needs, to stimulate the economy and the communities where these people settle. So on the aspect of economic integration, Quebec already has full control over economic migrants. And a whole bunch of factors are taken into account in evaluating applicants in this stream. So for a number of years, the Quebec government has used a point system to give more points for knowledge of French, and for obvious reasons. And it has worked well on the whole. So Quebec is already able to attract French-speaking applicants through the economic stream. And those are factors that Quebec controls entirely, 100%. And of course, the federal government supports that with French language courses and efforts to help people acquire French and settle into French-speaking life. So these are independent immigrants, and this is a way for Quebec to increase the number of French speakers coming to Canada. It works fairly well, in my view. And that's an incentive program, but of course it requires resources to attract more French-speaking immigrants. The other two categories of immigration are basically, they come under completely different considerations. The goals are not the same. Family reunification, I think it speaks for itself, what that's all about. And refugees, well, it's a duty, a humanitarian duty that Canada has. It's out of fraternity and compassion that we allow people who are experiencing oppression, discrimination, violence, persecution, civil war, for example, what's happening in Yemen right now. I wouldn't want us to deny Canadian citizenship to someone fleeing Yemen simply because they didn't speak French. It's very unlikely that they would. So a person from Belgium or Switzerland or France might get more points for knowledge of French, but they can come and contribute to Quebec's economy. But we have to distinguish between the purpose of these various streams. And I think it would be unfortunate if we were to put obstacles in the way of refugees, obstacles to citizenship, simply because they had a hard time learning French. Those people need help overcoming barriers. They need additional help. They have bigger hurdles to clear than people in other streams. So it would be completely inappropriate. And refugee groups are concerned about this language-based approach. It's not that we don't want them here, but if they don't get citizenship, so if we allow them in but don't give them citizenship, it's like saying, well, you can come, but you'll never be allowed to vote. You'll never be able to fit in. You'll never be able to be a full-fledged citizen. That's the kind of thing we want to avoid. And some refugee advocates, like Guillaume Clich-Rivard, whom I spoke to recently, he said he was very concerned because this approach presupposes that presupposes that refugees wouldn't have, for example, PTSD or problems learning another language, that they'd be treated on an equal footing with someone coming here for economic reasons. These are very distinct scenarios, and this bill simply casts too wide a net. It's a cookie-cutter approach, and I think it's important to distinguish between family reunification, refugees, and economic immigrants. And it would be hard to enforce and not very effective because it doesn't really take into account the mobility between provinces. If an exam is required to get citizenship in Quebec, that's one thing. But you have to understand that a lot of people who immigrate, they may get off the plane or the boat in Halifax or Toronto or Montreal. They may get their citizenship, and then a few years or months later, they move. They move somewhere else. Maybe sometimes they might move to Quebec for work. So if you have to take a test in one place and as opposed to somewhere else, and the requirements are different, we don't want to have a two-tiered citizenship situation where some people have proven knowledge of French in one place but not in another. That could hinder mobility among provinces. And that wouldn't be a good thing. In terms of defending French, I'm very proud of a motion I tabled in the House a few weeks ago that talked about the fragility of French in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, and it got the unanimous support of the House. In the NDP, our track record is one of defending French. It's a long track record, and I'd like to point out that this is a concrete gain. This was an accomplishment, and a former member, Alexandrine Latendresse, made it a requirement for officers of Parliament, whether it was the Environment Commissioner or the Auditor General, they have to be able to understand and speak French. So that bill was a private member's bill that she tabled. It was passed by the House of Commons. And so that was a very concrete, useful measure to defend the rights of Francophones all across the country. And I think that's an excellent example of the kind of thing the NDP has been able to do here in the House. And for years, we've been saying that Bill 101 should be applied to federally regulated workplaces in Quebec. There's like a double standard right now. It's illogical. If you work for a co-op, you have to be able to work in both languages, but at a bank you don't. So it's inconsistent, and that would be something that would help all Quebecers. I think that's something that we've proposed here in the NDP. Even it goes back before Jack Layton. And with our new leader, we've continued along the same lines. We would also like it to be a requirement for Supreme Court judges to be able to understand and speak French adequately. It's a matter of legal rights and equality for people arguing cases before the Supreme Court. And I'm sure that my colleagues in the Bloc and the Conservative Party will agree with us. But unfortunately, the Liberal government appears inactive or deaf to these calls for the application of Bill 101 in Quebec across the board, and for bilingual judges at the Supreme Court. Another thing that we could make more of a difference around is modernization of the Official Languages Act. The Liberals have been promising that. They've been in power for 5 years, and instead of tabling legislation, they're talking about a white paper or another brainstorming exercise. It seems like the longer they take, the less gets done. And I think more needs to be done to give the Official Languages Act more teeth so that we can better defend Francophone communities in minority settings where their situation is getting more and more fragile. Outside Quebec, we're a bit concerned that it's based on numbers, where numbers warrant, and there was a leak in the media recently. They're basically saying if there aren't enough French speakers in an area, you won't have the same entitlements to services. And a Scotiabank employee in Moncton might have some rights, whereas in Calgary, they wouldn't have the same rights. So the Liberals should do better, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Accordingly, I would invite the honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik for her right of reply. She has up to 5 minutes for her comments. The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise once more to close debate at second reading of this bill that I tabled. I've heard from colleagues from the various parties, and I'm disappointed that the Liberal Party and the NDP do not seem to want to give this bill the chance to be studied at committee. I am disappointed because several studies clearly show that French is declining in Quebec, and more specifically in Montreal. I am disappointed because it is essential to put an end to this trend. And it is bills like C-223, along with other measures, that would enable us to stop this catastrophe. I don't understand how Liberal and New Democrat MPs have not understood this. During the debate, we heard all sorts of things that had nothing to do with the bill. In fact, on occasion, I wondered if my colleagues had even read it. Now, as we know, in Quebec, only 55% of allophones have a linguistic transfer to French. In English Canada, 99% do towards English. In fact, in order to maintain things equal in relative terms, 90% of allophones in Quebec would have to do so. So I would invite my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill because it recognizes the primacy of French in Quebec, because it is harmonized with recognizing the Quebec nation, because it will contribute to the ongoing nature of French in Quebec, because it gives value to the status of the French language in Quebec, because it takes into account the necessity of understanding that language in order to fully exercise the rights and responsibilities of Quebec citizenship, and because it is an additional way to end the decline of French in Quebec. Now, on the Liberal side, I'm not quite sure why they will be voting against this bill, especially Quebec MPs. I only heard weak arguments, weak and not very convincing arguments from the Liberals. And often these arguments had nothing to do with my bill. As usual, the Liberals simply gave us a great many empty words in an attempt to hide their lack of will. This bill does not in any way prevent people from immigrating to Canada, because citizenship is the last stage of the immigration process. This bill will not prevent anyone from requesting asylum or permanent residency in Canada, and it will not prevent anyone from requesting a visa, work permit, or study permit. So the Liberals are giving us a flawed argument here. I think that the reason for this is that the Liberals simply don't have any arguments, any valid arguments for opposing this bill. They are simply against it because they're against it, because of their ideology. They just don't like it when an opposition party has good ideas. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is entirely desirable that people immigrating to Quebec display a sufficient knowledge of French, just as it is expected to know English in Great Britain, German in Germany, and Mandarin in China. It is simply basic common sense to ensure that knowledge of French is a condition to obtain Canadian citizenship in Quebec. Members in this House who vote against the very principle of this bill, will show two things. Firstly, they will show that Canada's bilingualism is not important to them by rejecting a minimum requirement to ensure that French can thrive in North America. Secondly, they will demonstrate that the Canadian constitutional framework is incapable of ensuring that the Quebec nation can fully and entirely thrive. It is important to make French a common language and thus allow all citizens to build a consistent and inclusive society, one that is strong. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all of my colleagues in this House to do the right thing and support my bill. Thank you.
Et la question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Ms. Bérubé, seconded by Ms. Michaud, moves that Bill C-223, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration.
Si un député d'une partie reconnue présent en Chambre.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Abitibi-Baie-James-Navec-EU. I would request a recorded division on my bill. Accordingly, pursuant to order made on January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 24th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Now it being 6:08 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-234 under private members' business. Orders of the day.
Consideration at second reading of Bill C-234, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Home Security Measures, standing in the name of Mr. Obak.
Both there? Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Lahou, moves that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Home Security Measures, be now read a second time and be referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to do a sound check to make sure you're hearing me okay, so if you can give me a thumbs up, thank you very much. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is something that my constituents have been talking about. It's an issue that has been dear and near to their hearts that they've been dealing with over the past few years, and they're glad to see something's finally being done. What I'm proposing, Mr. Speaker, is Bill C-234, an act to amend the Income Tax Act for home security measures. This bill was reinstated from second reading from the previous Parliament. The bill will help make home security more affordable for Canadians by creating a home security tax credit. This non-refundable tax credit would be applied to the installation, maintenance, and monitoring of a security system installed in an individual's home. This would include any structure that is separate from an individual's home, such as a garage, a barn. The maximum dollar amount eligible for the tax credit application is $5,000 a year. I'm proud to mark the first hour debate on this most important piece of legislation that would make a real difference in the lives of Canadians, especially those in rural areas. Like many parts of rural Canada, my riding in Prince Albert continues to suffer from increasing crime rates, and my constituents have made it very clear that they expect action on this file. Mr. Speaker, this bill came about through a variety of different ideas and consultations amongst colleagues in both the Conservative Party, but more importantly, one thing that came to fruition in this was a meeting that I had back in 2016. I have to give you some context in this meeting, Mr. Speaker. It was a Friday afternoon. I get a phone call from a guy named Terry in my riding, and he's mad. He's very mad. He's upset. He informs me he's been broken in again. Somebody's broken in on the farm. His insurance is now telling him they may not be able to reinsure, and he wants to talk about it. So I said, well, you know what, Terry, I'm doing the parade in Prince Albert, the Christmas parade. Why don't we get together Saturday morning after the parade and we'll talk about it. And I remember this quite vividly because I'm in the parade and all of a sudden my phone goes off and I kind of hit the speaker button and Terry says, Randy, I just want you to know there's going to be a few other people in the meeting. I said, no problem. That's fine. He says, yeah, some neighbors want to talk to you about it too. I get to my office after the parade, and there's 25 people in my office. This is a matter of 6 hours' notice. They proceed to tell me about how they've all been vandalized, how they've been targeted, had things stolen out of their shops, had gas stolen, had vehicles stolen, and how they felt that the police force wasn't doing anything about it and how the legal system was letting them down. And they wanted action. They were upset. Now, of course, a lot of these actions were not federally regulated. They'd be provincially regulated. But having said that, they wanted to vent. They wanted to let people know what's going on and look for solutions. So we came to the conclusion that we would actually hold a town hall meeting. And so we put together a meeting in the Golf and Curling Club here in Prince Albert for the next Saturday morning. And they asked me not to advertise it because they didn't want these criminals to know that they're not home. So I didn't advertise it. I just let them spread it by word of mouth. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Saturday morning when I got to the hall, I was nervous because all of a sudden there's cars in the parking lot. It's full. There's cars parked all the way down the street. We get downstairs and there's probably 200 to 300 people packed into this hall. We had no sound system. We had no speaker system. We were expecting maybe 25, 35 people. all of a sudden it's just a huge crowd. And I have to thank the mayor, Prince Albert, at that time. He went and quickly grabbed his sound system and brought it here so he could present. And what we did is we brought together RCMP, city police, provincial colleagues, MLAs here in Saskatchewan, Crime Stoppers, and we proceeded to talk about the options and what was available. And as we went through the meeting, it became a recurrent theme. I've been broken into once, twice, 3 times. A lot of it was gang related. Some of it they felt was drug related. They were looking for solutions. You know, they kind of seemed to know exactly where these culprits were coming from. The police were looking for advice on how they can best handle it. Even the municipalities were saying, is there things that they can do? And, you know, one of the solutions that came out was, well, that one place that we know where these criminals are hanging out is the only place in that road. So maybe we shouldn't grade that road. Maybe we should let the snow blow it in and then that keeps them at home. So there's different ideas that were tossed around. But what became very apparent is people wanted to see action on this issue. Now, this isn't something that's just as unique to Prince Albert. In Alberta, the Alberta Justice Minister, Doug Schweitzer, he's actually written to David Lametti asking for more serious penalties on rural crime. They had an Alberta task force, Mr. Speaker. Those issues that were in my riding were also right across Alberta. And they're right across Saskatchewan, and they're right across rural Ontario, and they're right across this country in Quebec and places like that. Now, one thing that was really unique and the RCMP made me aware of is the addictions issue. And what they'd seen or suspected at that time is we had a slowdown in the oil patch. So we had people that were making good money that were all of a sudden out of work because they no longer had a job. Yet they still had addictions. They still had issues there. So what did they do? They resorted to crime, stealing, doing whatever they could to feed their addictions. You know, there's many different issues in the background here that need to be addressed. And there's different things that we should be looking at, parliamentarians, in how to solve or fix this problem or make it better for the constituents. This is just one way, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I think you're going to see some other ideas and suggestions come from the Conservative Party to deal with this in a holistic manner. Now, you say a home security system. What will that do? Well, actually, it's done a lot. And what surprised me, when you think of the idea of the tax credit for a home security system, okay, so we got a good security system in place. Well, what does that do? It deters that person from breaking into your facility or your place. That's one thing. Secondly, if they do break in, it allows the police to actually have good identification factors to actually go and make the appropriate arrest. And hopefully those identification factors will stand up in the court of law. So it gives you a chance to really identify who these culprits are and deal with them. Because in a lot of cases, they're repeat offenders. In a lot of cases, they're already known to the RCMP or to the police, and they just need the evidence to actually go on with conviction to arrest and put them through the courts. So that's one thing. But you know, Mr. Speaker, there's another thing that's come about from this, which I didn't expect. And it's a surprise, which shouldn't shock me now, but it did at the start. People want to see action. They want us to do something. They want to show action. Not only that, they wanted us to acknowledge that there actually is a problem. They wanted Ottawa to realize that they are in a situation that they can't seem to get a result or a resolution to. I've had more people talk to me now since the announcement of this bill about how they've been personally impacted. And I think I encourage all the members to go back to people in not only the rural areas, but into their towns and cities. And you'll find all sorts of examples of break-in entries, of crime, where a security system might have been the thing that would have deterred that action. You know, I had the head of the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association actually call me this Saturday. He says, Randy, I just want you to know we're going to send a letter of endorsement for your bill. He says, but I just also want you to know we've been talking to APAS and SARM, and they're all thinking of doing the same thing. We're starting to see here in rural Canada the need for action, and they're looking for some hope, and this gives them some hope. It actually allows us to talk about the issue. And I think this is a good issue that we should be talking about. This is something that is very relevant to pretty well everybody in rural Saskatchewan or rural Canada, or even in urban centers or the cities. They want to know that they feel safe in their house. They want to make sure that their family's safe. They want to make sure that their house is that castle that's not going to be violated by any means. And this is one step in doing that. So this provides some of that comfort. This provides some of that safety for the families. And I think it's something we should look at. Now, it's not just the family house. Like I said, it's the garage, it's the barn, it's the outbuildings that you may have on your acreage or on the farm. Again, it allows you to position the appropriate tools in the appropriate place so that you can get the appropriate coverage to do what you need to do. This looks to me like a small step in moving forward in dealing with crime and rural crime. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to seeing the debate, and I look forward to this getting into committee. I think this is a bill that people can work with quite easily. It's very simple. It's a $5,000 tax credit. It's easy to apply in their income tax. It shows them that we care. And it starts the conversation, Mr. Speaker, about exactly what we need to do for rural crime. And I think we're going to see different examples and different ideas come out of our colleagues from all parties on how to address this issue and hopefully find some solutions. And if this bill gets people talking about it, well, then it's a success. And of course, I'm looking forward to seeing this bill get into committee. And if there's some things in the committee that they want to do to expand it or make it better, I look forward to seeing that too. At the end of the day, when this bill is through and hopefully passed and all parties can agree that this makes sense and something we want to do, I hope we can go back to our constituents and look them in the eye and say, hey, we started down the road and starting to fix this problem. And then hopefully we'll be creative enough as parliamentarians to say, hey, what are we going to do about the other parts of the problem? What are we going to do about the addictions? What are we going to do about the economic situations that a lot of people have been forced into? What are we going to do about getting people jobs so they don't have to resort to crime in order to feed their families? Those are the types of things that we need to also discuss, not only home security systems and home system monitoring and protection there. So hopefully this is the start of those types of packages or those types of conversations amongst ourselves. And I hope to have intelligent conversation on this. I think this is something that we all can look at and say, yeah, we can get behind this. This makes sense and move forward. And if we can make it better, let's make it better. I have never been one to say that it's my way or the highway. And I'm not about to say that at this bill here. So what I do look forward to is the spirit being recognized and appreciated. And the spirit is we need to be doing something to help our constituents in rural areas, in the cities, to protect their houses, to protect their families, to provide the security that they need. And like I said, we are seeing lots of groups and lots of people stepping on board. They're looking at this and saying, hey, this is a start. Like I said, when Arnold talked to me, we talked for about 15 minutes. He gave me an example of a couple of people in the cattlemen's in the rural area that they've dealt with where people have gone into their farms and shot different cattle. We had a scenario here just outside of Saskatoon I think it was this spring, where somebody went in and shot some buffalo. And actually they cut the gates and let them go. And of course, buffalo wandering around in small towns is not something. But again, you can see there's a reoccurring theme happening here where we need to provide some better protection for people in rural Canada. But again, I want to stress, it's not just rural Canada. We're also had examples. I had a person call me today saying in the urban centers that they could use something like this to protect themselves. It would just provide that extra sense of safety. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I need to go on and on and on. And I know I have 15 minutes, but I don't think I need to use the full entire 15 minutes. So I think I'll stop there and just say I look forward to seeing support from all parties on this. I look forward to this moving through the House. I look forward to the debate. And I look forward to positive suggestions that all members may have in participating in this dialogue to address things like rural crime and break and enters and see some resolution and see some benefits for all our constituents. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this bill forward, for doing the work that goes into it. I know from having tabled and gone through the process of a private member's bill, there's an incredible amount of work that goes into this. And I also want to thank him for obviously identifying an issue that was incredibly important in his community and the manner in which that came to light. But I absolutely fail to understand how this bill would actually improve the situation of the people that he's trying to represent. To me, it's nothing more than a boutique tax credit that is going to be utilized for one particular usage of one particular demographic, in particular those that can afford these systems. I fail to understand how it's actually going to, number one, increase the safety of the people that he's trying to affect by this, all it's going to do is make the system slightly cheaper because they don't have to pay tax on it. Can he address, I know that he said specifically that, another option or somebody had said they need more serious penalties on rural crime, although I don't know if I would support that. At least that might be something that aims to address the issue here.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
I thank the member for his question, and those are valid questions. Those are things that we thought about. Where this came from wasn't necessarily my idea. This actually came out of the Rural Task Force out of Alberta. This is constituents getting together and saying, what are the possible solutions to addressing these issues? This is one of many solutions they thought would be a start. What it does is it allows people to afford the system that is appropriate to get the appropriate coverage in their house, on the garage, on the barn, to get the appropriate footage. But it also does a deterrence. And I think I want to make that very clear. When people know that they're being on camera, they act totally different than when they're not on camera. When they know there actually is possibility that their face has been captured, and now the RCMP or police will actually be able to use that and make an arrest and actually use that in the court of law, there's an actual way that you're actually taking these people and dealing with them. Now, as they deal with them, there's all sorts of things to consider. Is this an addiction issue? Is this just somebody's just a bad person, needs to go to jail? Or is this a variety of other factors in behind? But until you can catch them, you can't deal with them. So this helps you catch them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his private member's bill and the consideration of this. He caught my interest with the discussion around this is not just a rural issue, but there are pockets, particularly in large urban centers, that have significant crime issues. And I think of Edmonton Centre, and they call it the red zone of crime. Does he think that there be an opportunity to expand the reach of this bill into those areas where there is significant pockets of crime, and give these either businesses or individual residents some security, or at least feel that they have some level of support from the government in trying to combat crime and give them some safety?
Well, member for Prince Albert.
Excellent question. And, that's a comment I've heard coming out of Saskatoon. I've heard it coming out of Regina and other areas across Canada. Yes, this would actually, go to the individuals, so they would be able to, their businesses, so that they can actually put in the appropriate tools to coverage their facilities. And like I said, it includes garages and it includes barns on the farm, but it may include a garage in somebody's house or in that area, or a storage area for a business. I think we can be creative, and I think that's something the committee could do in regards to helping define that a little bit better, so people understand where it actually is can be used and not used for.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague for his intervention on the bill. However, I would like to have a word of caution. I am from a rural region. At home, we decided to take out the alarm system because the police said that there was a too large territory to cover for the number of patrols that there were. So it's great to have an alarm system, but if there aren't enough police to react, then it doesn't help. It gives you a false feeling of security, and I think we should invest more in provincial police forces, RCMP, and this is where the money should be transferred to Quebec and the provinces. And we talked about violence against women in rural regions. And I think the solution is to also apply different support measures, like providing more support to First Nations communities, which also deal with this issue, and provide the funds to put in place the programs to help murdered and missing women's associations. I think it could be better invested elsewhere than in tax credits.
Albert.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the question. Again, this is just one part. There's many parts to the solution in regards to rural crime and dealing with issues in rural Canada or rural Quebec. This would allow people to make it more affordable to put in the appropriate cameras, for example. So, yeah, maybe it's not an alarm going off where it's buzzing. This is a fact where they actually are videotaping the person in the act. Plus, I think once criminals realize that they are being videotaped, hopefully there'll be the hesitation to say, well, this no longer makes sense for us to proceed down this path. Now, you do raise an issue that is very common right across Canada, and that is the lack of police services and the fact that we have situations here in my riding where all of a sudden there's only 1 or 2 RCMP officers on duty because of lack of personnel. And we've talked to the provinces about that, and they're looking for solutions for that. And that includes not only putting more people into the college here in Regina for more training, but also having the funding in place to make sure they're actually located in areas that have high crime.
Resuming debate, the honourable parliamentary secretary, to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak on this issue. I can tell a member that, there are some issues that I have ongoing discussions with constituents that seem to never end. I could talk about, for example, the healthcare and community health, or education, in particular, our public educational system. But the third one is the issue of crime. It doesn't matter in terms of what area of the riding that I happen to be in. There's a great deal of concern about the issue of crime. And I was interested in seeing or get a better sense what it is that the member is proposing. And he makes reference to, in his comments about, listen to what our constituents or what would our constituents want, or at least that's what he somewhat implied in this, or we should be saying something to our constituents in regards to his bill. The thing that came across my mind is that I don't know if my constituents would support me voting for this bill. And there's a couple of reasons for that. If you were to take a look at the area in which I represent, there's a very significant percentage of people that would love the opportunity to invest in security measures. When I've had meetings with community police officers, they always say, make sure you get the deadbolts, make sure you get the lighting. Lighting is really important. Make sure that your doors or your windows are secure. And then they will often say, well, and then if you can get security cameras and things of this nature, it would be helpful. I suspect that for a good percentage of the constituents that I represent that are concerned about that community crime activities wouldn't be able to get the credit that the member is making reference to. And it seems to me that what we're members trying to do is to establish almost like here's a tax credit, but it's targeted to a group of individuals, and it's not just rural versus urban or anything of this nature, but for those that have that disposable income or that have the income that would allow them to be able to get and make use of the credit. So I'm not convinced that this is the way to go. When I think of the crime in my communities that I represent, there's no doubt in my mind that having a higher sense of security by purchasing and acquiring security systems would provide a great deal of comfort for my constituents. And it is something in which, I'm open to debate, to talk about what government can actually do, what role they might be able to play. I just don't think a tax credit is the way to go on this. I think that we could have some discussions with municipalities, both rural and urban, even with our provincial entities, and look for areas of our communities where there's a higher need or a greater demand for having these type of measures, and collectively what we might be able to do to support having a higher sense of security in our communities. I often talk about a specific file. When I was knocking on doors one day, not that long ago, well, actually it was quite a while ago, but it was a lady that was living on Pritchard Avenue, and I was kind of walking away, and I could hear her banging on the window. And she was banging on the window, and here it's like 2:00 in the afternoon, and she's had her couch up against the door. And she said to me after, because I kind of turned around and went back to the door, and she has the door cleared away, and she actually had the door up against, the couch up against the door. And she feels more comfortable sleeping during the daytime, and she's scared to even walk out of her yard. And, as I said to her, we should all feel comfortable and secure in the communities in which we live, whether it's in inner city, in a suburb, or in a rural community. We should have a sense of security. So I applaud the member in recognizing what I believe is a very important issue, and it's universally applied. It's not just rural Canada. I believe that we have what I would classify as hot zones, and that's not a word that I've made up. I've heard law enforcement officers make reference to that, and look at ways in which we can provide more support. Some members have already made reference to policing. I'm a big fan of community policing. Big fan. I was actually quite upset when we lost our community police office because of cuts from the provincial government a number of years ago. I think that as opposed to having a tax credit, for example, that we look at ways in which we can support municipalities and provinces, and most importantly, the constituents in which we represent, by instead of providing a tax break, I would rather see more community policing. Maybe we can invest some of those scarce tax dollars we get into supporting our law enforcement agencies, whether it's Canada's finest as the Winnipeg Police Department, or it's our RCMP, or other entities of law enforcement. My gut feeling is that would be a wiser way of using tax dollars in which all communities would benefit by. Because my friend is correct. There's many rural communities where, because we hear about it every year, especially once things start to warm up, where whether it's on a farm or in a cottage environment, where there's a great deal of theft that's taking place. And I do believe that there's ways in which government, especially if governments can work together and prioritize and put in possibly additional resources in order to support an enhancement so that all of our communities, in particular those hotspots, could be seeing those additional resources. That's my thoughts right offhand. When you talk about the broader issue of taxation and tax credits, Mr. Speaker, I think you got to be very careful when you start having, and I've used the word, and I think others have too, these special taxes that will help some more than others, to the degree in which I think it becomes somewhat unfair. So I liked it when we got rid of some of those boutique taxes from the past in favor of giving a straight tax cut for Canada's middle class. One of the very first pieces of legislation that the House of Commons actually voted on was the reduction of taxes for Canada's middle class. There's other ways in which, when we talk about those dollars, that we can invest those monies. And I think that if you look at what we've done over the last 5-6 years, is that we've got the balance right, where we've recognized ways in which we can get money or increase disposable income, in a fair fashion for all, and we can ensure that we invest in areas that will provide that additional level of comfort in the sense of the government is spending resources where we could see an increase in policing, in community policing, where we could see an increase in programming that will allow for more young people to maybe be on a better course where there's less crime in our communities. So I think that there's, as much as the member bill comes across as being something very proactive, I think that it's somewhat missed the mark, even though I agree with them. Crime in our communities is a very, very serious issue, and I thank him for taking the time to bring forward this bill.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak to this bill. Bill C-234 amends the Income Tax Act in order to establish the Home Security Tax Credit. To begin with, I'd like to inform you that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this bill. While we recognize the issue of home security, myself included, particularly in rural areas. I come from a small town myself, and I commend the member for Prince Albert for all his concern about this that he expressed in his speech. This is a very important issue, but we believe that the solution proposed by this bill would not be effective enough. It's our view that this bill would only push people to spend money on security systems that wouldn't adequately protect them. And I'm talking about their personal safety, not their belongings. I'm not sure if it's the same in Saskatchewan, but when it comes to property, in Quebec we have alarm systems and security systems. And if you install one of those, you get a break on your insurance costs. That could be the way to offset the cost of installing these systems. But we believe that the money spent on subsidizing the purchase of such systems through tax credits would be better spent by investing more in provincial police forces, Indigenous police forces, and the RCMP. On that note, obviously, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that First Nations police forces are sorely lacking in resources, and the government must begin to adequately fund them to assist remote communities. As you know, this bill seeks to amend the Income Tax Act to create a non-refundable tax credit for the purchase of a home security system for individuals. The credit is a maximum of $5,000 per year, and that includes the full amount spent on home security. The arguments put forward in defense of this bill, of course, we understand that increases in crime are more pronounced in rural areas than in urban areas. And that can be even more hardship for people where people are losing their jobs, and there may be more crime because of job losses and income loss. In our view, since these areas may sometimes be poorly served by law enforcement, i.e. rural areas, people may turn to security systems naturally, like cameras or alarm systems. But in our view, if police are already having trouble responding, investing in a security system to alert law enforcement would be unwise, because if the police response is too slow anyway, how is that going to prevent crime to alert the police who are having trouble responding anyway? The member himself acknowledges that this bill will not solve the problem. Even though the Bloc Québécois is very sensitive to this issue, we propose instead to invest more to better support the RCMP and police forces in Quebec and the provinces, as well as Indigenous police forces. We believe implementing this type of tax credit would merely encourage people to spend money on systems that probably won't adequately help prevent crime. So from our perspective, this bill instead would only give people a false sense of security. I would like to repeat that Indigenous communities are severely under-resourced and often underserved by police forces. In our view, the money associated with this bill would be much better spent if it were invested in safety and security for First Nations communities. More fundamentally, we in the Bloc Québécois believe that the best way to fight crime is to fight inequality. For example, Quebec's social safety net, which is imperfect, is nonetheless a good foundation for ensuring the protection of Quebecers. Our social safety net includes support for families and the underprivileged, support for women in gaining access to the labor market with an educational daycare service and parental leave. And so there's a link between fighting poverty and fighting crime. And obviously our public schools have been perhaps much maligned, but they're so important and there's so much competence in them. I hear a noise. Okay. This is Teachers Week, and I'd like to salute everyone who's sticking with school. I'd like to commend teachers on their commitment. And finally, Quebec's social safety net provides for strong government that redistributes wealth, and the Quebec model falls somewhere in between those of Northern and Western Europe. Mr. Speaker, I'd invite my colleagues in the House to take a close look at two books that give us a better understanding of the important role of government in the fight against inequality, and hence crime. One book, which has not been translated into French yet as far as I know, is called Combating Poverty, Quebec's Pursuit of a Distinctive Welfare State. It's a comparative analysis published by U of T Press, which explains how Quebec moved away from Canada's social safety net following the cuts by the Chrétien and Martin governments. Quebec has gone ahead with big, bold new programs despite numerous federal cuts, whether in social services or healthcare. In other places, when the federal government cut back on funding, services to the public were scaled back, but Quebec went the other way and expanded its offer. The Bloc Québécois is keeping a watchful eye to make sure the Liberals don't try to do the same thing that they did in the late 90s to reduce the deficit. The second work is by Gösta Esping Andersen, a Danish economist and sociologist. Back in 1990, he wrote his book, The Three Worlds of Welfare Capitalism, which provides context to explain the different reasons behind Quebec's choices and the best ways to implement public policies to fight social inequalities and crime. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, I believe the money that would have gone toward refunding the costs of security systems could be better used by boosting transfers to Quebec and the provinces, whether it's for police forces or Indigenous communities. On this point, a first step, which is also found in the throne speech, is recognizing them as an essential service. This was a request made by the First Nations Chiefs of Police Association and also supported by the Assembly of First Nations. So first, recognize Indigenous policing as an essential service, and secondly, provide more stable funding more than in these 2 to 5 year agreements. And of course, together with the recognition of these police services as essential services, the only police services that are not currently recognized as such, should come the necessary funding to ensure that they can continue not only to have response capacity, but also prevention capacity. So I'd like to repeat that from our perspective, this bill does not provide real harm reduction, but only a tax refund to those who can afford to install these devices, as well as get insurance savings at the same time. In Quebec, As I said, having an anti-theft system can reduce insurance premiums by as much as hundreds of dollars a year, in addition to reducing the risk of theft while you're away. But what's more dangerous than having a burglar break in to steal valuables when you're not home is having that happen when you are home. And then, even with the best alarm system going, if the police don't come, the danger is the same. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to remind you that the Bloc Québécois is very sensitive to this problem. But with all due respect for our colleague from Prince Albert, and you could see how close he is to his constituents and all the work he's done in agriculture, in his riding, and that he keeps doing. But unfortunately, we don't believe this proposed tax credit is an adequate solution. So as I'll say for the nth time, we'd prefer to see additional support for law enforcement services, beginning with Indigenous services. More fundamentally, we would propose increased efforts to reduce inequality, which would in turn lead to harm reduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising to speak on Bill C-234. An act to amend the Income Tax Act home security measures. I want to start off by saying I have a lot of respect for the member in question. I've worked with him, disagree with him profoundly on many issues, as he's well aware, but respect the work that he brings to this House of Commons, and also having traveled through his riding numerous times, going into northern Saskatchewan and coming back as well. I understand as well the importance of this issue of folks feeling secure in their own community. And so I'll preface my remarks by saying that I certainly understand why the member has brought forward the bill. That being said, we believe it's the wrong direction. And I'll explain why, Mr. Speaker. First off, when we're talking about a non-refundable tax credit, we're actually talking about a tax credit that benefits those that have higher incomes. This is the same problem that we're seeing with the disability tax credit that is non-refundable. And as you're well aware, Mr. Speaker, what that means is that for many people with disabilities, often the poorest of the poor, they can't access the disability tax credit because it is non-refundable. As a result of that, and we saw this most recently during this pandemic, when so many people with disabilities were struggling, they weren't even able to access, in so many cases, the $600, which was a minimum amount to actually provide supports for those people with disabilities. So when we're talking about non-refundable tax credits, we're talking about people at the higher income threshold that can benefit. Now, that being said, Mr. Speaker, this particular tax credit on home security measures has been evaluated as costing close to $250 million a year, $250 billion. $250 million. And so that's the starting point. If we're going to spend $250 million, $50 million. The evaluation by the PBO is at 220, but that is rising. And with inflation, we're talking globally at about $250 million. What is the best way of making investments to protect and support our communities right across the country? And I will reference the valuable report that was put forward and the NDP's complementary report a little bit later on. But I do have to flag, because it's important, Mr. Speaker, how a smaller amount that made an extraordinary difference in community safety right across the country, the crime prevention programs, were actually stopped by the former Harper government. So the Harper government cut $100 million from crime prevention programs, basically wiped them out. And right across the country, crime prevention programs, often staffed by very dedicated volunteers, made a huge difference in ensuring that community safety was paramount. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, every dollar that was spent in these crime prevention programs actually saved $6, it's been estimated, in policing costs, in court costs, and in prison costs. So every dollar spent in crime prevention saves $6 elsewhere and prevents crimes from being committed in the first place. I am a strong supporter of crime prevention programs, and the ones that we had in New Westminster and Burnaby and the ones that existed right across the country were an extremely important way of providing more safety and security for everybody in the community. The former Harper government slashed and eliminated those programs. Mr. Speaker, now the NDP caucus spoke out vehemently against this. It made no sense at all. It certainly wasn't cost effective when we know that the costs are much higher without crime prevention programs in policing and in court costs than actually making those investments in the first place. So it's important to note for less than half of the cost of this particular income tax measure, we would actually be seeing far more safety and security right across the country. That is a stain on the record of the Harper government that I don't think will ever go away. And it is surprising to me, Mr. Speaker, that a new Liberal government now 5 years later has never acted to put back in place the crime prevention programs that were so effective right across the country. It's a tragedy, and the NDP, who has presented a Building Safer Communities policy, has believed all along that those investments, because they're cost effective, because they lead demonstrably to better community safety right across the country, is the way to go. And we disagree with the old parties that believe that it's simply punitive after the fact. We actually believe that the best route to public safety is ensuring that the crime does not take place in the first place. And that means removing the massive and growing inequalities that we're seeing across this country as well. During this pandemic, Canada's billionaires have increased their wealth by over $60 billion, and yet so many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. Crime prevention programs, reducing inequality, putting in place a broad social safety net are all tools to ensure a broader level of community safety and security for everyone. Maintenant, Monsieur le Président, j'ai mentionné.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that I also wanted to refer to a report on the issue of public safety in rural areas. That's very important because a House committee addressed this issue a few years back, and in their report, they talk about $250 million. There are better investments that can enhance security for all. First of all, in that report, and the NDP's dissenting report is very clear on this. Georgina Jolibois contributed, and Christine Moore, former NDP members. They talked about Indigenous realities and the fact that investments need to be made to increase resources to Indigenous communities, given what they've been experiencing in terms of security in each community. And so the report talks about awareness raising and suicide prevention in rural areas. That's a problem that we see, and it's growing worse and worse all across the country. My colleague for Timmins, James Bay, also called for a national action plan on suicide prevention. Instead of investing $250 million in a tax credit for the wealthier, there should be instead funding for a suicide prevention plan that could make a huge difference. And there's also the issue of support for victims. When we're talking about victims, we're talking about the situation of women fleeing domestic violence in rural areas. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in any given day, there are thousands of women who do not have any recourse in a case of domestic violence. That's regrettable. The NDP has been decrying this situation for a long time. In order to provide better security, it takes investment. So making those investments, so those 400 women who are without shelter, women who are victims of violence, That would make a huge difference if investment was made in that. Also, in the NDP's dissenting report, which followed on the heels of the committee report, there's the issue of access to 911 services. That would mean that there would be someone available that people in rural areas could call. If they could call 911, that's another thing. These are not huge costs, but it would make a huge difference in the personal safety of individuals living in rural areas. So, Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that if we're talking about how to spend $250 million, $250 million over the next few years, there are ways to spend that money that would be way more effective in terms of safety in rural areas and way more effective for everyone. So it begins, of course, with looking at what's worked in the past, what programs have worked to prevent crime. This is something that was cut by the previous Conservative government, but the NDP would restore funding if we ever got the chance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Right with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Before I begin my remarks, I just want to take a moment here to talk about my friend and Conservative colleague from Prince Albert here, who's introduced this private member's bill, C-234. I know there's a lot of different areas that has been just touched on by my colleague from the NDP there, but this is a focus on one issue that can make a difference. And I think since he was first elected in 2008 as a member from Prince Albert, he's worked tirelessly on behalf of his constituents. I've worked with him on some of these areas, particularly on this crime one, and I've witnessed firsthand his commitment, enthusiasm, and many issues that are near and dear to my constituents as well. And that doesn't matter whether it's in agriculture, the international trade area that he's worked with the United States on, transport, or this particular rural crime issue. And across the prairies, Mr. Speaker, we've seen a steady increase in criminal activity in recent years. Criminals are no longer just stealing gas and diesel for their vehicles. They're stealing more expensive items such as farm machinery itself, tools, and trailers. In the last Parliament, my colleague from Lakeland, Alberta, passed her private member's motion, which instructed the Public Safety Committee to undertake a study on rural crime. And in response to this study, I put on 5 rural crime town halls throughout my constituency in order to get a better understanding of the types of crime being reported. And being proactive in these 5 town halls, I actively sought people's policy proposals to improve public safety, not only for themselves, but for their entire community. And so soon after, I wrote the Public Safety Committee outlining 13 proposals, because they were doing the study at the time, which one of them happened to be this very bill we are debating here today. Before I speak about why I'm supporting this legislation, it is important to highlight what happened with the Public Safety Committee study on rural crime back in May of 2019, almost 2 years ago. After 8 committee meetings, the Liberals at the time used their majority to ensure the report contained absolutely nothing of substance. In all my years in politics, I've never seen a committee report that was that thin, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals didn't allow a single recommendation to be included in that report, and after hearing from a multitude of witnesses, the entire report was just 2.5 pages long. Now, I don't know how much it would cost to do that study, Mr. Speaker, but I imagine it was almost about $100 a word. But worse yet, due to the committee report being so short, the opposition can't file a dissenting report that's any longer than the report itself, so it prevented the opposition parties from including substantive additions to the report to improve it. I can't think of any better example of how little time the Liberals have for some of these prairie issues. It was clear from the results of sort of the last election, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, every MP here on the prairies knows that this is a growing problem, and it's not just a prairie problem either. For example, police reported crime rates that are higher in rural than urban areas. In some cases, and I know my colleague from Joliet mentioned this in his speech tonight as well, even 30% higher in rural areas than they are in urban areas in some cases. In my constituency, we've seen an increase of property crime violations. We've also seen a rise of break and enter crimes. And I have met and spoken with individuals who were the victims of these crimes, and they shared how violated they felt after someone broke into their home, farm, or business. In one instance, the thief was brazen enough to break into the home in the middle of the night while the family was sleeping to steal the car keys and drove away with the vehicle. And while luckily no one was hurt in this instance, the fact remains that someone broke into their home while they were sleeping in their beds. They woke up the next morning with a frightening realization of how vulnerable and exposed they were. People living in rural and remote communities know that due to their distance from major urban centers, response times from the RCMP, fire, and ambulance isn't as quick as it is in communities like Brandon or Prince Albert. Thieves and criminals also know that, which I believe is part of the reason that they are now preying on rural communities. For those who have ever lived on a farm or in a small town, you know the relationship and connection with those in your community is something truly unique. You rely on your neighbors. You look out for each other. You make sure that when something needs to be done, you raise your hand to volunteer and you get it done. That's what's been happening across the prairies as rural crime watches have been resurrected. People are now taking extra precautions, such as taking notice of when vehicles are entering people's yards or reporting suspicious activity to law enforcement. And while I know many used to pride themselves on not having to lock their doors or even leaving the keys in the vehicle in the console, sadly, those days are pretty well over. The reality is criminals are getting better organized. Mr. Speaker, we found out that they're even using drones to check out people's farmyards to see if anyone is home or to go hunting for what it is they really want to steal next. While no one who lives on a farm expects the RCMP to be able to respond to a call within 10 minutes, this private member's bill will provide a financial incentive for families to better protect themselves. By creating a non-refundable tax credit for home security measures, it'll help reduce the cost of getting a system installed. And this tax credit would be applied to the installation, maintenance, and monitoring of a security system installed on an individual's property to monitor structures such as homes, garages, and barns. As the adage goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. By making it just that much more difficult for thieves or criminals to go undetected, it undoubtedly will discourage future crime from occurring and provide valuable evidence to help solve a crime. By increasing the risk of the criminal getting caught, either by catching their face or vehicle on a camera to alerting law enforcement of the crime in real time, this is a common sense bill that'll produce results. If this bill is passed, it is my hope that the security companies will also help communicate this new tax credit to the public, as in the same vein as what happened with the home renovation tax credit. By encouraging this conversation about steps families can take to better protect themselves and their property, I firmly believe it'll have a tangible impact on crime rates. And while this bill is just one step to curb the rising rural crime rates, our Conservative caucus knows there's still so much more work to be done. Solving this rural crime epidemic will take all three levels of government working together. And I want to applaud the government of Manitoba for adopting one of the recommendations that came out of my rural crime town halls. Under the leadership of the former Minister of Justice, the Honourable Cliff Cullen, he established a dedicated RCMP rural crime task force in Manitoba, which the province calls the RCMP Crime Reduction Enforcement Support Team. They've already been involved in numerous province-wide operations, including the seizure of $76,000 from illegal goods, 150 weapons, and more than 20 stolen vehicles were recovered. And through their good work and investigations, it's led to criminal charges against 43 people. This concept is something that both the Alberta and Saskatchewan government have already implemented, and I suspect they're seeing the similar results. So in closing, I urge all of my colleagues in this House to support this legislation. It's time for action and leadership on this issue. Instead of the Liberals spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a very ill-thought-out little buyback program that only impacts law-abiding firearms owners and sports shooters, let's spend time and resources on something that will make a big difference. Thanks again to my colleague from Prince Albert for all of his efforts on this file, and I'll be voting in favor of Bill C-234. And as I said earlier, this is only one of the solutions in a vast suitcase of events that can be done and differences that we can make. But I think it's a big one, and I believe that my colleague brings this forward with in a responsible manner to be able to make a difference for the impacts on real crime across Canada, never mind just on the prairies. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to talk about the importance of affordable childcare, not just in my riding, but across Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is related to a question that I raised in the House of Commons around the need for a national, universal, affordable, accessible, a childcare program that also is a quality program to be developed here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we've been hearing for 50 years from the government that their plans are to develop a program for early childhood education that's universal right across the country. We have not seen the government do that. We keep hearing more and more lofty commitments. Their secretariat that they've announced of spending $20 million over 5 years just doesn't cut it, Mr. Speaker. We know that provinces like British Columbia are looking for federal commitments on this front so that we can deliver a child care program, not just in BC, but right across Canada. What I'm hearing from small businesses, Mr. Speaker, is that their needs aren't looking for removal of red tape and lower taxes. They're saying that their priorities and their needs are affordable childcare, Mr. Speaker, affordable housing. They want to see a pharmacare and dental care program to, help support their workers and themselves, Mr. Speaker, because the costs are going through the roof for private insurance. And we know that it saves money when we invest in people. And of course, their priorities are a healthy environment because they're on the ground and they're, obviously they care deeply about their communities. We saw what it was like under a decade under the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, where they didn't prioritize social infrastructure. They didn't understand the importance of that for the local economy. And we've heard a lot of lip service from the Liberals when it comes to affordable housing. We've saw non-market housing fall in the last 27 years under the Liberals and Conservatives from 10% to 3%, Mr. Speaker, whereas in Europe, they're upwards of 30% in most jurisdictions. So when it comes to investing in strong supports, we've also seen in those areas strong economies as a reflection of that. And Mr. Speaker, we know that the government is looking at considering maybe a tax cut instead of investing in opening up childcare spaces. And we're hearing from stakeholders across the country, including Armin Yalnizyan, an economist who is the current Atkinson Fellow on the Future of Workers. And she cites in a Global News report from February 13, she states, I think it's the path of least resistance. And this is regarding a federal tax credit, which we know the Liberals are considering, because it means that they don't have to get involved in the quality or the standards of care, but it does not create one more new space that is high quality. Mr. Speaker, we need the government to actually commit to quality, affordable, and accessible childcare, Mr. Speaker. And the Comox Valley Chamber of Commerce in my riding has identified it as their number one priority. We saw in Quebec where they brought in a childcare program that was universal. 70,000 women went back to work. The GDP went up 2%, Mr. Speaker. And if we're truly going to have a chic recovery, we know that the majority of job losses have affected women, that it's been women that have been disproportionately affected, that we need to create more spaces for affordable childcare. And the NDP has been calling for that in our budget submission. We cited the importance this will be to any economic recovery regarding the pandemic and post-pandemic, and that this is going to be critical to women, especially participating in the workforce. And we've seen other countries do it, and it's worked, whether it be in Sweden or in Norway or Slovenia, other countries that have seen how important it is to the economic makeup of their not just their economy, but they're part of their recovery. They have that stability and that infrastructure in place. And I'm calling on the government, the NDP is calling on the government, and as a critic for small business and tourism, I want to express how critical this is for our commitment to small businesses in Canada.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you very much. And first, I want to acknowledge how refreshing it is to see someone who has got the business portfolio as a critic's job to be talking about childcare. Because you don't build strong businesses in this country if you don't tap into the full array and the spectacular diversity of our workforce, and you can't get that if you don't support families and women as they move to make sure that those with the skills can access the best jobs possible, and you don't do that if families aren't fully supported, and childcare and early learning is a critical part of that. I'll also say that childcare and early learning is essential to developing a future workforce. Every study shows that the sooner you get kids into early learning environments, Head Start programs, and attach childcare to educational systems, the outcomes are better, and we know this. And with knowledge, once you know something, the choice is how you act on it. Our government didn't wait for the pandemic to invest in childcare. In our very first mandate, we put a national childcare accord together. We negotiated with the provinces and territories, and now all provinces and territories have signed on to a $7 billion program that is already producing results in communities right across the country. But what the pandemic showed us is not enough. And I agree with my colleague opposite, and I could quote to him the throne speech, where we commit to a national system of childcare, a national system of early learning, and to work with provinces and territories to deliver this, but also to work with cities and communities, and most importantly, Indigenous communities, because for the first time ever, it's our government that's established an early learning and childcare strategy with, by, and for Indigenous communities, led by and for Indigenous communities right across the country. That being said, the issue is, what is the next step? And the member opposite has suggested that we're looking at a series of tax credits to achieve this goal. And I agree with them. Tax credits will not achieve this goal. You do not build childcare capacity if you don't build childcare spaces, if you don't fund training and high quality and make sure we achieve on that front. And you don't do it as well if you don't understand that close to 83% of the cost of childcare is salaries, and therefore training and developing the workforce has got to be part of a national strategy. Let me assure the member opposite that the commitments that have been made in the throne speech are serious, that the budget submissions that our ministry has made to the process are just as serious, and that we intend to deliver on this commitment in a very profound way. And I'll also say this, that it was refreshing to hear, and in fact it gave me hope that the system will come into existence when I heard the leader of the New Democrats in the House stand up and say that he will not defeat the government just as we get to the finish line on this critical issue. That's good news, because while neither one of us as MPs were in the House in 2005, I was a journalist covering the fall of the Martin government. And when we lost that government for whatever reason, and when that government was not reelected for whatever reason, we lost a fully funded national child care plan, and we have never recovered from that moment in time. And so I'm glad to hear that the NDP is going to put good policy in front of politics, is going to put kids into child care spaces and not look about putting New Democrats into the House as a way of achieving this, but instead to work with us to deliver the commitments we will fulfill in the upcoming budget. Childcare is critically important to families in this country, critically important to women in this country, critically important to a pandemic recovery that is just and for everybody. And we will not recover from this pandemic if we don't understand that. And so I join the member opposite in demanding a national child care program, and I do it as the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister who will deliver just such an accord. And luckily, because we took action in our first mandate, because we invested $7.5 billion, we have an accord that we can build on to deliver this program quickly. And we have a table with First Ministers right across the country, including with Indigenous governments, to work on this and deliver the results that the member opposite has spoken to for exactly the right reasons and for exactly the issues that he raised. So let's put the past behind us. I won't talk about 2005 if you don't talk about whatever decade of broken promises were there before my kid, who's now out of university. Those promises were made before she was born. She's now graduated. I'd love to have had a child care program in 2005 for my son. Trust me. Let's put the past behind us. Let's look to the future, and let's sure make that future is female.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is encouraging to hear my colleague talk about the importance of building a child care program. But what we don't want to see is a program that is rolled out over decades, Mr. Speaker. We've heard for 6 years, and I don't want to go back, like he said, let's move forward. But what we need is an actual commitment from my colleague that he's willing and his government's going to commit to a universal child care program that's affordable, that's accessible, and that's quality for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, not just in certain pockets and the long rollout. We've heard the Liberals talk about affordable housing and even their recent announcement around urban centers and talking about years out. We need to know that they're going to commit in this budget, that they're going to absolutely commit to a universal childcare program so that we can help build an economy that are going to bring women back to work, that are going to have greater participation in the workplace for all Canadians, all parents, and ensure that young people get early childhood education that they so deserve, because we know inequality often starts between 3 and 5 years old. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
We are, as committed to in the throne speech, working on a program that will start as soon as the opposition supports our budget process. We're in a minority parliament, and so the parties on the opposite side have responsibilities to these aspirations, not just to stating them, not just to champion them with bumper sticker slogans, but to actually working with us to deliver these programs. And as I said, if we're not going to talk about the past, we're not going to talk about 2005. But that vote in 2005 was profoundly destructive to the goals and programs that the member opposite speaks about. He's given us his word that he's not going to spring an election on the budget. I'm giving you my word that we're doing everything we can to deliver the daycare system that he talks to and speaks about and dreams of. We all need to work together to get this done. Voters have given us a minority parliament. Let's make it work. Let's make it work for children. Let's make it work for childcare, and let's not let them down. And so we've got his party's commitment. You've got my minister's commitment to deliver on the accords we've built. Let's move together to realize early learning and childcare, and let's make sure we work with provinces and territories to realize this dream as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm raising an issue today in our adjournment proceedings that I originally raised on December 10th during question period. We've been blaming the pandemic for financial anxiety and poor living conditions. We've been blaming the pandemic for the financial anxiety and poor living conditions people are facing. But the truth is, these conditions were already there. The pandemic certainly exacerbated inequalities, but they were already there. The poverty, the financial anxiety, the homelessness, it exists in every riding across this country. And I'm sure my colleagues can relate with the calls they receive in our offices on a weekly basis. The ones that break my heart, the ones I lose sleep over, are the ones for which there is no solution, except to implement Guaranteed Livable Income, or GLI. Why do we need GLI now? At the beginning of this pandemic, the government made it clear that Canadians who found themselves suddenly without work required $2,000 per month to live. Does this government realize that in my home province of New Brunswick, I have constituents living on $564 per month? The pandemic has inflamed income insecurity, particularly for low and minimum wage workers. It has resulted in a run on rents, as my colleague, the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, has been saying. Those who qualify for government relief benefits are doing okay. But what about those that never qualified? Or those whose benefits are about to expire? The Prime Minister often says no one will be left behind. But in truth, this patchwork approach to financial support is leaving countless Canadians behind, and at a high cost for taxpayers. I am more than confident in saying that GLI is the solution to so many of the problems we face. In one swoop, this government could end poverty. I think of the person living on fixed pensions or disability benefits, for whom the cost of living goes up every year, outpacing what little inflation those benefits receive. The people trying to sleep in Wilmot Park in Fredericton, who are being moved along by police. They could be able to afford rent. The senior who spent years of her life providing unpaid care for everyone around her, now scraping by on pennies in her elder years. The woman fleeing intimate partner violence, for whom escape no longer needs to mean poverty or the risk of losing her children. GLI is also a solution to some systemic inequality. Our current patchwork programs have problems with systemic racism, ableism, and misogyny. If this government is truly serious about addressing these insidious issues, this is the most effective way to start that work. And let's not ignore the economic benefits. A GLI would reduce Canada's growing poverty crisis, thereby reducing the demand for social services, law enforcement, and healthcare. A report by the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis shows that GLI could be a sustainable investment that grows our economy $80 billion per year, creates hundreds of thousands of jobs, and supports Canada's businesses, all while lifting 3.2 million Canadian families out of poverty. We've seen this work with the child tax benefit. It's time to take it a step further. Finally, I also believe this is the best opportunity to fight for our planet. There is an innate privilege in the environmental movement because people cannot get involved in fighting the climate crisis if they have to focus on their basic needs and day-to-day survival. Individuals and communities cannot make changes to how they live and work, to transition from fossil fuels, to build a sustainable and low-emission economy while building back from COVID-19 and living in crushing poverty. GLI would provide a financial safety net for all persons in Canada, especially through major economic shifts, natural disasters, major industry automation and job loss, as well as global pandemics. We are told to brace for more, but without adequate universal supports, what do we expect people to hold on to? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much. And it's I think the first time I've got to answer a question from this new member. And I have to say, I worked in a newsroom with someone called Bob Hunter, who was the person who termed the phrase Greenpeace, and in fact had membership card number 1. And he never joined the Green Party. And part of the problem was the wonky approach the party used to have to using conservative style tax credits to achieve environmental goals and nothing else. And I'm glad to see that the Green Party joining the social justice conversation with good ideas and with individuals who have broadened the conversation around what justice looks like in a social context. And so I welcome this question and I welcome the idea. The member down the row, I guess, but we're virtually now, so across the screen, talked about seniors, about people with disabilities, about the homeless, about people stuck in the gig economy, whether it's the tech gig economy or the seasonal employment that defines parts of New Brunswick, and also talked about the success and what the child benefit has taught us, because the child benefit is a form of guaranteed income. It guarantees incomes for all families. It's means tested in a way that's sensitive, and it has delivered hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty because it's there for them day in, day out, month in, month out. Those are policies that the Green Party actually supported us in our first budget, whereas the NDP didn't. But on those policies, Johnny, the minister who was in charge at the time, I was about to say his name, but is now head of Treasury Board, when I was his parliamentary secretary, talked about changing the social safety net into a trampoline, about pulling the cords apart, understanding which ones need to be thicker, not there to catch people, but to bounce people back up. And the federal government provides several different forms of income support that when you look at them as a collection is a form of basic income. But because they are separate programs, there are cracks between them, and those are the very cracks that the member opposite is talking about that people fall between. We saw this with the disability approach to people with disabilities during the pandemic. The federal government, we didn't have a coordinated single database of people receiving the benefit because of this patchwork of tax credits and provincial programs, veterans benefits, and CPP. When we knit that back together again, we found that we could actually do more with a cohesive and a coordinated approach, as opposed to that patchwork approach or those single strands in the social safety net, which are good enough for some, but not good enough for all. And so we've started to take a look at the seniors pension and boosting OAS and looking at how seniors poverty rolls through generationally as seniors grow older. We're taking a look at the disability pension and done it through the lens of disability rights legislation we passed in the last parliament. We have strengthened the national housing strategy, not from the $40 billion the Prime Minister referenced earlier this year, there. We're now closer to $72 billion, and the Rapid Housing Initiative is filling those gaps and making a difference in people's lives in Fredericton, in New Brunswick in particular. In terms of the gig economy and the child benefit, I agree. We had a meeting today at the Human Resource Committee of Parliament. We looked at the way EI does and doesn't function. It's built for an employment structure from the last century with a computer system that's almost even older than that. It's time for massive reform. And whether you call it basic income, guaranteed income, universal income, the name is not so important. I don't care about the bumper sticker. I care about the policy. It is time for all of us as parliamentarians to take a look at how the new economies have emerged in our ridings, whether we're in the north, the remote, the coast, downtowns, small towns, or small municipalities across the prairies, or in the north. We have got to find a way to reform EI, to restructure the income streams the federal government supports, and to achieve the goals you've spoken about. Who gets the credit? Whose bumper sticker is best? I could care less. But the issues you're raising are the right ones. The issues that we're working on are the same ones. And I hope that you see us moving towards that goal, even if we don't achieve it unnecessarily under the banner you've given us. But I think it's time for this government, and what COVID has taught us through this process is that we can do better because better is possible. And for that, I'm quoting the Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so grateful for the words that the Parliamentary Secretary shared just now, and I feel that momentum. So really, though, the question for me is, what kind of society do we want to live in, to raise our children in? And that's kind of what we're grappling with right now, especially as we face the COVID-19 recovery. So for me, we should be making government decisions based on quality of life measurements. Every Canadian has the right to live in dignity, with access to a livable income, accessible, affordable housing, food security, expanded health services, including mental health services, and the resources they need to meet their basic human needs, no matter their status in life. A GLI is a pillar to ensure well-being. Without the creation of the CERB and other emergency benefit programs, millions of people in Canada would have been in dire straits. It's not a leap to suggest that CERB kept people alive. And even with these emergency benefits, too many people are still falling through the cracks without support as the pandemic continues, as the member mentioned. The question is, what will replace these benefits when they're gone? And he mentioned reform, and I just feel GLI is here for us. There's been many pilots and projects that we have lots to draw from. A common criticism of GLI is that the CERB has been, or that it may be difficult to recruit workers. And we know that based on other results that this is actually not true. We can actually see an increase in part-time work by 17% in an Alaskan study. So once again, the momentum for GLI in building across party lines and within civil society is there, but we cannot rebuild a house on a foundation full of cracks.
Well, we'll have to leave it at that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would encourage my colleague to reach out to the member from Markham-Stouffville, who actually, as a provincial minister in Ontario, built a basic income pilot project in Hamilton, only to see the Conservatives destroy it, despite the fact it was showing great promise. Because one of the findings, the early findings before it was allowed to report out fully and had its work destroyed by the Ford government, one of the early findings was that it actually encouraged people to work, that people actually saw a way to use social benefit to improve their standing in their own lives. And so I agree with her that the time has come for concerted action, and I hope that she would reach out and discuss the findings of that report, because the member in our caucus is a wealth of information. So too the minister from the Treasury Board. It's his life work as a professor in Laval, and his thoughts on it are absolutely phenomenal. But the issue is this: is that basic income alone will not solve problems. Basic income alone does not create a housing system that you can afford just because you have the rent money. The system, we have to design systems for basic income to work within. And on housing in particular, which is one of the key drivers of poverty, one of the key drivers of health outcomes, and the justice to which she speaks, without the housing system in place, without intentionally building affordable housing, if we've put all the money into basic income and we don't spread it through those other systems, access to childcare, access to healthcare, access to housing systems, and access to this country's wealth is limited for far too many people. And so while we have to achieve on income reform, we also have to build the systems around it to make that income reform work better, work harder, and deliver real results to real people. I look forward to the conversation.
We'll have to leave that there, and we'll now go to the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I originally asked the minister about the government's promise to plant 2 billion trees to combat climate change. And I know there's been a lot of concerns about that program, about the fact that no trees were actually planted in the first year. about whether the trees planted will be in addition to those that would seed themselves. Now, I agree that nature-based solutions will have to play an important role in our efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and trees are a logical place to start. There's been some high-profile contests, for example, that sponsored by the Canadian Oil Sands Innovation Alliance and another by Elon Musk, to find ways to remove carbon dioxide from the air and put it to good use. Now, while those contests may well highlight important new innovations, the organizers could just have easily saved their time and given the millions of dollars in prize money to trees. So on the face of it, planting trees is a great idea. But we have to have a plan to make sure we're not duplicating the efforts that nature itself would provide and the efforts that industry is obliged to do after harvest. To truly bring down our carbon emissions through tree planting, those efforts have to be additive. We have to plant the trees in the right places where they can grow quickly but wouldn't be planted without our efforts. We have to plant the right species of trees, matched not just for present environmental conditions, but for projected future conditions after climate change. But most of all, we must remind ourselves and all Canadians that simply planting trees is not a magic bullet to fix climate change. For one thing, there's a 20 to 30-year delay in positive carbon sequestration when you plant trees in new forests. We're now at over 700 megatons of carbon dioxide in emissions. We need to get to zero in 30 years. Calculations show that even if we did everything right, our new trees wouldn't make a significant impact until after 2050. And even if we did everything right, our 2 billion trees would only be sequestering about 4 or 5 megatons of carbon, according to expert testimony we heard at the Natural Resources Committee. So it's a small step, an important small step perhaps, but certainly not a big part of any climate action plan. It may help us after 2050, but we shouldn't point to this as one of the actions that will help us meet that zero by 2050 target. If we want to spend money wisely with nature-based solutions, let's invest it into finding the best land management practices that will yield the best results for climate action and promote those through cooperation with the provinces that manage our forests.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to discuss our government's commitment to plant 2 billion trees, especially with my colleague on the Natural Resources Committee, member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I know that he's committed his professional life to the environment. Actually, in fact, he and his siblings have followed the path of their late father, Stephen Cannings, recognized as one of British Columbia's many great environmentalists. So je lève mon chapeau, as we see in France.
I raise my hat to him.
Government shares the members' deep concern about our planet's future, and especially about the existential threat posed by climate change.
That's exactly why we recently announced a plan to fight climate change, a strengthened plan in order to exceed the Paris 2030 targets and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Planting 2 billion trees over 10 years is an essential part of that plan. We know that nature is part of the solution, the climate solution. Climate solutions that include nature, like planting trees, take full advantage of nature's ability to fight climate change by absorbing and capturing greenhouse gas emissions, by protecting our shorelines from storm surges and erosion, reducing temperatures in cities and improving the quality of the water, and helping biodiversity flourish. We have the luck of having vast forest ecosystems. They're healthy and resilient. They allow us to practice recreational activities. I would be going for a walk in a forested urban park or on a hike with our family in a provincial or national park. Our forests also help to absorb greenhouse gas emissions and increase Canada's carbon sink. That's why the government is working very hard to achieve this Canadian solution. It's a huge plan to plant 2 billion trees. It's a complex enterprise. This will include urban and rural regions across the country and would represent a 40% increase in the annual number of trees planted in Canada, but the benefits are significant. By the 10th year, the forest cover in our country would be twice as big as the size of Prince Edward Island. This would allow us to reduce global emissions by 12 megatons by 2050 and create over 4,000 jobs. There are additional advantages like increasing the number of habitats for animals, improving biodiversity. This would improve our ability to restore habitats for species at risk like the woodland caribou and migratory birds. However, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's a complex process and there are obstacles to overcome. We need partners to produce seedlings, which, as the member knows, take 2 years to grow.
By the areas of land and the types of trees to be planted, prepare sites, and monitor trees for survival. Despite these challenges, I want to assure this House and all Canadians that nothing in the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report last month should raise any doubts about our determination. The fall economic statement provided just over $3 billion, but we've always said that an initiative of this scale requires strong partnerships in order to succeed. Our intent for cost sharing has always been a key feature of this initiative. An article published in the Scientific American last week says it best. If you want to fund an initiative that will not just plant trees, but enable people to live sustainably in the landscape over time, it's going to take unprecedented collaboration between governments, organizations, and local people. That's why our government has and will continue to actively engage with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous peoples, industry, and non-government stakeholders to realize this commitment. As we will stay the course, Mr. Speaker, because there is no path to net zero that doesn't include our forests. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of my main concerns with the $2 billion tree plan is that it might simply serve as a distraction for the hard work that we have to do to reach our climate targets. There will be real benefits if we do this right, but those benefits are small in relation to the task at hand. And on the other hand, there are greater benefits to be had if we change the way we manage forests, and we should explore those with the provinces. Every year in British Columbia, for instance, we burn forestry waste. This slash burning puts as much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere as all the cars in British Columbia combined. Let's stop doing that. And when we're measuring the benefits that forests can provide us in our fight against climate change, remember that it's not as simple as how many trees we plant. It's much more complicated than that. It includes how and where we harvest trees, what we do with forestry waste, and what products we produce from the trees we cut. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I believe Canadians just need to look at our track record to recognize healthy forests as a crucial part of our cleaner future. Early in the pandemic, we pledged $30 million to help small and medium-sized businesses, including tree planting companies, to offset COVID-19 related health and safety measures.
This commitment helped to protect workers and communities. It also supported the plan to plant 600 million trees during the 2020 planting season. Our government is also funding 2 distinct programs to support the planting of 150 million new seedlings by 2022.
The Highway of Heroes campaign that has already planted more than 750,000 of a planned 2 million trees between Toronto and Trenton, Ontario. Thank you and have a good night, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.